Hello, 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 everybody. Pop Culture Curator here. Sorry I'm running a couple minutes late. I was getting everything kind of put together at the last minute. And I feel bad because usually I pride myself in. I was able to obtain a copy of this movie for us to enjoy together, but unfortunately, I was not able to find any subtitles for this movie. And I usually have subtitles because we have to show it in slideshow format, and the subtitles certainly help us understand with what's going on. So since it was a last minute thing, what I'm going to do is what I usually do is I present it in slideshow using a video player. But what I'll be doing tonight is sharing it from YouTube
You want me
because
to
it is
pull up the
available on
script?
YouTube.
Do you want me to pull up the script?
Well, you can pull up the script if you want, but it's in this YouTube version that I found does have subtitles,
Oh, okay.
and hopefully it'll work for us. Clear my throat here. Okay, it looks like we've already got people in the chat. Hello, Lemon Pie. So good to see you, Lemon Pie. And Nemesis of Eden. Hello, Nemesis. Oh, that reminds me. I'm gonna pop a link to the panel really quick in the chat. That's right. That's what I didn't get a chance to do. Okay, let me do that. That way, anybody who wants to join us is welcome to do so. There we go. Let me pin that to the top. Okay, so it looks like also go back here. Lemon Pie. I could have sworn I just saw a different name. There it is. I constructed the earth. I love that name. I constructed the earth. Good to see you there and welcome. Thank you for joining us. And Nemesis of Eden says, "Hail Lemon." And it looks like we have Nemesis of Eden here on the panel. Nemesis, how are you doing there?
Oh, I'm loving life. How you doing, Pop?
Oh,
Hey,
I'm doing
Godzilla. Good to see you.
fantastic.
Hey, Nemesis.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Nemesis. Have you seen this movie?
I watched it twice today, and I saw it as a child. So yes, I am thoroughly versed in this movie.
All right. So yeah,
You
sounds
don't
like you're
sound
ready to go.
excited.
Well, you said you watched
Oh,
it twice
super
today.
excited.
Is that a good thing?
I mean, it's I gave it a solid B minus so far.
Okay, so you'll be leading the charge tonight.
All right, sounds good.
Yeah, it's a B movie. Obviously, it's nothing fancy, but it did do well. I think I do have some trivia pulled up on it, but I'll be sharing with you guys like I usually do tonight, the best I can, what I can dig up. But from what I read, I want to make sure I try to give you guys exact numbers instead of guessing. I believe the budget was about a. Where is the budget? Let me see. Try to do this correctly. By the way, in this movie, $50,000 of the film's budget went toward the spiders. The producers offered to pay $10 each for live tarantulas, and the handlers collected 5,000 of them.
Crazy.
That
And
all?
from what yeah, 5,000 should be enough, you think? Especially because spiders give me the creeps. All I need is one of them, and I'm out of there. But from what I read previously the other night, the budget on this movie was around 100,000, but it made 5 million, which is really good. That is very successful at the time. I know now people may think that's not a lot, but back then that was relatively successful. And I consider this another drive-in classic because this movie was perfect for the drive-in. At least that's where I saw it because I'm old, and when I was young, drive-ins were still popular at the time. Um, Nemesis, you said you saw it when you were younger. Was it on television?
Yeah, it was on. Well, we had satellite, but yeah, it was on television basically. I can't remember.
Gotcha.
I swear, like I didn't look into this, and it might just be. I don't know. I swear it was in black and white when I saw it.
Oh, that's okay. Maybe it was a black and white television. I think I've seen it on black and white television 2 years ago. Welcome, Jim, Commodore Productions. So good to see you, Jim. Glad you could join us. And Ola Greg is here. Linda Pie says,
Hey
greetings,
Jim, hey
Jim.
Ola Greg.
Yeah, Oleg Greg says modern cowboy Shatner versus spiders. Need I say more? Exactly. It doesn't matter what the movie is. If William Shatner's in it, it's Captain Kirk. He's got that swagger, that William Shatner swagger, and the way he speaks. So it's always good to see him.
Yeah. Oh, dude, and I feel the opposite. I don't like William Shatner, so it was a struggle to get through any scene with him.
Well, I guess with that overacting, maybe it kind of helps the B movie status. I guess you're not a Star Trek fan, are you?
The original series,
Yeah.
not really.
Why do you say original series? You like the newer ones?
I do. I really like TNG. Really like DS9. Haven't seen a bunch of Voyager. Haven't seen much of Enterprise. Saw
Okay.
all of Picard. I've seen all of like Discovery.
Okay. Well, so then you should be happy to hear that they're renewing all that stuff. They're renewing that Alex Kurtzman's contract, so that we're going to get at least another 7 years of current Trek. Does that make you happy?
Nah, yes and no, right? Like if the production value is as good as it is now, and if some of the writing is as good as Picard is, season 3 is, yeah, it should be fine. Like if he's learned anything, he's probably gonna. We're straying vastly off track from what we're supposed to be talking about. But
yeah, I know. Well, we can make it light. When you say he's learned anything, he who?
I believe it's Alex Kurtzman, right? Like if he wants to make money, right? So he's probably going to be attached to it if he's smart in name alone, and just let this other gentleman. I'm once again I'm blanking on the names. I'm
Terry Metalis.
Yeah,
Terry Metalis. Yeah,
because he's made good stuff. And if he leaves it alone and just has it as name only, he'll be fine.
Okay, well, very cool. Jim says I hate spiders. I think one black spider killer Rust. I think one black spider killer Rusty. Oiler Greg says hey Lemon, and Jim says hi Oiler. And Oiler says hi Jim. Everybody's saying hello to each other. And Jim says hey Lemon. Yeah, same here. Spiders. Ugh. In fact, I dislike them so much. You, I don't care if you put a gun to my head. You couldn't force me to eat anything that looks like a spider. So no lobster for me, no crab for me. Pass on all that.
And you're missing the world's wonder treasure right there, lobster.
What?
You're missing the world.
I tried one bite once. I went to a steak and lobster restaurant when I was probably about 16, and I thought, okay, I'm going to see what the hype is all about. And I ordered lobster tail, and all I remember is it being extremely bitter with no flavor. And I thought, what the hell? What is it? What is everybody seeing this? So I didn't even eat it. I didn't even finish eating it. I gave it to someone else.
Oh,
and I just ate the side dishes that night.
Oh,
I'm with you there, Pop. Well, I was not raised with seafood, right? Like I'm a prairie boy myself, so
same here. Yeah, very little, especially
you
that
eat prairie
kind of
dogs.
Oh yeah, for sure, man. Have you had them?
Jim says Rusty is my dog. All right.
Ah, okay, yes. There we go.
Got
Rusty
it.
the spider killer.
And Ola Greg says, good answer. Perhaps Chuck will be okay after all. I will judge each effort fairly and hope for the best. Well, that's more than what the producers do, so I give you credit for that, Ola Greg.
Yeah, thank you, Ola Greg. I appreciate your level-headed input there. That was really appreciated, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, and I know that Star Trek is just not written for it's not written for people like me anymore. There's a lot of us fans that Paramount, and they don't like us, and so they obviously write it intentionally not for us. So I'm a big Trek fan from the old days, but I consider it completely dead. And what's going on with Picard, in my opinion, is just killed it completely and buried it. And the fact that if it is true that they're being renewed, say Levy, it is completely dead, just like Star Wars now in my eyes. And I just know not to ever. I'll never watch it again. I'll just continue to watch the classics. By the way, Nemesis, I'll make this really fast. I like TOS, and I'm not a fan of the future iterations. I watched TNG when it was new, and I didn't like it, so I stopped after that point. So I didn't watch DS9 or any of the others, and I'm far from being a fan of the new stuff. But I know that
go
ahead.
No, please go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, but I know it's not written for me. Like I said, the first thing I said, it's not made for me anymore. But people seem to like it, so hey, whatever you get, as long as you get your kicks out of it, that's fine with me. People are right to they're entitled to their own opinions.
Exactly, Pop. And I'll be honest, man, I didn't grow up with this stuff. This is all introduced within the last 4 years. Like this isn't based on nostalgia or anything. This is all from a fresh viewpoint.
Yeah, okay. That's fine. I respect that. Oleg Greg says, I grew up on seafood and it is delicious. I'm sure maybe if the thing is, if I would have been introduced to it at an earlier age, I think maybe I could have, but I don't know. Crabs, oh my God, their eyes, the way they look in different directions, and they look like a spider. It's just, I know that sounds crazy, but people like them. And especially if LDG stops in here. LDG loves seafood.
See, I worked at a restaurant and we got the free buffets there after we closed down. We got to eat off the buffet, and it was seafood night on Fridays.
Ugh. And I remember. What's funny is a lot of buffets do that on a Friday or Saturday night, and so many times, I went out to dinner with friends, and they said, "Oh, let's go out and eat." I'll say, "Okay, great. I'll pay to get into a buffet," and then I'll get in there and say, "Oh, this is seafood night." I'm like, "What?" And this has happened many times. I'll sit there and I'll eating mashed potatoes and noodles and vegetables. And it's like, and then I end up paying, because it's seafood, ungodly prices, like $25 a plate or something crazy. And I learned not to ever do that again. Never. I hate showing up on seafood night at a buffet. I mean, if they at least offer steak or something as an alternative, but they don't. It is called seafood night for a reason.
Yeah, well, we put like chicken and maybe we maybe made a dish out of some leftover stuff there. Like we make a fancy thing there, so we'd have other options besides seafood on the buffet.
Yeah, but you're charging the seafood price, right?
Yeah, it's like $20, but you got a full salad bar of like 8.
Yeah, but how much is a regular night where it's not seafood?
Well, it depends on what night it was, because like Friday nights there you got 8 different salads, and you had a wide variety of, but you had a potato, like some kind of potato. You got your vegetables there. Then we had about 5 or 6 different seafood options, but then we'd also have chicken. Then maybe some other dish that we like, some pork and gravy or something for the not-seafood people.
Right, but my question is
a full menu available.
Right, but my question is what was the headline of the night? Like, for example, seafood night was Friday. So what were the other nights called? Without having to read off the menu.
Oh, for specials, like we had a full menu also available for those people, but we had like the problem is they did fish and chicken a lot, because like Friday nights was all you could eat fish, Tuesdays was all you could eat chicken, Wednesday was all you could eat barbecued ribs, then Thursday was fish and chicken again, but then also we'd have 2 other meats. Saturday was the prime rib night, and then every third Saturday.
Oh, that sounds good.
But then we had a full Sunday buffet too, of a lot of different stuff there. And each buffet came with like 8 different salads.
Gotcha. Well, I like salad, and I don't mind chicken, but well, now of course now things have changed. By the way, I've been to a buffet in years, but back in the day when you went to a buffet, the cheapest thing and the most profitable for the restaurant. By the way, I know we're supposed to be watching the movie. I'll get started. But the most profitable thing for the restaurants was for you to eat salad, potatoes, noodles, and chicken, because that was always the cheapest thing. The last thing, the most expensive, costly thing they had to give you was beef and then seafood. So you always had to pay extra for that stuff, or they would charge extra on the night they would serve them.
Interesting.
But that was my observation. Ola Greg says fried gator is on the buffet in Cajun country, and it's a really good crunch. Ola Greg, does it taste like chicken? Can't say I've had fried gator. Ola Greg says I remain positive and optimistic in general, and that's how I live my life.
It does taste like chicken, Pop. At least the stuff I had when we had gator from Florida, it tasted like chicken.
Wow.
I want to try rattlesnake.
Yeah, I'm like,
Brave
I mean,
man,
I'm
brave
not.
man.
But I'm not going to taste the. I don't want to pay the price for it, though.
It's
No,
probably
you get someone
expensive, I
else to do
guess.
that for you.
Yeah, I don't want to pay the price for it, though.
When I was a kid,
Well,
we lived up in the mountains, and I had friends that would catch them and eat them all the
Yeah.
time. But I
Well, guess
no.
how much it is per pound?
What's that?
Guess how much a rattlesnake is per pound?
Yeah, how much?
Take a guess.
I don't know. 10. Oh no, wait, hold
$5
on.
a pound.
$20. I don't know.
Way higher.
Oh, forget
Try
it.
$50?
$60 a pound.
Well, that makes sense. There's not a lot of meat on a rattlesnake. It would take a lot of rattlesnakes to be killed to make a pound of meat.
Right, but I don't think that they go out and hunt them. If they're selling the meat, I'm sure they have them raised on a farm, so they're probably relatively abundant.
Yeah, it's
So
like the
and
gators
they'll
down in Florida with the gator
right,
farms.
and they're gonna charge by demand. So if they're charging that much, that means people are willing to pay it, obviously, right?
Or, well, you got to put the risk factor into it. Catch the snakes to be able to kill them and skin them.
Well, I don't think they deal with them with their hands. There's tools where they can grab a snake from a distance.
Yeah.
Let's see here. There we go. Oh, that's interesting. Nemesis, I've had gator and hot sauce. It tasted my chicken. They're in with hot sauce. Well, I like hot sauce. That kind of maybe helps swallow it, I guess. And Nemesis says, "Oh, Jim, we are happy to have you here with us. Absolutely." Oleg Greg says, "I've never seen a seafood only buffet. Southern people like variety." Well, Oleg Greg, I had a job that sent me to the South, the American South, the Bible Belt. So I was in like Arkansas, Tennessee, Mississippi area. And the buffets, they had a lot of seafood, and especially for some reason, they really liked catfish. And I was like, ah, no, pass. Sean
Oh,
Carter.
wonderful.
I know when I was a kid, I had it and it wasn't bad, but I don't go into a restaurant looking for it. And Sean Carter, good to see you. Glad you could join us. Sean Carter says, greetings, everyone driving, so can't respond. I understand,
Hi,
Sean. I'm doing that all the time. So I hope you like what we have here. We'll be starting here really quick. Oleg Greg says gator is similar to chicken, but slightly different. It's hard to describe. What I do like, which is hard to get here, I love venison, but in California, that's hard to get.
Oh,
and yes.
I don't suppose it's legal to ship it to you.
I don't think it's illegal to ship it to me because people go hunting like in Montana and the other states and bring it here. It's just that there's no hunting in California. That's why it's, yeah. Jim says, hey, Nemesis and Sean. And Oleg Greg says, rattlesnake
Hi,
farming,
Jim.
LOL. Oleg Greg says, catfish is fresh water, so it's not seafood. No, I guess you're right about that when you think about it.
But yeah, like when freshly caught fish, no matter what it is, whether it's raw cod, catfish, and prepared well, it tastes really good. Like, it's not something I would go out of my way to be like, I want catfish, you know? Like, but like I'm agreeing with you when it comes to like lobster and shrimp and the bottom feeders. It's not my jam. It's just not my thing. But like, yeah, I'd definitely be down to try some catfish.
Yeah, and I would if I had to, because I know I had it when I think the last time I ate it, I was probably about 12 years old. And I remember it wasn't bad. So I probably would eat it again. But when I was in the South, the buffets are not, just looking at the buffet was not very appetizing because in the South, they think salad consists of iceberg lettuce with cheese on it and hush puppies. And it was like everything was deep fried fat, deep fried lard, everything. I was like, oh, I remember the KFC, the Kentucky Fried Chickens. They had signs out front that said all you could eat for $10, and I thought, oh my god. So obviously, I was surrounded by a bunch
that'd
of
be
people.
amazing.
Well, if you're into that, but I didn't want to get. I mean, everybody in the South is really, really fat. In fact, the job that I had was sending me around to do some work at hospitals, and I had never seen so many heart hospitals in my life. So the biggest cause of death, obviously, is obesity in the South because they eat like, I don't know, deep fried. Like I said, I'm surprised that they can have deep fried lard. They do it. Deep fried butter, they probably do that too. I wouldn't be surprised.
They do it.
Figures.
They do have deep fat fried butter. They do it at their deep fat fry contest in Texarkana.
Well, I'm not surprised, but then a lot of them end up dying at an early age, But I guess they die happy.
I just realized, Pop, that the top gif is the dude in the airplane dealing with the spiders. Like, that's beautiful. That's very. Oh my god.
Yeah, I'm a little
That was a great
disappointed.
scene.
Yeah, just before the movie was starting, or before the stream, I was trying to get a GIF. Those are GIFs at the top, and I was trying to get one of William Shatner fighting off the spiders, but I couldn't find one of him specifically in the right format that would be allowed on StreamYard. So that's why we have the guy in the airplane.
Oh, dude, next time let me know, and I'll take a screen capture. I can literally make GIFs with my phone. It's no problem.
Yeah, and if I would have done that ahead of time, I probably could have too. Probably could, but I had to go pick up my car, and I got home at about 25 minutes before the stream started, and I had to take my dogs out and then fed them. And by the time I sat down and turned on my computer, it was like 8 minutes still. So I feel kind of bad, but I'm going to start preparing more ahead of time.
Oh, we understand. That happens, Pop.
And Ola Greg, you're right. California is lame.
California.
Right now, everything is so expensive here. We're still paying upwards of $5, $6 for a dozen eggs. Because in California, when they raise the prices, they never go back down. Even if they do in the other places, nothing ever goes down in California when it comes to prices. So we're screwed every which way.
Oh, same with us, Pop. Like all of our meats, all like for beef, it's like $60 or $70, like for a big hunk of beef. When it's just like, I don't even.
Right. Well, plus we have a lot of the liberals, and we have vegans and vegetarians running the state, and they're telling us that they don't want us eating meat anymore. So they're intentionally making the prices higher and higher. Like pork, they've made it where it's almost impossible to get it now because they're punishing all the farmers and taking away their land, and it's terrible. And Ola Greg says grilling is more popular than frying in the South. Currently, you're out of date. I do like grilling, and there were barbecue grills. Barbecue restaurants and stuff. But
barbecue's great. I love grilling. Hell yeah, I'm down for that.
Yeah, I got a smoker, so.
Ooh, that'd be good too.
Yeah, scroll through my shorts there. You'll see a lot of my smoke, all my smoked meats I do.
Yeah, he had a good one just a couple of days ago with ribs, and it looked delicious.
I'm gonna be smoking a duck here on Friday night.
How much does a duck cost?
Like in my head, $20.
$20? That's not bad.
For about 5 pounds.
Is that the whole duck, head and all?
No. They chop the head off and put the neck inside the duck. They take all the guts out and all that, so it's all meat.
About how many pounds is one weigh for $20?
It's about between 4 or 5 pounds.
That's not bad. Orange sauce?
Yes, but I don't use it.
Okay. What do you use? Just your rub or barbecue sauce?
Turkey gravy.
Oh, okay. Ola Greg, salads are popular as well, and certainly are not lettuce and cheese. Okay. I stand corrected. Thank you, Ola Greg. Okay, now let me see if I can get us started. Oh, so repeat once again. I don't know if I mentioned. I think I did, but I was not able to get copy of subtitles, so we're going to be viewing this from a YouTube. So here we go. And get ready to share it.
I struggle to even find a good copy of this movie at all, Pop.
Oh, this one that I found on YouTube is a good copy. But the thing is that since it's YouTube, most people trying to watch it are going to be inundated with horrible commercials every 2 minutes. But since I use the Brave browser, we should be able to watch the entire movie without a single ad.
Well, hey, Nemesis, why didn't you say something? I could have gotten you one. No,
I've checked 1, 2, 3 movies.
It's 45 degrees here the last couple days. They wanted to stay up.
Okay, next time, if I can't find anything, Gorilla, I'm going to you.
Trust me, I got sources. If I can't get it, I know someone who can get it.
Gorilla, where did you watch it on Sunday?
Internet or archive.org.
Okay, did you send me those links last night on Twitter?
Well, I sent them to you a couple days ago.
All right, let me check real quick, make sure I got that. And you sent it through your Gorilla account, right? Not through the main StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay, let me see here. Oh no, I only got partial links. But yeah, I tried those Gorilla, and they don't work. Like for example, when you sent me soap today, when I go to type it, see you don't put in the whole you didn't put in the whole address. So when I put in soap today, it gives me like 15 or 20 different options. And so if you could send me those links, Gorilla, with the whole link, like 1 2 3 movies. When you send me that, all you're typing in is 1 2 3 movies, and then when I put that into a search, I come up with like 100 different
Well,
things.
something's
So if
screwing
you
up
could
on the end. Something's
know
screwing
what
up
I'm
when I copy and paste them. Then
okay, because we'll try it here in the private chat tonight, and I'll copy and paste it. But like 1 2 3 movies, if you could put the whole thing like 1 2 3 movies.org or dot whatever the end
yeah,
of it is.
yeah. What's the
Maybe
one you want?
maybe
What
Twitter
what
won't let me do.
what
Oh,
movie?
I want a list of everyone. I don't want a list of the movies. I want a list of each site that you use, so I can put them all in my community tab. So I want like 1 2 3 movies, Soap Today, Archive.org, everyone you have available. If you could send those, and there's no hurry, you can do it anytime.
Okay. See,
Okay,
I just
so
type
here
it
we
in.
go.
I just type
Hi,
soap
mad
today
scientist.
into Google.
What's that?
I just type it into Google.
I know,
Soap
but some
today.
people don't know how to do that. That's why I was hoping to put the links in it to make it easier for people. But this copy that I found on YouTube seems to be okay. I don't know if it's a Blu-ray copy, and it is YouTube. So, but we'll get. But yeah, that's why I was hoping to, if I could give them links to search on the different links, I think it might make it easier. Some people, I know, like PvP, he doesn't really know that. He's not that savvy with looking things up. So I was trying to hopefully simplify it for people. Okay, so let me share my stream here, and we are ready to go without any
All right. Hello to
further
mad
ado, as they
scientist
say.
who just showed up.
Oh, I gotta get caught up on my chats.
Oh, we'll be here forever if we keep catching up on the chat. So this should probably be the last one until we have like
I
a
know.
good
Ola Gray
little
says,
bit.
try a real southern city, Houston. Oh, I love Texas. Our food is amazing, and we have a wide variety of all over the world. Right, and you guys also have Whataburger, which is my favorite. And Ola Gray says, Spider Time. And Mad Scientist, so good to see you. Hi, all gorillas. The snowman still frosty? Better hurry. Yeah, Gorilla said that his snow is melting. So Jim
Yeah, it's melting way
says, hi,
too
Mad.
fast. Yeah, it's melting way
Lemon
too
Pie says,
fast.
Mad Scientist. Yeah. Hi, Lemon, says Mad Scientist. Ola Greg says, good information about the number of spiders used. That's incredible. And Mad Scientist says, hi, Jim. And Sean Carter says, California also now requires all eggs to be cage free. So much for them caring about the. Right. That's another reason why we're paying so much more for our eggs. See, they do everything like that just to drive up prices. Every single thing they do is only to drive up prices. It's not because they care about anything, it's only to drive up prices and demand and make things more scarce. And Jim says, CGI fan film video. There's a link there. Thank you for putting that, Jim. If anybody would like to check that out later on. Ola Gray says it's a war against poor people. Well, they actually despise poor people. I mean, look at Disney. They've come out and said that. They don't want poor people at their parks. So I guess I at least give them credit for being honest, right?
I miss
Okay.
the good old days of when I went to Disney and Disneyland and everything was just like super racist and fucking not expensive, not worth
Family friendly.
it. Basically, I mean, it was how the times were back then, so it was great.
Star Trek fan film sub, says Ola Greg. And Sean Carter says, Pop, I just passed a Whataburger. Oh my God, I love those. I do not like, and I'll say it again, do not like In and Out. They're nothing but a bunch of hype and they stink. All you have to, once you try Whataburger, it's like, oh my goodness.
See, and there's all
Sean Carter's,
you're putting out all these restaurants that I've heard of. I've never eaten any of these restaurants, and like I'm sure it would be. I want to try them. Kind of. I've been
well,
to
the
the States
reason
in
why
forever, so
I like value for the money. And Whataburger, it's a big burger, good price, and they've got good milkshakes. And
Okay.
In-N-Out is very easy. It's a small burger and extremely expensive, and you'll wait an hour for it. So all
Oh,
negatives about In-N-Out Burger. I can't think of a single good thing about that place.
oh, that's too bad.
Oh well, it's no
Oh,
big deal to me.
oh
Okay,
yeah,
thank you for
totally,
putting those
dude.
links in the. Thank you for putting those links in the private chat, Gorilla. Thank you so
Yeah.
much.
Oh, Oiler Greg, have you checked out Axanar? If you like Star Trek fan films, check out Axanar.
Very cool.
Oh
Have you
yeah,
like what? Have you seen it?
What was that?
Have you seen Prelude to Axanar?
No, no. I've
Oh
seen
my
like
goodness.
Star Trek Continues and those other ones, but to put
there's
it
a reason they
nicely,
got sued by CBS.
right? But to put it very nicely, I'm not a fan of Robert Meyer Burnett. So I know he's heavily involved in it, so I'm probably not going to be interested.
To each their own.
I know he's heavily involved in
But I'm
it.
glad
So
you've seen it, Gorilla.
okay.
It was fucking. It's pretty cool, eh? Their own.
I know he's heavily involved in
But I'm
it.
glad
So
you've seen it, Gorilla.
okay.
It was fucking.
I didn't know. I
It's
didn't know
pretty.
he was heavily involved in it.
Their own.
I know he's
I think
heavily
he
involved
is.
in
But I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla.
Okay.
It was fucking.
I
Let's
didn't
see
know.
if
I
I
didn't
can
know
find
he was heavily
What's going on with my
involved in
video
it.
here?
Their own.
I know he's
I think
heavily
he
involved
is.
in
But I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla.
Okay.
It
I
was
had to redraw
fucking.
the
I didn't
screen
know.
there
I
with
didn't
my
know
eyes.
he was heavily
What's going on with my
involved. We
video?
got echo here
Down.
from
I know
someone.
he's
I think
heavily
he
involved
is.
But
in
I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla.
I
It
had
was
to
fucking.
redraw
I
the
didn't know.
screen
I
there with
didn't
my
know
eyes.
he was heavily
What's going on with
involved.
my
We
video?
got echo here
Down.
from
I
someone.
know he's
I think
heavily
he
involved
is.
But
in
I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla. It
I
was
had to
Hold
fucking.
redraw
on.
the
I didn't
screen
know.
there
I
with
didn't
my
know
eyes.
he
Did
was
somebody just
heavily
pop into
involved.
the
We
chat?
got echo here
Down.
from
I
someone.
know he's
I think
heavily
he
involved
is.
But
in
I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla. It was
Hold
Hold
on.
on.
fucking.
The
Did
screen there with my eyes.
somebody just pop into the
We got
chat?
echo
What is
here
Down.
from
I know
someone.
he's heavily involved
But
in
I'm
it.
glad you've seen it, Gorilla. It was
Hold on.
fucking.
Yeah,
The
you're not
screen there
supposed
with
to
my
like that.
eyes.
Somebody
Can you
just
go
pop
back?
into the
We
chat
got
and
echo
do this a
here
different way.
from someone.
Hold on a second, guys.
Yeah, you're not
This is my
supposed to
first
like
time
that.
I've
I
actually
can share it on YouTube. So
Ugh.
I'm gonna try.
Do you want the
There we go.
archive one instead?
Does archive.org have subtitles?
But let me check.
Yeah, because what I was looking for was one that has subtitles. Because we're not able to play audio, so without subtitles, it's not going to do us much good. Why did it look like that? I'm going to try this again. Bear with me, guys. This is a test. Oops, hold hold on. Ah. Man, I tried to shut that thing up. There, mute. It's working now. I don't know why it
Okay.
wasn't before, but it seems to be working. I just don't want to get a copyright strike, so I had to stop it so I can mute it. Yeah, that's the thing is since I'm having to use YouTube, I'm not able to go back and look at the stream because the YouTube window takes up my whole screen. So here we go. All right. So here we are, Dimension Pictures. Hopefully the captions are turned on. There they are. Music. Okay, good. And I'm hoping I can do this a frame at a time. And now we have our cast. And there's a horrible, terrible song playing. So that's what you'll see that in the subtitles. And you can see in the credits where it says written and sung by Dorsey Burnett, who did a lot of Westerns back in the day.
Yeah, this was kind of like a little bit of a lengthy intro there, but that high screeching sound at the beginning really annoyed me.
Yeah, well, what it is it's this. I don't even think the movie's in stereo. So what it is, it's because it gives it what they call a tinny sound. So yeah, you have to really during that song, it's not very pleasant to the ears.
Yeah. And welcome, Herc. There, glad you're chasing us around. Welcome.
Hello, Herc. Good to see you. So here we are. We have the old guy. We have this guy pulling up on the horse, and we have the credits. I'm hoping these. I'm gonna have to assume the subtitles are correct. Hey, old man, you feeling mighty this morning, huh? Yes, honey. Everything's looking good. So we have this farmer here checking on his cattle. And by the way, Gorilla, you've seen this movie recently. I was telling Gorilla in the background is I've been so busy the last couple of days. I was not able to view this before tonight's stream. So the last time that I've seen this movie was at least 10 years ago. So if you guys can help me fill in the blanks on what's going on, I appreciate it
Okay.
because both of you have seen it more
You
recently
know-
than I have.
Well, the only thing worth
Sure.
mentioning is that the lady calls him his brother Jim there, and he gets all pissed off, going, "I'm not my brother."
Yeah, and he
Okay.
pushes her off, and he's like, his brother, we find out later,
Yeah,
has passed away, and this is his wife and child.
Did I
yeah,
already miss it?
yeah. No. It happens when he goes to wrangle the bull, and then he.
Oh, well, hold on, wait, stop. Try to keep it with what we're seeing on the screen because otherwise it's going to be confusing.
Okay.
Yeah, if you're describing scenes that we haven't seen yet, I don't know what you're talking about. So that's why I'm going back and looking. But yeah, if you could describe it as it's happening, like you guys have seen me do, okay? Does that make sense?
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, thank you. And it looks like our every 5-second frame. Oh, that's Woody Strode. Oh, I love Woody Strode. The man is a fantastic actor.
So up here, they've just released the cow. They're talking about this is the prize-winning cow that they're going to enter in the state fair that's coming up, and we have some beautiful shots here from the cinematography of the spider's point of view, where it's coming up through the grass. And what we don't get to see here
I
is
missed that. Let me go back. I missed it. Sorry, I'm going back. There it is. You
that's
mean
okay.
right there?
Yeah, like right there. It shows
Gotcha.
that the camera is slowly creeping through the grass towards the cow, and it's a really good, really cheap shot and effective for building suspense because you're like, oh, here comes the first victim of the film.
Very cool.
And
Thank
now
you.
we have William Shatner and his brother's wife trying to wrestle a calf, I should say.
Right. And as we all know, that is really William Shatner because the man is a big horse fan and big horse owner and racer and all that good stuff.
Here's the highlight of the movie, just to tell you. Now I can tell that cow there has either been really drugged up good or it's or something, because you could give it a shot and the cow didn't even kick him.
Well, maybe they tranquilized it before the movie. And by the way, a word of note is William Shatner is playing a veterinarian here. So if anybody's wondering what he's doing, yeah,
It's because they've roped the hind legs, so it can't kick him. Shatner roped him by the head, and Buddy's wife roped him by the feet, and she's got him.
But he didn't move. He didn't move at all, though.
He's on 2 feet. He can't move.
Are you saying they always kick a gorilla every time they get a shot?
Well, usually if you're going to give it a shot there, it do some kind of movement there. Even if you got its feet tied, it's still trying to move as soon as you stuck the needle in.
So
I highly doubt they stuck a real needle in the cow there. I'm pretty sure it's just a prop.
Well, right,
like
or
they
fake needle, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. They don't want to kill more animals than they have to in this film.
And I guess a real veterinarian would know don't stand behind it when you give it the shot. Stand on the side, right?
100%.
Yeah, you're giving some people more credit than they deserve.
Well, if there's any videos on YouTube, I'll check them out because that sounds hilarious.
Okay, I'll find them for you.
And here we are where he gives him the shot. Oh, and let me... I want to get caught up on the characters really quick since, like I said, I wasn't able to watch it. So William Shatner, come on here, is playing the veterinarian. Come on, I have to scroll through this stupid webpage. I hate Internet Movie Database, what it's become. So William Shatner is playing Dr. Robert Rack Hansen.
Yeah.
And the blonde lady is Diane Ashley, played by Tiffany Bolling. And the only reason why she's in the movie is because she's the only actress they could find who could work around spiders. Okay, so Woody plays Walter Colby. So Walter is the one who said, "Don't call me Jim." Okay, gotcha. All right, now back to the movie here.
All right, can I catch up on the chat
hi,
here?
Edric Time. Good to see you.
Yeah, welcome every time.
Yeah, please go ahead, Gorilla. Thank you.
Yeah, Whataburger is no longer Texas owned. Tim Hortons is no longer Canadian owned. Burger Fish and Five Guys are overpriced.
I agree with that. And I heard about Whataburger selling to a big corporation, When I heard that, I thought maybe they'll branch out, but I hadn't heard anything about California yet.
Yeah. Nemesis says, Hill, good to have you here, Herc. Euler Greg says, if Khan was on the panel, his superior intelligence would allow him to repeat the dialogue of the entire movie.
Exactly.
Euler
Right.
Greg, you're
Verbatim.
volunteering to come up here.
Right. Anybody have photographic memory, you're welcome to come up here on the panel.
Yeah. Hey, then Euler says, hey, Greg, or Herc. Edge of Time says, hello, chat and panel. Jim says, thanks, Euler. Thumbs up. Jim says, hey, Hulk. Hey, Edge. Euler says, I will check out your channel when I get a chance, Jim. Good, thanks, said Euler Greg. Alrighty.
Yeah, one thing I hadn't thought of, the fact that we're watching this through YouTube, I'm sure this means automatic copyright strike for me. So, yeah, enjoy this while you can, guys, because I doubt it'll be available on the rerun.
Well, what we're doing is we're doing it fairly accurate. We're not doing too much here.
No, but whoever channel this is that we're looking at is probably the one that will go after me.
Yeah, but we're doing a review, so whose channel is it even?
I didn't even look. Let me see. Retro Classics.
So thank you, Retro Classics. Make sure to check them out. They seem like a pretty good channel. So there we go. We got our basic.
Well, they're not listening to it. So what I'll do is I will copy the name down. And I'll put it down in the description and give them a thank you for it, a shout out. So thank you. Yes, that's a good idea, Gorilla. Okay, so if I remember right, this lady on horseback is a brunette. She's not the blonde. Is that right, guys? Of course. Now my phone goes on.
Yeah, I can't remember.
No, she's a brunette. The blonde lady comes up later.
Okay, the reason why I mentioned that is because the lady you're looking at right here is William Shatner's real life wife at the time. Because apparently he was flirting with the blonde on set, and she was very awkward because she knew that William Shatner's wife was around.
Yeah, that sounds like William Shatner.
Oh yeah, always. And you know it would do you say Steers says oh my God, of course we get some horrible subtitles. So which means it's going to be hard to tell what they're talking about. Adequate wreck, you wouldn't dare. I'm guessing she's calling him by his name.
Good to have you here.
Yeah, his name's Red, isn't it?
Yeah, let me look it up again because I know
his name is Rack.
Rack. That's right. So it's Rack, not Wreck. These horrible subtitles. So Rack, you wouldn't dare. Come here, little doggy. Come. Okay, there it is. Okay, now it makes sense. And it looks like we get a little action scene there. William Shatner wrestling with his wife.
This is where he gets Me Too'd, and that's his widowed brother's wife. So it's his sister-in-law.
And he says, "Damn you."
Because she calls him her brother's name. Or his brother's name, I should say.
Damn you, John. There it is. That may be a lot of things to a lot of people, but I'm not my brother. Oh, there it is. That's the scene you guys were talking about earlier. Okay. Dr. Hanson, you have an emergency. So I guess this is back in the day where they have a pager. And he reminds her, I guess he has to, that John isn't around anymore. Maybe it's time to get whatever, since it's just going to skip the text. So once again, I need to remind everybody, please try to watch this on your own, because since I'm having to skip every 5 seconds, this is a terrible way to try to let you know what's happening in the movie, but we'll do our best to try to piece it together. So watch this on your own so you can understand what's actually going on. Which means we should get through this relatively quickly. And there is William Shatner meeting Woody Strode. By the way, Woody Strode, the guy on the left right there, you've got to check out Spartacus. That guy, classic actor from back in the day. My goodness, he was great. Very intimidating. And here we have where he brought a cow because it's sick. And it's even foaming at the mouth. And this is why the Wreck is looking at. Not Wreck. Hack. Well, anyway, William Shatner, Captain Kirk is looking at it. Rack. Thank you, Rack. Otherwise, I'm just going to say Captain Kirk. Okay, but There we go. Yeah, that cow does not look good. Being a black leg, is it? I'll let you know in a. I think you mean the broken leg, maybe. I don't know. Black leg is. I'll let you know in a few. So he's got to send off obviously some samples to the lab.
No, the black leg was some. That's a. They think it's a disease the cow has. Black leg.
That's what
Like
it sounds like they're talking about, right?
have like coal miner has black lung. They're talking. The cow thinks that cow has a disease that they nicknamed black leg.
Clostridial myositis. It's an infectious, non-contagious disease. It occurs when animals ingest bacterial spores while grazing. The bacterial spores penetrate the intestine and disseminate via the bloodstream to the skeletal muscle, where the spores remain dormant. Following an event that causes low oxygen conditions, like bruising or damage to the muscle in infected tissue, the spores germinate, multiply, and produce toxins that result in muscle necrosis and hemorrhage. And the animals affected by blackleg are usually well-fed animals between 6 months and 2 years of age. Oh, okay, that's interesting. And we have him out there whittling while he's waiting to get results from the veterinarian. And here comes the vet and giving him the bad news that it looks like the calf is dead. And of course, he says, "Eat that a crock. 2 years of breeding shot to hell. I did what I could. She was too far gone. You got the ball. You can do it again."
Yeah, the calf is died officially from being what they don't know yet.
Right, but we know it's spider venom probably.
Yeah.
And from what I read, part of the trivia just before the movie is tarantulas. They said aren't much more dangerous than a bee sting unless you're allergic to them, like a bee sting. So
yeah,
in order,
generally speaking. Sorry, go ahead, Cap. I
heard that I guess it would have to take a lot of them biting you to kill you.
Oh yeah, for sure. They will bite if like handled. You're not supposed to handle spiders. They're wild animals, of course. But
I know people have had tarantulas as I know people who've had them as pets, so I know you can get them.
Oh, I've held. We had my old friends had one, and her name was Shelob, and she was very very docile, very sweet, just a big brown spider. And it's weird. You'd think like I'm not a big fan of spiders, but like the fact that she's so big and slow, it kind of made it easier to handle.
Well, maybe for you, but it's not for me.
That's fair. See, I find like centipedes freak me out more than spiders do.
Me too. Yeah, I don't like centipedes. I'll handle a lizard.
I love lizards, love reptiles, snakes, amphibians.
Have you guys ever seen the movie The Incredible Shrinking Man?
No.
Okay, then we're definitely going to cover that real soon on my channel. That's the one that really instilled the arachnophobia when I was a kid. It's about, obviously, like that you can tell by the title, but it's written by the great Richard Matheson, who wrote a lot of Twilight Zone episodes. And it's about a man who gets irradiated by a radiation cloud, and he starts shrinking. And then he ends up in his basement, and he's really, really tall, and he's got a black widow going after him. But a great movie with great effects. Okay. It inspired the movie The Incredible Shrinking Woman with Lily Tomlin, a comedy. I don't know if anybody's seen that, but I don't necessarily recommend that movie. And here's where he's asking the doctor.
Shrinking was Honey, I Shrunk the Kids.
Right, which is more of a modern day family affair, right? The movie I'm talking about is more scary for adults.
I don't know, man. That scorpion scene was pretty scary and traumatizing. Watching Auntie get fucking skewered and eaten, you're just like, oh my god. Anyways,
yeah, you won't see that in a Disney movie anymore. That's for sure, right?
Oh, I know. It's too bad. You need childhood trauma like that. It builds character.
It does. It actually does. That's the whole problem. What they call helicopter parents is they don't let their kids get exposed to real life. And they grow up not ready to adjust to it. And that's why we have all these horrible things with the kids in their early 20s freaking out because they don't know what to do.
They have no life experience. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Right. No life experience. They've never been disappointed. They've gotten everything they've always wanted. Right. So here's where the farmer is asking the veterinarian if the cow died of black leg, and I think the veterinarian is saying, "I'm not sure. I don't think so. I'm going to run some more blood tests." And he's saying that I think he means Stockton. And when I get back by that time, I'll have some answers for you. I think they're talking, or does this take place in Texas? I'm not sure. But either way, I think he's saying that he's going to send off some blood samples to a lab, and he'll know more. Then he can let the farmer know when he gets results back. And now the farmer's asking the vet if he's going to quarantine his cattle, because obviously that's the last thing you want to happen. And he says he hopes not. Yeah, that's definitely not California. That looks like maybe Arizona.
It's gorgeous wherever it is.
Yes, it definitely is. In fact, one of those mountains, I'm sure, is probably where they filmed Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
I've never seen it.
Oh my God, it's a good movie. You need to check it out.
Okay. Oh, dude, there's so many. You'd be shocked at the amount of movies I haven't seen that I need to see.
Well, you've come to the right place. So we will be covering all these on the streams eventually.
Cool.
So here we are. Of course, the farmer is extremely worried because he knows that if he has to quarantine his animals, that's pretty much going to put him out of business and he'll lose his farm. And he says, "Oh, they finally spelled it right. Rack don't want to quarantine. Ain't fair, a man. I'll tell you what it is, a woman." So basically he's saying that a man works his whole life to, struggle with what he has and basically lose it this easily. I'll tell you what it is. You think I don't? It's almost impossible trying to read the subtitles because we have to skip every 5 seconds, so we can't even get one sentence strung together, unfortunately. But they let the dog out essentially, and now we have a scene at the gas station. You always got to have the stereotypical. Well, I'm gonna see if I can notice the gas prices here. And of course, the stereotypical redneck. What's that?
I don't think they showed him.
Well, sometimes they won't. Sometimes they do. What was that? I didn't mean to do that.
There he is.
And that, by the way, that actor there always plays that same kind of role, but I guess it works. I mean, he looks like it, and it fits him.
Which one, the gas station attendant or the dude in the car with all the animals?
Well, I was talking about the guy standing up, the gas station attendant, but now you mentioned it, both of them. See,
okay.
Here's another thing, too, is this was back in the days where Hollywood used to hire character actors because they look like they fit the role. They don't do that anymore. Now everyone's got to look pretty, and everyone's got to look fine, and everyone's got to look like a model, and everyone will pretty much look the same. So that's why you don't see actors that look like this anymore, unfortunately. The movies just have no character anymore. And here we have they're observing this plane, and here we have the veterinarian Rack. Oh, say, "Hey, listen, can I help you with something? All right." Or you just go on. I don't know if I should bother trying to read the subtitles. So if you're watching the stream, go ahead and read the subtitles. But since I have to skip every 5 seconds, like I said, it's hard to do it. Doing what you're doing,
no,
I'm
you don't
fine.
need to read. If it's something imperative, for sure. But we can give a play-by-play. This is like the dude's walking into a Would you want me to try and be descriptive about it versus just?
Oh, sure, yeah. But, I think it's the shed there where he keeps extra tires.
Yeah, tire storage area.
Totally.
And of course, right, and he notices the spider webs all over the place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then he was a dumbass and stuck his hand inside a tire, even though there were spider webs in there.
And of course,
I wouldn't do that.
Oh heck no! And me being from California, that is the perfect location for a black widow or a brown recluse, and those things are highly poisonous.
Venomous.
Well, venomous. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I wouldn't want to be bit by a brown recluse. That's for sure. With their necrotizing venom, scary stuff. I'd rather be bit by a black widow.
Yeah,
if I were to choose between the two.
Right. Yeah. Either one sounds terrible, but right. The brown recluse is worse. Yes,
if you guys have a problem with black widows and red recluses, there, how about I get you guys a freaking plane ticket out to the desert in Australia? We'll show you some real spiders.
Oh yeah, I've seen
that's the whole reason I haven't gone to Australia.
Yeah, they got
it's
some. They
gorgeous.
got big ones, like big as dogs out there. I've seen them.
Oh, no thanks. No thanks. And it's hot.
There
It's
she
just
is.
like everything. Yeah, there's our girl. There's the blondie.
This scene made me about piss my pants laughing with
What
her
is
at
that?
the gas station. Because okay, he's sitting there working on his, checking his fluids and all that stuff. She pulls up and goes, "Fill her up for me, and then check my fluids while they're and make sure not to get grease on the hood. And is there a ladies' room here?" Goes
Right.
and him just messing with her, telling her, "Well, the ladies' room's out of order, so you're gonna have to use the men's room right around the corner. If you want, I'll keep watching the door for you."
You know what? And that attitude, that is right there. If I didn't know better, that's a woman from California, because that's exactly what they do. They automatically judge people, and then immediately think that they're better. And they've always, without exception, talked down to other people.
Yeah, but anyhow, so she goes around. She goes, "No, thank you." So she goes around the corner, goes to the bathroom and all that. Then the real gas station attendant comes out and goes, "Yeah, she wants you to fill it up for her and make sure not to get any grease on the paint."
Would you fill it up, please? There it is. Oh, and ma'am, there it is. You're right. Like you guys said, ma'am wouldn't want to do. Boy, I bet that car goes real fast, huh? Is there a nice, quiet hotel in town? Yes, ma'am. You just go down the road a couple. We don't have audio, but I'm sure he's probably exaggerating his accent.
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. He said he's making himself like a yokel.
Right. Oh, I have to mention this. Has any of you guys seen the movie called Night of the Lepus?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, it's another horror movie, B movies, but that one stars Dr. McCoy from Star Trek, and that one's about giant rabbits that terrorize a small town. So it's very.
Oh my God! Yes. Oh, dude, I've seen scenes from it, but yeah, we definitely need to watch that one.
We will be covering it. Yes.
So it's short leave.
No. It's basically the same plot as this, except instead of tarantulas, it's giant rabbits.
Giant killer bunnies. Yeah. Oh my God.
So it's not about a rabbit being chased by a girl in a blue dress.
Nope. It's about rabbits killing people, which is it's as crazy as it sounds.
Think of the rabbit from Monty Python, except like the size of a bag and lots of
them. Right. Run away. And by the way, that cave is a tourist attraction because of that movie.
Dude, I'd love to see that cave.
Yeah, I was watching a YouTube video a couple weeks ago where these people were going to all the different locations from that movie, and you got to really hike to get to that cave, but it looks exactly the same, and I thought that is so cool. Awesome. You're going to have to use them. Here it is, that scene you guys were talking about, where he tells her to use the men's room that's right beside the ladies.
Mm-hmm.
And he's offered to stay guard.
Oh yeah, yeah. He goes.
Wait a minute, what's she doing in there? Why don't you ask her?
And there we are with Washburn's log.
Watch.
I remember this is the actress I mentioned earlier. The only reason why she's in this movie is because she's the only one that can handle touching spiders. Many actresses turned the role down.
When it's funny because she's a fantastic actress. To me, she's the true star of the film. She's the true hero of this movie, which we'll get into later once we get into later scenes. But like, it's funny because you look at her and you're just like, you automatically think, oh yeah, blonde bimbo, like stupid, airhead, judgmental, and then needs everyone to take care of her. And like, we get to learn as a character that she's not like that at all.
Yeah,
and it's
she can still be a blonde, dumb, airhead bimbo, but still be able to do her job.
True, but we see later and how she handles later situations and whatnot, and how her demeanor, and this poor girl, she spends the entire film being hit on by like everyone. Like William Shatner is just constantly like trying to kiss her and hit on her and get her for dinner. And like, we'll get to the scene that really bugged me later in the movie.
I got
But
a
we're
real
not there
big
yet.
nitpick too. But here, let's catch up on chat. Captain Infinity says, "Cheers, cheers, Captain."
Hello,
Cheers,
Captain
Cap.
Infinity. Yeah, good to
Jim-
see you, Captain. I'm glad you could join us.
Jim says, "Captain." Nemesis says, "Captain." Sean says, "Hey, her call." And all I missed, driving so can't interact. Nemesis here says, "Captain." Nemesis put a link in there. Says, "Check them out." And it's thanks to Retro
Yeah.
Classics, we were able to review this film tonight.
I put in the link to the Retro Classics channel. So thank you again,
thank you,
Retro
thank you.
Classics, for
Jim put his channel
letting us
in,
do
it
this
looks
stuff.
like. Oiler Greg says, "True pop. Character actors are critical to the feel of the movies. Missing them is hurting the realism in current movies."
It
Let's
is,
see.
right.
Herc says, "I lived at Edwards Air Force Base in California. The Black Widows are very big and very real threat there, even in our house." Nemesis
Oh,
says,
yes.
"That's scary." Nemesis says, "Agreed. They bring such an authenticity to the film."
Talk about
Greg
character
says-
actors,
character
yes.
Yeah. Well, Greg says, "Good reference, Gorilla. McCoy saw a giant rabbit in shore leave."
All right.
Yeah. Herc says, "Character actors like Michael D. Pollard, Brad Dourif,
Dourif, he's
T.D. Walsh,
amazing.
Eddie McClurg." Nope, Hollywood doesn't.
Edie
seem to have
McClurg.
great-
And,
great
yeah,
actors like-
wait, I'll keep that up there for a second. I'm back looking at this. I wanted to mention these. Michael J. Pollard, he was from Bonnie and Clyde, and he was also in Star Trek, the episode Mary, Bonk Bonk on the Head. He was the oldest kid with the curly hair. And Brad Dourif, wasn't Brad Dourif the one upon he did Chucky? He's now doing the voice of Chucky.
He was
from
Chucky.
Child's
He
Play.
was in Alien Resurrection.
Yep.
What else is Brad Dourif's been in a lot of stuff. And I'm blanking on it now. I need a rule of three. Come on, give me a third one.
Yeah,
Pop.
same here. I can't remember either. But and that's sad. Well, the first movie I saw him was a great movie called Ragtime. It was James Cagney's last movie, and Brad Dourif was very, very young in it. J.T. Walsh is a fantastic character actor, and he's still alive. He's in his 90s. I heard that he had a birthday the other day. I was like, what? He's still alive? So, yeah, he's
awesome.
Absolutely good. Right, he plays in a really good movie called Blood Simple by the Coen brothers, one of their early movies. Edie McClurg, I wanted to mention for anybody she did a lot of comedies. For example, she was in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles. She was the ticket attendant lady who was talking about gobble gobble on the phone. And she was also in Ferris Bueller's Day Off, among many things. And right now she's unfortunately suffering from dementia and Alzheimer's. And she's got people taking advantage of her. That old story that we've heard many times, like they did to Stan Lee, unfortunately.
Oh, I met Stanley. He was such a sweetheart. Oh, that's
the man was very right. The man was very, very humble and always spoke to his fans. He was such a good man. He always appreciated his fans. Okay, Gorilla, go ahead, continue. Thank you.
Okay,
thank you for that, Herc.
Oiler Greg says, "I don't want my spiders to see this movie and get ideas." Good list, Herc.
Dude, right? Form an army and take over.
Then Nemesis says, "Haha, have the spiders form an army and take over your place, Oiler Greg."
Right, and I want to mention something that somebody brought up a couple of days ago on the stream. Is Arachnophobia is basically a copy of this movie, a remake. Anybody who has seen Arachnophobia? It's a Steven Spielberg produced movie with the same plot, except the spiders. It's better effects, higher budgeted, but in my opinion, it suffers because it's like it starts out really good and spooky, and then it turns into a cheap comedy with John Goodman, unfortunately, as an exterminator. As soon as he shows up on screen, the movie it goes right off a cliff. And I can't even remember. All I remember is him acting dumb and not liking the movie after he came on screen. I don't even remember the ending of the movie. It just didn't work. I don't know why, but that was my opinion of that particular movie. I do like horror comedies when they're done right, like American Wolf in London, among many others. But Arachnophobia was not one. It didn't mix. The horror and the comedy just didn't mix. Okay. So here we have these two ladies talking. So you have the owner of the inn and the visitor from, I'm guessing, California, probably the Bay Area, the way she's acting, or LA. And of course, you got to have the local town sheriff.
Yeah, Oh, yeah, that is the sheriff. Never mind.
Got to have that. And apparently, I think they're still worried about the quarantine and what's been going on with the animals.
Yeah, because they got county fair in 2 weeks. That's why the mayor's showing up. He doesn't want to make sure.
You got to have, right, that old plot like from Jaws. You got to have that mayor.
Dude, I was just going to say, it's Jaws all over again.
Oh, Jaws, Piranha. I mean, how many movies have that plot, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. It's, Piranha. Oh, that was such a good film.
Yes, it was, right.
Film. Oh, my God.
Right, great Joe Dante. Everything is going to look just fine for this here parade, right?
Yeah, and this made me laugh so hard there.
Oh, my God.
Because she's talking to him, and she goes, she needs to talk to the local veterinarian. And he goes, he's right over there, and Shatner's just trying to hide from her. He goes, well,
hello. There it is.
Yeah.
And William Shatner, I don't know how or why, but he looks natural with that beer in his hand. So I imagine he probably really does drink beer. And that looks like Miller High Life. I'm not
Kirk
really
130
sure.
says Brad Dourif was Wormtongue in Lord of the Rings. And to be honest, man, I've watched that movie 1,000 times, and it never clicked that was Brad Dourif.
Well, he must have been under a lot of makeup, I guess, huh?
No, it looks, as soon as you say it's Brad Dourif, I'm like, oh, of course it's fucking Brad Dourif. There's not a lot of makeup to be put on. It looks just like him. Like, I'm shocked I didn't realize that.
Oh, very cool.
That's just crazy. Yeah, that's neat. I learned something today.
And here it is where she's telling the veterinarian they have a serious problem, but the mayor doesn't like what he's hearing. Especially quarantine, at least not from our preliminary findings. Now, if you excuse me, I've got to get back to town. Goodbye, right? And there he goes. And here's where they're talking about the results that he sent in from that cow. And she's saying that it was a massive dose of venom. And he said, are you trying to tell me that calf died from venom? I'm telling you that the calf was brought down by spider venom.
Yeah, because the spider venom is apparently 5 times more toxic than it normally is.
Yeah, we don't know that. We don't know that yet. They don't know that yet either.
And they don't know that there's so many spiders that they're biting the victim several times rather than just once. So that's why they're probably surprised. They're thinking, well, a spider bite's not going to kill a 200-pound bull. No, but when you get enough spiders to do it, then it'll finally add up. Which, of course, they'll realize here soon enough.
Right, generally speaking, a spider's going to, shake its butt at you, basically. Well, it takes its back legs, and it, it rubs its abdomen and, flings hairs in your face, and they're super irritating and itchy, and they, get it in your
it's funny you mentioned. Yeah, thank you. That's funny you mentioned. I was going to bring that up. Here it is. Contrary to popular belief, the venom of most North American tarantulas is not deadly to humans, causing no more harm than a bee sting, unless, of course, the person is allergic to the venom. The worst injury most of the actors suffered while handling the tarantulas was troublesome itching caused by the spiders shedding their urticating bristles. So that's what you're talking about, right?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Okay, so when the spider does that, is it in a defense or just a natural thing they shed like a dog sheds hair?
No, it's a defense. They will, the hairs will come off naturally as it is because they're meant to come off easily. Uh-huh. So, but no, it's a defense mechanism. They'll they'll turn around, they'll be like, bleh, and shove a bunch of stuff in your face, and they'll try. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna say, I think it's more like a bee sting. You know how when a bee stings you, it leaves a stinger in there? I think it's like that.
Yeah, they've got little barbs, and it gets stuck in your skin and gets stuck to where it is, and it's itching and irritating. And because the spider doesn't really want to bite you, it's gonna rear up, it's gonna make itself look big, and that's why it's got the red underneath its chelicera, the fangs. It's because it's to look intimidating. It's to look big and scary. They don't want us to. We're giants compared to them. They're terrified, absolutely terrified of us.
Oh, yeah, it says here the large amount of tarantulas kept on hand led to some unusual production difficulties. Not only did each one have to be kept warm, but because of the arachnids' cannibalistic tendencies, all 5,000 of them had to be kept in separate containers. Additionally, tarantulas are usually shy around people, so fans and air tubes often had to be used to get them to even move towards their victims. Indeed, in a number of scenes where the tarantulas are quote, attacking people, it is obvious to the viewer that they are actually just moving around, usually away from the intended victim. So they had to kind of
Yeah, there's a
manipulate
lot
the
of scenes
camera.
where like I felt bad for the spiders because like a lot of spiders die in this film, and I'm just like, oh no, like there's
Oh,
certain scenes where it's
yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. That's another thing that part of this. Let's see, where is it? Where is it? In his autobiography, Up Till Now, William Shatner said he found it distressing how many of the tarantulas were killed on the set, remembering hearing them squash as cars drove over them. So that doesn't sound
what
like it'd
happened,
be
Pop?
very
You
good to
cut out
hear.
there for a second.
It says here that William Shatner, uh, in his autobiography, Up Till Now, said that he found it distressing how many of the tarantulas were killed on the set. Remember hearing them squish as cars drove over them.
Well, I mean, okay, respect gained. I'll give Shatner that.
Well, I don't know if it's out of
Yeah,
sympathy
no,
for the
I would.
spiders or just saying, oh, it sounded gross because it probably did sound gross, I guess.
Well, I'm sure. Well, I'm okay. That's fair. Respect retracted. There you go, Pop.
But it could have been respect as far as being an animal lover. Who knows? And another thing that I heard, I don't know
Who
if it's
knows?
true. I heard that tarantulas with their heavy body and their legs aren't that
Yeah,
strong. That if they drop from a high distance, they'll pop
Yeah.
or it kills them. I guess they're not.
yeah, like a
So
water.
so that is true.
Yeah.
Yeah, they pop like a water balloon. Their abdomens do. It's gross.
Okay.
It's
Yeah.
unfortunate.
Hey, Pop, I gotta give you credit on where you paused this at. I gotta give you absolute props for that.
Oh, why is that?
Well, look at her.
Down,
And of
gorilla, down. We will spray you with the hose.
Of course, in modern days, she'd be demanding the manager for some reason. And there's the manager. All he had needed was to get him through the night as a case of fear.
Oh, and then there's
Right.
this couple. I'm not a fan of these people. I mean, the dude's not so bad. He's obviously sleazy in this encounter, but
Right, he's basically trying to come onto her with his wife sitting right there.
right, like I don't mean, hey, they might have an open relationship, no judgment, but it is weird. Like, especially for her, she's just like, William Shatner's been hitting on her. The fucking cop did a little bit. This lady's like, oh, blah blah blah. Have you met the veterinarian? If you're not friends with him, you will be soon. And it's just like,
Right,
oh my god.
right. Your small town
And
people
she's just
aren't
like,
used
can
to
I just
seeing visitors.
right? And she's like, can I just go to my room, please?
Now, am I wrong? But is that a stovepipe coming out of that dresser?
It sure
I don't
looks
know.
like it. There might be a heater behind it.
That's possible. It's not very much room back there, but yeah, it could be a heater. So, knowing what movie this is, I'm sure we all know what we're expecting here eventually.
Hey, I was very, very disappointed in this scene.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What?
Gorilla.
We get to see a nipple for like 2 seconds. What are you talking about?
Exactly, that's where I'm disappointed in, and we barely get to see the damn nipple for 2 seconds.
Well, considering this is
Oh,
a
we're lucky we
YouTube
even
channel,
got to see it.
right? And there's probably no nipple in this version because it's YouTube.
Yeah, see, I watched this off
Well,
TV, off YouTube,
Oh, brutal. Yeah, see, and I mean, it's not like it's super prominent. Like, and once again, another reason to watch the movie, guys, like, or gals, like, everyone watch this movie. This is a fantastic movie.
Yeah, Gorilla, did you go back and watch Death Race 2000?
No, I haven't had a chance yet. I've been really busy. I
Well,
got
good, because you'll see all the boobies that'll make you happy.
yeah, I got about 6 different shows I'm currently got to focus on right now.
Oh,
Well, actually
Okay.
more than that. Let's see, I got Time Cop, Babylon 5, Justified, there, Gilligan's Island,
Wait, what is
Lost in
Justified?
Space.
I haven't heard you say that before.
Lord Runner just started doing it. I don't even know what it's about.
Gotcha. Okay. So here we have, you get out of the shower.
See, I don't.
And we know that.
Well, I mean, yeah. See, like, this is just here we go because she's in contrast to that other lady with the bangs. You see how this lady reacts, and she opens the drawer, and she's like, "Oh, hey, what are you doing in here?"
Right, and
She,
it
like,
does look
picks it up,
believable.
and she's
Right.
like,
So now you see. Right now you see why they had a struggle to find an actress that was comfortable around that spider, because that's not something you could act very easily with.
Here. Now, here's an issue I had with the scene here.
Okay.
They know that a spider's that brought down a 200-pound bull. She found a spider and all that. She should have been able to put two and two together. Maybe this has to do something with why I'm freaking here.
Well, I think maybe, like I said
That's-
earlier, I think she's thinking that they haven't. I don't think they put all the pieces together in her head, but I think that even she knows that it would take a lot of spiders for that to happen. So maybe once that she
Yeah,
sees a bunch of spiders, then she'll start panicking. I don't know. What do you think,
that's a
Nemesis?
valid point. I think both of you guys have a valid point because I didn't think about that because it's just like she does know that like it's a spider, but like once again, it's the end of a long day. She's traveled. She's been through all this nonsense. So, and she's
There
just
the-
like, you know what? Here, she's like, she did something I would do and just let it go outside and be like, "Be on your way, good companion."
Now we're back to the farmer. Oh, and it looks like the dog they let out the night before didn't seem to come back. So I think we can figure out what probably happened to old Jake. And here's where the farmer meets the lady from the big city. And I think they found the dog. Oh, poor Pooch.
Oh, that poor dog that's dead but still breathing somehow. No.
Yeah, I know. A tranquilizer. It would appear this one died the same way the calf did.
Yeah, they did a blood sample.
And now she's telling him that it's not any plague or bacterial infection, so it's not black leg like he thought. And now they're talking about the venom again. And that's where she's explaining, well, one spider is not enough to kill anything.
Right, and like the whole reason everyone is skeptical, and even she's kind of like, this is weird, is because, as you said with the little science fact earlier, spiders don't form colonies. Tarantulas don't do that. They're cannibalistic. They'll eat each other. They're not a communal species. So it's like that might also be referring to the last scene where it's just like where she let the spider go. It's because it's like, oh, like generally speaking, like the ringed tarantula there is not. It's not a group animal. It's not a social animal. So she just let it go, not thinking that what we're about to. Well, anyways.
Yeah, that's why they're surprised when this farmer tells them that there's a hill with a bunch of spiders. That's what he's basically thinking. Well, why are they all hanging out together?
Yeah, the spider hill, and they're like, what? And then what we can't tell here, but there we go. She's taking pictures of the spiders, and it's a great little bit of cinematography there, where it's just some special effects and really nice.
And I remember years ago when I saw a little behind the scenes of this movie, and sometimes in some scenes they had the spiders, in order to keep them from attacking each other, they had them in clear domes, so the domes would not show up on camera, but it would look like they were close to each other.
Oh, that makes perfect sense. I follow a channel called Exotic's Lair, and he has tons of tarantulas. It's really helped with my arachnophobia because I'm like, well, I don't have arachnophobia per se, but I'm not a big fan of spiders. It's not like I seek them out, but it's really gave me an appreciation for them as just, an essential part of the environment. They're living creatures. They have their own sense
Right.
of beauty.
They're part of the ecological system. I do understand that. I think the only we don't need are
Right.
mosquitoes.
And I mean, oh my God. Yeah, well, and even still, mosquitoes are necessary because once again, it's only the females that suck blood. Male mosquitoes drink nectar from flowers. The female mosquitoes need the iron from blood to fertilize or to help their eggs grow.
But how would it help? How would it hurt the ecology without mosquitoes? What would go wrong?
Oh, well, a lot of insects and animals rely on it. It's a tiered effect, right? Like all the insects that rely on eating the mosquitoes would have to
Well, I
find
guess
other
that's
food
true.
sources, and a lot of those would die
Okay.
off,
So,
and
yeah,
then
you're right.
really sick.
Like bats and stuff like that. So that's right. You're okay. As
Exactly.
food, that's right. That's right. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I remember when I was a kid, I was thinking bees. I got stung by a bee. I was thinking, what the hell we got bees for? Kill all bees. And it's like you get older, you realize no, because they pollinate. Without bees, we wouldn't have food.
Oh, dude, yeah, right. Like my sister has instilled a fear of any flying insects into my nieces and nephews, and it's terrible. I'm like, oh my God, like wasps and hornets and all those are awful, but bees are so important, and it's just,
All right, let's catch up on chat here. We got like 6 of them.
Thank you, Gorilla.
Euler says the spiders are at the edges of their webs. They seem very interested in this movie. Bad Side says, bring on the slow woman for Gorilla Pop. Perhaps they are Shatner fans. Carrot nipples for Gorilla. Euler says the spiders like her. Euler says, my spiders are waving their arms in anticipation. Euler says, I welcome our spider overlords. Nemesis, haha, I can't blame your spiders. Euler says they have good taste. The Nemesis is laughing. All right, that's all of them.
Ooh, that's interesting. The lady, the wife of the farmer, because we know the farmer is played by Woody Strode. The wife of the farmer is Altavice Davis. She was the wife of Sammy Davis Jr. I did not know that.
oh, cool.
So very interesting. Yeah, that's an interesting bit of a trivia. And also, by the way, if you guys, there's another way of checking out this movie. It was also covered on MST 3000 and Rip Tracks.
Oh, nice.
So if you're a fan of those and you want to watch it through a different lens, that's another option. And apparently William Shatner originally turned down this movie because of the spiders. He had no interest in it. But the director showed up at his house and personally talked him into it. So that's why he is here. So that's why we're watching him. Yeah. And this was in between Star Trek, so he needed the money. There was a point in between Star Trek, between TOS and the motion picture, where he was living out of a motorhome. So,
well, he had that up.
Yeah, they sure do, don't they? And he had kids he had to support. Yeah, and I think that is her. That's his wife in real life at the time this movie was made. It looks like they have some sort of chemistry. I have a feeling the only reason why she's in this. Yeah, I have a feeling the only reason why she's in this movie is because of him, probably. Because honestly, I don't know. I don't think she's done a lot of other things. It definitely looks like Arizona.
Here's the scene I have a real issue with. I don't like it. I don't like this scene at all, where they fucking runs her off the road, and she's like, oh my God, okay, here we go. They're in the middle of nowhere. And he's all like, blah, 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 look at how charming and suave I am. And then she's like, yeah, whatever. So he's like, well, let's go for dinner. And he's like, no. And so he picks her up, puts her not in the driver's seat, in her own car, jumps in her car, and she's like, no, this isn't happening. And he's like, whatever, buckle up, sweetheart. And it fucking kidnaps her in her own car. And he's painted as a good guy. This is a good fucking thing, right? Like, and I am just capped.
Hey, it's that Southern charm.
That's Southern charm. Oh my God.
Yeah, with modern culture, I guess things have slightly changed, so right?
Yeah. No,
Dude, put
my
yourself in her shoes. Like
yeah.
some dude comes, picks you up, throws you in your own car, and drives it. Like just jumps in your car and drives off with you in the middle of nowhere. How are you going to react?
After you tell them no.
Several times.
Oh,
This isn't
and,
the first time. He's like, well, yeah.
yeah. Remind me to send you the story from the TV show Sex Sent Me to the Slammer that you'll get a real kick out of it. It's just along these lines here. I'll have to send it to you for the boy. The the girlfriend has some kind of weird fantasy and all that. So the boy, the guy ties her up, throws her in the back of the car, takes her around town, buying her flowers, all this stuff here. Here he is talking trash to her, and then people are calling the cops here. They said they had like 24 cops out looking for this guy here. They spent like 20 hours of that looking for him, or man hours looking for him. They finally catch up to him just to find out it was a Valentine's date.
What's the name of the show?
Sex Sent Me to the Slammer.
That's a TV show?
Yeah, they got 20
That
days.
was a reality show.
Oh, okay. And here's just explaining more about the spiders. And he tried to put on that old William Shatner charm.
Oh, dude, right? He's like, oh, I've just kidnapped this girl. And he's just like, oh, blah, blah, blah. I don't think your spider theory is very good, blah, blah, blah. And then he's just like,
Right.
then he's like, oh, yeah, by the way, that girl that I was seeing was my niece, and I look after them, and blah. And he's like totally gaslighting her, right? In my eyes. Like, I'm doing this from a completely different lens from most people, because I'm just like, this is fucked up.
Things have definitely changed in the 1970s.
Oh, they certainly have. Oh, Deej Odyssey. Good to see you. Welcome.
Hey,
welcome.
Deej, how's it going?
Hey, Deej, good to see you there, sir. This kind of reminds me of the scene
He's
from
all right
Star
there.
Trek 4. Sorry, go ahead.
No. You go. Go ahead. I was just gonna.
Well,
say,
no, that's all I had to
this
say.
is where he's
That's
talking
all-
about the daughter.
Yeah, that's all I had to say. It reminds you of a scene from Star Trek 4 where he's having pizza and beer. That's all.
Pizza and beer.
Spider-Man? I doubt he says Spider-Man.
It does say Spider-Man. Die, Spider-Man! And then it says aggressive towards lifestyle. Yeah, so they're explaining, now that I've had my hate rant about how messed up this previous scene was, they're discussing the spiders. And, they're like, okay, well, one spider couldn't do this, and, but several spiders could. But why would the spiders be acting aggressive towards livestock and in general? And so the lady is theorizing that because of the use of DDT and DEET and whatnot, that the spiders have had to become more aggressive towards finding different sources of food. And they've essentially almost made a hive mind, which is why they've got the spider hill. This is something that they haven't seen before. They're acting completely differently, and they've migrated south due to lack of food. Mankind using pesticides and whatnot, which will play a bigger part later in the movie, where they're like, she brings it up several times, where she's like, hey, spiders, especially the big ones, are extremely resistant to poison. Oh, we missed a scene here where William Shatner leans in and tries to sniff her hair, and then he tries to sneak a kiss in her, and another scene.
Oh, so he pulled the Biden, huh? He pulled the Biden, huh?
Fuck yeah, dude! He needs to and she caught him right there. Look at that look. She's just like, really?
Excuse me.
Oh.
And of course he says, "Oh, come on, you know you like it."
Of course, right? It's just and
right.
he's just these are the most incredible things, and she's still trying to focus on the spiders.
Right, and he's focusing on her, right?
Oh.
Here's where she's talking about they don't colonize usually; that they just kill each other.
Hmm.
I wish
Exactly.
ants would do that. Damn it, ants are just a pain in the butt.
Like cancer bees do. And then she makes the comment about maybe, or he tries to sneak a kiss when he's like, well, maybe they found love. And she's just like, God damn it.
No.
And this is where she pulls out the spider from the farm and she's getting a venom sample.
Yeah. Where's the spray bottle when you need it?
Oh, dude, right? Like mace, maybe. Like, back off, dude. Like, and it's funny because this is, generally speaking, has a milk with quotation marks. The venom for animals is they'll get the animal to bite a cup and they'll get it to pulpate and get as much venom out as they can.
Yeah, I've seen him do
And
it
this
with
is where they
snakes.
figure out. Oh, go ahead.
I've seen him do it with snakes too.
Yeah, totally. Snakes, spiders. I don't think scorpions. Maybe.
Yeah, they'll
Yeah,
do it with
it would have.
Because don't they use venom to make anti-venom or whatever it's called, right?
That is correct. You're correct, Pop. Right, it's funny. She may, well, it's not funny. She's like, I've made a call to like the local paper, and she's like asking about like missing cats and dogs, and she said that there's been over, I think it was 30 instances of missing animals they reported.
Well, see,
So
look at
we
that.
know
All that pervy action
Right?
finally paid off.
That Stockholm syndrome is kicking in. It's just like, fuck.
All
Well,
right.
hey, man. At this point, it's like, shit, if I don't give in, he's probably just going to take it whether I want it or not. Like,
Right.
And this was William Shatner's final acting gig as he gets Me Too'd.
oh,
Right.
dude. And then
Yeah, I
the
don't
little
think he-
spider's like, I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Right. Yeah, I don't think he would have survived the Me Too generation.
No, he wouldn't have. And it's never been, when I think it's never stated how many bites it takes to kill a person from these spiders. Because it seems to be.
Okay, so they're not saying that. Okay, 'cause like I said, I didn't get a chance to watch this in many years. So they're not saying that the spiders are any more venomous than normal. They're just saying that they're killing people by the amount of spiders, right? By a lot of bites, or are they saying the venom is also more powerful?
The venom is 5 times more toxic than normal.
Gotcha.
Exactly. And the spiders are acting
aggressive,
more unified than normal. Like not only more aggressive, but they're it's like there's a hive mind to them almost.
Right. They're banding together.
Yeah.
They're Borgified.
Well, yeah, like, and there will be a scene coming up later where one of the dudes is like, dude, like I was just out there and they were all sitting in groups just watching me. Like they didn't attack him. They weren't just like blah, blah, blah. So there's a lot of implications that they can't show due to the limitations of using live real tarantulas that obviously can't be trained. But they're like, yeah, it's almost like the spiders are smarter than normal.
Well, and this is the scene that really now they know for sure what's going on because they see all these spiders covering this calf.
Yeah, this bull just went ape shit because the spiders all attacked it because they're eating it.
Yes.
Eating with quotation marks. And so they're like, oh my God, like. And meanwhile, this is causing great distress to the cattle ranchers here, right? Because, as they said, this has been 7 years, and now our bull's dead. It took 2 years to try and breed that calf, and it's dead. And like they're scared they're gonna get quarantined, and now they're like, all right, well,
yeah.
He's like, fuck it, I'm burning this shit down.
All right, I can tell you from experience there that they did that gas that he's pouring on there, as much gas in a small area as he's pouring it into, that would have made a huge explosion bigger than that.
Oh, okay. How do you know that, Gorilla?
I know. Trust me on that one.
Oh, somebody's got some first-hand experience.
Oh yeah, my neighbors ripped me a new one. My neighbors ripped me a new one.
Oh dear.
I have a cousin, foolishly, very foolishly, his name is Daniel, but foolishly decided to pour diesel on a campfire to get warmer.
Oh God.
And of course, the flames followed all the way up the stream. The can burned his arm and some of his fingers off. Up to his neck, in fact. Yeah, and he lost a few fingers. So yeah,
well,
don't do that, kids.
Well, freaking stop, drop, and roll's a bunch of bullshit. Trust me on that one.
Yeah, okay, so this is an important scene. Sorry to Gorilla, just to quickly interrupt, or if you want to pause it here, Pops.
Sure, I'll pause it here.
All right, go ahead, Gorilla.
Because I was gonna say I was starting a fire there, and I accidentally spilled some gas on my freaking pants there, and went to go light the freaking campfire there, and I didn't realize I spilled the gas on my pants until the flames shot out. My pants caught on fire there. I should have gone with my first instinct and just start fucking stripping there in the fucking backyard, but no, I stopped. I listened to my fire department, stopped and rocked and rolled. But the flames just got freaking bigger and bigger as I was fucking rolling and shit. Then I started fucking stripping in the fucking backyard there. And it turns out the neighbors were sitting there fucking watching me. But no,
I knew it. That's what I was waiting for. I'm sure you had quite the audience, right?
So I had a fucking huge ass burn on my fucking leg there that I ended up going to the hospital for about 4 days later. But no.
4 days later.
Yeah,
Jesus, Gorilla.
Well, I just wrapped it up pretty good and put some antibacterial on it. But then I decided I better go in the hospital there, and they gave me some burn cream and all that stuff. They're actually impressed how clean I kept it. But the only thing that came out of that is the neighbor girl started talking to me more.
So hey, there's that.
Next time. Wow, I hadn't realized that. Maybe I need to give it a try. I need to step up my game.
Oh man! Just be careful what part of the pants you're setting on fire. You know, you need certain parts of your game to remain intact.
Yeah, and that says a lot about what turns her on too, I guess, huh?
Hey, I mean, who knows? Gorilla might be the sexiest gorilla we know.
Yeah, whatever works. Yeah.
Totally. So we're showing here that Buddy has lit the mound on fire, which is kind of dumb because they're just literally lighting the topsoil on fire and killing the ones on top. But what we missed is that it shows all the spiders
shattering, right?
leaving. Yeah, right, they're going out through the hole. Yeah.
Oh my God. Here's another thing too. This is the 70s. So that little girl there, heads up everybody, she's not the secret to everything in this whole movie. She does not solve the day, and she's not mentally linked with telepathy to the spiders. Isn't that wonderful and refreshing?
Well, I
think this poor little girl got traumatized throughout this entire movie, man. Like,
they're actually
the fear in her eyes was like genuine.
Yeah, no, I got an issue with the directors with this little girl here they had earlier.
What is that?
Oh, what? With like her running around in her panties and whatnot? Yeah.
Well, no, they had her in her dress. Okay, before you guys chew my heads off on this, I know that this was this, and they were probably not thinking on this, and that. But later on throughout this movie, they're constantly picking her up and moving her, grabbing her. But every time they picked her up, her dress rode up halfway up. And you get you're seeing her in her fucking underwear and all that. They should have had her in like jeans and overalls. And I know that perfect example right there. There's two women there in jeans already. They should have had the girl in like jeans and overalls. For if they're going to be constantly picking up a kid and moving them, have them in something that's not going to freaking ride up and give the whole world a show.
Well, those look like shorts on her. That's not a dress, is it?
Well, it's later on in the show. You'll see.
Okay.
I'll point it out.
Okay.
Hi, Canadian
that-
Spider-Man. Good to see you.
Hey,
Hey,
Spidey,
BBP.
good to
Good
see you.
too.
Yeah,
There's
Yeah,
Oh my
Spidey.
God, yes.
yeah, it happens in several scenes. So Nemesis, you get what I'm saying on that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
do.
but I
Yeah,
like
there was plenty of scenes where it was just, and you know what? I don't think it was planned. This is just the '70s and how it
Yeah.
was. Like,
Yeah,
So,
but
and what-
but like, I mean, we could get into that. That's a whole nother topic for a whole nother video.
yeah.
But yeah,
back then they were willing to take chances. They would show a movie with kids in danger. They won't do that anymore, which
Yeah.
is why, like the horrible, terrible, shitty Jurassic World movies. My God, I can't believe how bad those things are.
Yeah.
As soon as a
Well-
kid pops
well,
on the
and-
screen, he's like, "Okay, everybody, everything's gonna be fine. Don't worry, nobody's gonna be in any danger." Oh,
Well, the
God,
kids
they're
in danger
Well,
is
it's
horrible.
not the
hard
part that bothered
too.
me.
What's that?
well, go ahead, guys.
No, all I was saying is that's not the part that bothered me.
I think that's PvP. Is that PvP?
Yeah, finally.
Come on.
I didn't notice that you'd pinned the.
Hey,
chat of it.
PvP.
Hi
Hey,
guys.
PvP.
Hi, Nemesis. Hi, Gorilla. Yeah, I didn't notice that.
Good to see you,
pinned the
PvP.
link. Yeah, well, better late than never, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. I guess now that you mentioned it, I guess I forgot to put the link in the Twitter, but yeah, it's on the link in the
when
chat.
I went to Twitter, I logged in on my Twitter, and when I clicked on the link there, it just took me to the stream. Right, it didn't take me
Yeah.
over to StreamYard. So
Yeah, I was so busy I forgot to post it in Twitter. So sorry
yeah.
about
Oh
that.
well, no big deal.
But we're about halfway through PvP.
That's not
Yeah.
too bad then, because you
Well,
guys You guys started over an hour and a half ago. It looks like on
Well,
the
yeah,
YouTube.
we started about 20 minutes late because we were just talking about seafood and
Oh,
eating
okay.
eating crabs and stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
Marine
All right.
spiders.
Let's catch up on the chat. There's quite a bit of it here.
Go for it.
All right, Canadian Spider-Man. We addressed this one. Her jazz rolls halfway up. Says nice at Pop. Canadian says nice at Pop Culture Curator. Pleasant Valley
Thank you,
Pickers
Spidey.
asking for the link. Canadian says go Greg. Hi, ale to you, eh? T Johnson, good to see you, buddy. Nemesis of Eden. We keep running into each other, eh?
We do, eh? We said
Yeah.
it sure is
It's good
weird,
to
eh?
see you too, Canadian Spider-Man. Good to
Very
see you.
cool.
And
Very
Nemesis,
cool.
we do seem to keep running into each other. All right, so I need the clarification here. Who's stalking who?
Well, I mean, it's a little hard. He's down in Mexico, and I am not down in Mexico at all. I am up in the way up north on the sunny beaches of Canada.
Oh, you're Canadian?
I am Canadian.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Hey, man, I'm not. I'm very happy to be Canadian.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't live anywhere else. To be quite honest.
Right?
I
PvP
would.
gets it.
I would. I would get out of America and never come back.
Come to Canada.
Yeah, yeah. You could probably.
No,
you could
no,
probably
you
come
guys
up.
have Trudeau there. No, I want to get away from the Democrats and liberals. No, no.
Oh,
because you
he
guys
might
are
be on his
almost
way
as-
out. Here's hoping.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Well, yeah, but they're not getting rid of the Democratic Party. You're going to get another one I mean, we're all old enough to know that you're not getting rid of the political party. You're just getting rid of the puppet at the top. And like a hydra, they'll grow another head.
Well,
So
maybe
I
Canada,
want to get away from. I want to get away
Maybe
from the
can't-
politics altogether, as far away as possible.
maybe Canada is
Space.
what it used to be, but neither are a lot of places. So I think.
Well,
it's
I'm
still
sure
pretty good.
Canada's not as bad as America, but I don't.
I think it's.
I
I,
want.
don't know.
I want to get away
Personally,
from politics.
I mean, other than inflation, I don't see any major issues. Personally, that I've
Yeah.
encountered. So,
No,
You know,
Canada's
if
great.
I had a way, if I had a way of doing it, in my personal preference, I would want to go to like Portugal, some small island
Yeah.
somewhere.
that'd be different. Well, Portugal's not an island, though.
Hey,
Well, it's a set of islands. There's so some of them are islands that are cut off.
Hey.
Isn't
Wouldn't
Portugal
that
next
be
to
an
Spain?
archipelago?
It's next to
Hey.
Spain, is it not?
hey,
Oh, I can look it on the
Pop
map.
Culture. I got the
Yes.
perfect place for you. You gotta go to the Pitcairn Islands. They're 3,200 miles from the nearest landmass for you.
No,
Oh my
that's a
God,
little
that's too
far out.
far. That's so far.
Yeah, I need my beer's got to be a little closer.
Gogly! Good to see you,
Hey,
buddy.
you can craft your own. You can craft
There's
your own.
Gogly.
Ales Gogly, good to see you.
Hey, Skogly.
And PvP, a little bit of trivia. in this movie here, Kingdom of the Spiders, the still we're looking at is a farmer and his wife. You got that?
Yeah, I noticed that when I watched the movie last night.
Okay, that lady playing the wife was Sammy Davis Jr.'s wife.
Oh, really?
Uh-huh.
Oh, cool. I never realized that.
Yep, I didn't know until I was looking it up tonight. But yeah, I thought that was very cool too. So
Yeah, that's awesome. She was pretty good in the movie too.
yes, she was.
She was
And
great.
it's great, right? And they made her look very homely the way she's dressed because obviously being Sammy Davis's wife, I'm sure she was very extravagant in real life and probably
Eh,
really fancy looking.
Dude, you can like she's a very good looking gal. Like
yeah, I thought she was a good looking girl.
too, for sure. Right? Like
Of course, I guess most of the women in here in the movie were actually decent looking. I mean, Shatner was doing a lot of flirting in this one.
Yeah, we were
we
kind
already-
of, yeah.
I mean, oh yeah, there's a couple in here. Like
Yeah, we've already
Right.
discussed
weren't the
he'll be Me
greatest,
Too'd.
but
Yeah, we already discussed he'll be Me Too'd.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, he would be these days, I guess. Yeah, I think he
And
was
of
still
course-
kind of. He still seemed to be kind of like remembering his Captain Kirk days
Well,
when I
he always,
watched it.
right, well, he always
kept
acts
thinking
like
of Kirk.
Captain Kirk. Right,
Yeah.
he's got that swagger. He always acts like that.
Oh, it was hilarious. Yeah, I laughed a lot watching that. That was
And a
funny.
little bit of background info, PvP is he was actually flirting with that blonde lady on the right during the filming of this movie,
Really?
even though his wife at the time is in this movie.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so I'll point her out when they show her.
Okay.
And of course,
they did
inside,
They
ahead.
did have good chemistry on screen, though. I thought.
Oh,
yeah.
so that's why you got divorced?
well, he's been divorced a few times. So of course, being a horror movie, it's like, okay, we've got a spider invasion en masse, so let's go camping.
Yeah,
Let's have a
that's what I
picnic.
thought. Yeah, let the little kid take the blanket. Go sit on the ground so the spiders can attack her.
Right.
And it's like, yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Right, and if you see anything scary or if you get attacked by spiders, just send them smoke signals.
well, at this point they don't realize that, right? Like they think they've destroyed the hill. There's only the one. They're like, we better destroy it now. So they think they're free and clear.
Right.
Yeah, I suppose that's okay, good point.
That's true. You got to have that in a horror movie, right? You can't have the big reveal too early.
Well, the thing is,
Right? Oh, and here we go. Oh, this is a beautiful scene where you see the spiders crawling in from the side and like
geez.
I thought there's just a one.
there we are.
Ooh.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's creepy.
wait, where am I seeing spiders? Because I thought, okay, never mind. There was multiple spiders. I just remember the
There were
one coming
two.
out.
Right there.
I just remember
There he is.
the
There's one on
coming
his
out of
shoulder
the-
and one on his back.
Yeah, I just remember
Right.
the one coming out of the visor.
Right, and it's funny because you can see him catch the spider and like try to like keep it safe, but also be like, "Oh my god, bro, it's eating me!" And it's fucking hilarious.
But that would be me. But I wouldn't be trying to. I would be panicking. I wouldn't be trying to keep it safe. I'd be trying to kill it. But that's me.
Well, like once again, all of those spiders are at least $100. I'm sure if you squashed one or whatever, you probably had to pay the handling fee.
They must have actually
Possible.
killed a lot of them in the movie, though, because later on, I'm sure
They
there was
do.
plenty of them getting squashed.
Yeah. William
Squashed
Shatner.
and boiled and
Yeah.
burned and chemicaled and
Yeah.
Yeah.
stepped on. Yeah,
Yeah,
it was
got-
brutal.
he
I
beat
feel
me
so
nasty.
bad for him.
Yeah.
Right.
got pretty
PvP.
nasty.
William Shatner mentioned in his autobiography that the sound was sickening. The cars running over them.
Yuck. Yuck. That sounds pretty nasty, all right.
That's why the little girl's like, "Oh, we're gonna go camping." So stay over there, kid. Over there. Over where that tree looks like a nice, safe place. I mean, Arizona's got to at least have snakes too. You would think.
Oh,
Yeah,
for sure. There'd be
I would think
snakes
so.
and fucking all kinds of wildlife.
Probably scorpions, too, maybe.
Right?
You
And
know,
it's the little ones
even-
you got to worry about.
Right, and the audience is exactly what the audience is focusing on in this movie is that little girl, not William Shatner and this lady.
Mm.
We're all
Well, of
waiting for
course.
the
And
inevitable
the
moment, right?
only character I care about is the little girl and the blonde lady. Those are the only ones I want to have make it out alive out of this entire movie.
God.
And the horses,
Yeah.
once again, being horses, since something is up.
Yeah, the horse is smarter
They
than
know.
they are. Like, what are these people doing? Right? Look on the
Well,
horse's
they
face.
a
It was
horse
done
will
very-
sense a snake or spiders. I'm not sure if they can smell them or they can feel them. But
Or hear
horses
them,
will always get. They're more perceptible than us, so
Right.
they'll get freaked out
Yeah,
by
I thought
anything. So if you want to
whoever
what?
was like the horse wrangler or whatever, they did a good job getting the horse to react.
They did.
You know,
Yes,
and it's
they
same with the
did.
cattle at the start. I mean, the cattle looked really frightened too. Like it was very good, very well done.
Yeah, like it's
Give you a
a
little bit of
lot of
fear.
this. There's a lot of genuine fear in this movie, like the little
Yeah,
girl, the animals.
definitely. Well, this is a
This
creepy
is
scene right
Oh,
here.
beautiful, beautiful shot. Once again,
Nice
cinematography here
tracking
is just
tracking
awesome.
shot. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, this is
Oh,
back in the days where they actually used to bother with having suspense. Everything didn't have to come at 100 miles a second with a bunch of jump scares. I hate those
Yeah.
movies.
Yeah, jump scares,
Alright.
jump cuts, jump this.
Go ahead,
jump
Gorilla.
that.
All right, we got a lot of chat here.
Go for it. Thank you, Gorilla.
Go for
All
it.
right, Skogley says Canada's mostly a paradise.
It sure is.
Nemesis,
Yeah,
you got this one?
Pretty nice here.
I don't know.
Oh
the
man,
song.
no, I don't. Great White North theme playing. No, I don't have this one. Sorry, bro.
Yeah. All right, Canada says, other than the basic lack of rights and freedoms, well, all right,
rights and freedoms.
Skogley Jodo. Oh, and the inflation. Oh, and the weather.
Well, everybody's got inflation, it seems these days.
Yeah.
Oh, they
Oh
do.
yeah,
Hello,
everyone's got.
I think our prices are better here. Like I bought eggs last time for like $2.99.
Oh, F you too.
They're on sale, of course, but
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, how
No,
much?
I know you.
What's
I know you,
what's the
man.
value of the What's the value of the Canadian dollar versus the American dollar?
Probably around 60 cents.
I can look it up.
Okay.
I mean,
can
it
look up
fluctuates.
here.
It changes every day with the currency exchange, right,
Yeah.
Bob?
Well, Herc says, forget
Right.
to say hi to Captain Infinity.
Never
Let's all
forget to
move
say
to
hello to Captain
Portugal.
Infinity.
Euler wants us all to move to Portugal.
Exactly.
And then I had to learn Portuguese. Canadian Spider-Man says, hey there, Herc. Skolga says, does he do the double fist punch to someone's middle back?
All right.
Yeah.
Captain Kirk's famous double fist punch.
Well, they do that throughout all Star Trek. They always bunch up their hands and then punch. Like, I never understood that. Canadian Spider-Man says, oh, Greg, love Portugal, one of my favorite countries.
Absolutely.
Euler Greg says, I'm happy in my Houston fort.
There you go.
Euler says, cool, Spidey. Nemesis, no, the spiders do that to him, says Goldie Jeff.
That's right. The spiders do the double fist to
Lemon
Shatner's
says-
back.
Lemon says, sorry you had to step away a bit. That's all right, Lemon. I forgot.
fine.
You're scurvy preventer now. I hear Pinker says scurvy preventer. It's no laughs, okay. Skogley's giving us the lemon. Euler says nice truck. Skogley something. Hello to you, lemon pie, says Canadian. Canadian Spider-Man waves. Euler Greg says hashtag Spider Lives Matter.
They sure do.
Captain Infinity says, I hear the picker. Skogley says, I say about 60 cents.
Yeah, that's what I
60 cents
guess.
per
Lemon
dollar.
Pie says, picker has defeated inflation per eggnog.
Yes, I certainly did.
All right. 4 cents right now.
$1.29.
That's not
Yeah, that
bad.
was a good deal. That was a good
That's
deal.
the way to do it.
Oh,
And it's still in the freezer.
Skogley answered my questions right now. Hey, it's 74 cents now.
It
I
does
take-
fluctuate.
Jill, welcome, Anti-Derivative Jill. Welcome.
Hey, anti-derivative
Spider Shatner movie.
Jill.
How's
Good to
it
see you.
going? Well,
Hello,
we're
Jill.
doing-
Good to see you.
Well,
Yeah.
me and Nemesis have basically shouted out our real big gripes on this movie so far.
Yeah, we have. Please make
Yeah.
sure and watch.
Those eggnog, Captain says those eggnog prices are insane.
Not when I bought it.
Little Jill, little
You bought
pie.
it when you're smart about it.
It was
Hail
$8 the week before, and I got it for $1.29.
Yeah,
Nice.
You were smart
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah,
Clearance.
Canadian.
Clearance, man. Clearance.
Yeah,
Gotta
Canadian
love
says
it.
hail. Canadian says hail to my friend Jill. Captain Infinity, glad to see you again, says Canadian. All right,
Very
now we're
cool.
all caught up.
Thank you
That's
for
a lot.
joining
Good to
us,
have you
Jill.
here,
Good to see
Canadian
you.
Spider-Man.
So I wonder, did Jill
And you
Jill
guys-
watch this? I wonder
That I
if she's
don't
seen
know.
this movie.
What'd
Because
you
it's a
say?
good one. I say, I wonder if Jill watched Kingdom of the Spiders.
I don't know, Jill.
Yeah.
Have you seen this?
Yeah, Jill.
No.
Yeah,
she-
Jill.
no, she
Let us
said.
know in the chat. Oh no. Okay. Well,
Jill
then,
says no.
Jill, I highly recommend it. It's a great movie, especially if you
Definitely
love.
worth a watch.
Right. If you want to see Captain Kirk go against spiders.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
Right. And here he plays a vet.
Sorry, wrong music.
We got the suspense building. Oh, is that what you're talking about, Gorilla?
No. It's a lot worse.
It gets worse than that.
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does. Yeah, it does. You're just like, oh, that's a odd stylistic
did you
choice.
guys catch it? Oh, you did catch it right here. They were in the pail.
Yeah. Yeah, it was in the pail. She would have brought that home with them.
Well,
But
told
she
her to
dumped
dump
it out, so
Okay, gotcha.
saved by fate.
Boy, look at those old cars.
Scogli says the cinematography in the opening sequences stood out as exceptional. And yes, they did, Scogli.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Right. It definitely makes it look more expensive than the budget actually was. So that always
Actually,
helps when they have a good
yeah.
cinematographer.
Hey,
Yeah,
sorry, keep going.
This scene actually looks really great here too. Like it's really
Yeah.
nice composition. Like it's well shot.
Yeah.
Oh,
With
dude,
this
the
scene-
clouds look gorgeous. It's
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, with this scene here, it really shows the small town in there. Because if this town was a bigger town, he would not have been able to just drive up like that. And then not only that, help the sheriff go down to get him out of the truck.
No, they'd have it all roped off, and they'd have it taped off, and a crime scene,
Yeah.
and on and on and on.
This shows how small the town it is.
Yeah, this is something that my town would have done. Like, for sure. They'd be like, oh, shit, no, that's Bill. Let's go down and help him. Like,
Okay, so this is the point where they found the farmer's truck, which ran off the road. And there it is.
Yeah.
I can't believe they did that to that beautiful truck, flip it on its side.
I will mention the movie head did not have budget for stuntmen, so everything you see in this movie are the actual actors.
Yeah. Now, I got a
ahead,
question
Gorilla.
here. Does that truck
Yes.
look a little small compared to Shatner?
I think it looks normal. I can picture him sitting in the cab. Or
I
you
think
think it
it's
might
just
be
a weird angle. I think is kind of fooling us a bit, maybe.
Okay, maybe trucks were a lot smaller back then too. Or
Yeah,
that
they
truck.
were. Oh yeah, that looks like a '50s truck to me, actually. So
Yeah, it was
They
an old
were-
classic.
yeah, they were a
Yeah,
lot
that's-
smaller.
Okay. So just be.
Oh, this is a tough scene.
And yeah, this is where the sheriff has to go give her the bad news, unfortunately.
Yeah, that'd be the worst part of the job, really.
Yeah.
Giving people the bad news.
This scene kind of reminded me of the scene in We Were Soldiers when the one wife just took it upon herself to deliver the telegrams, when they did telegrams to tell you your husband's not coming home, and she went to drop the one off. It goes, "Oh my God, you got yours." He goes, "No." Then she kept denying it, thinking she's not getting the telegram. That's what this reminded me. She just kept thinking it was quarantine.
What is this?
Couldn't break it till that was in We Were Soldiers, or We Are.
yeah, that was
Gotcha.
the mom militia that went on. And can you imagine just seeing that squad coming up to your door and knowing what's about to fucking happen? Oh my God.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's what people used to
Yeah.
do when their sons were serving in the military or their kids. They were
Yeah.
dreading when they see the military pull up.
Oh, they hired a taxi company in the movie.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about the American military.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No,
So this is where the sheriff goes to inform the farmer's wife, and he says that he's got some bad news. And unfortunately, the first thing she thinks is you're going to quarantine this armchair. And he's like, "No, it's worse than that." And she even says it'll kill Colby if you do that.
Oh, dude,
The
you can
Rangers
just like
always
you can see. Oh, there we go. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just like now. Okay, now this is an important scene if we can get it clearly because I was talking right here. Stop it right here, Bob. I was mentioning how the spiders are smarter and they're like acting in groups. Here's a spider who's literally watching this whole scene unfold. It knows that its brothers have killed his family. and then it starts to crawl towards the house.
Yes. And they also know that she's alone because they killed the dog and now the husband's dead.
Yes.
Yeah,
Right?
that's one thing that bugged me about the movie is like, wouldn't she have wanted to move to a safer location at this point?
Well, she just
Well,
thinks her
she's
husband died in a
grief-stricken.
car crash. She doesn't know. She doesn't know that it's about it because
Yeah,
of the spiders.
but didn't the sheriff tell her like? Because I mean, when we saw him in the truck, he was pretty well covered in spider webs and stuff, right?
He was cocooned in a spider web
Yeah,
as a meal.
exactly. Yeah. So, I mean, wouldn't the sheriff
I don't
have
know. Maybe
told her? Like,
would you have told her
or,
that
well, maybe
if you
he
were the
wouldn't have
sheriff?
told her, but he
Or-
should have
or-
still. He
but
should
you
have
could
still
have-
recommended. He should have still said, "Look, you're not safe alone out here. You should come to a more secure location.
Yep.
Until we find out what's going on.
Right.
Because there's been a lot of unusual, deaths lately. So something's going on."
And it looks like
Well,
that
they
house
tried
is
to get her to
leaves-
move though. She was like, "No, we're staying here. This is our home."
Yeah, big mistake.
Well, of course it is. Hindsight being foresight, everyone would have lived. We would have known how to deal with the spiders, and there wouldn't be a movie.
Oh yeah,
Oh, dude.
and people-
We'll see what happened, what state of mind she's in later when she fucking. We'll get there. We'll get to that scene, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
a practical effect.
I remember that scene.
Right?
People do
Okay,
that.
good.
People do that in real life. We've had people perish in wildfires
Yeah,
because they say,
in
"No, you need to
denial.
evacuate," and they're like, "Right, I'm not going to leave my home." So it really
Yeah,
does
they're in
happen.
denial. Yeah.
Yeah, and I get it. This is my land, and it's just like stubbornness. As someone who's exceptionally stubborn, ask Gogli. He can vouch. Yeah, I can see it. I understand the mentality. Oddly enough,
And the cartoonish
Fortunately,
looking, it looks like the the operator looks like a man. I'm not quite sure about that, but okay.
Now, and
guess
I
you
got a
just what they
That's
used
the
to call
local
a big
operator.
boned.
Now I
Right,
got a
the old
question.
operator. Yes.
Yeah. How long did those operators like that go for until that became an obsolete job?
Oh, they were out for many years. They had operators like that for many, many years. And especially those small towns that didn't have the big telephone companies.
Yeah, when did that start going away?
I would say the 70s, 80s when they were started phasing out.
Okay, because this movie was made in '77.
Right, came out in 77. And I lived, and I had these friends in an area where they had the operators like you just saw. You would pick up the phone, and it was what's called a party line. You'd pick it up, and you'd hear people talking on it. You'd say, "Mildred, can you hang up the phone? I need to make a phone call." And some
Yeah,
neighbors
I've
would just be
heard
on
of
there all the
party
time.
lines.
Yeah.
We had a party line when I was a kid too. Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's fun
We
because
were-
us kids would get on there late at night, and you would actually meet people from around the neighborhood, and the kids would be on there listening.
Or you could listen to somebody talking about all their dirty secrets.
Yeah, that too, yes. That's
Now,
right,
did
right.
Did they actually
Anybody-
do
right.
that knowing that someone was listening?
No, well,
What-
usually
no.
you just tell the person, "I want to make a call in 5 minutes. If you could keep it short and hang up, please."
Yes.
But yeah, there was party lines for sure.
Yep. And then she
Yeah,
has
we
a
had them
phone
out here
call
in the
like
country. I was lucky enough not to have a party line, or unlucky, depending on how
Oh.
you want to look at it.
Well,
but
I think a private line's probably better. Yeah.
And there's another hint that
Oh,
this
yeah.
is older. Another hint that it's an older area too. That phone is still rotary, and they
Yeah.
did have touch-tone phones by the 70s. So it's because of the small town,
Oh.
I'm guessing.
Oh,
Yeah,
my
probably.
grandma had a rotary phone up to the 2000s. So I
So did I.
I actually know how to use that. I
Yeah.
laugh at the videos of the kids go, "All right, I tell you what, I'll give you $100 if you can dial a phone number on this thing." And the people sit there trying to press the button there. I'm just sitting here laughing at that.
Yeah, I actually showed a video of one of those on my last Rumblings from the Lab video a few days
It was
ago.
hilarious.
Right, it was two teenagers, 17 years old, and the dad says, "I'll give you 4 minutes to call this number." And did they make it? No, not even close.
Yeah, as an old geezer, I would have loved to walk in like the last 30 seconds of that video and just gone, "Here, look, kids, here's how you do it. $100, please. Thank you."
Right, exactly right.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Here we are back with Spider Hill.
Yeah.
They found them. They found more.
And this is, I believe, when they bring the mayor out to try to explain to the mayor, hey, you can't have this big old shindig coming up with the spider invasion. Of course, he's going to say, just like in Jaws, I don't care if there's an invasion or not. I can't afford to lose that money for this town. This is the biggest county fair we've had in 2 weeks, and I don't want a bunch of damn.
In 2 weeks, that's a good one.
Of course.
You couldn't skip one, right?
Right.
I love that line.
Yeah, you want to catch up on chat while you go get something to drink?
All right. Let's see. Where did we leave off? Did you start? Oh, I'll find it. You got it highlighted still. Wow, you're right. There's a lot of chat. Okay.
I like the blonde lady's line here too. A lot of
and by the way,
people like yourself. That's funny.
Right. And a reminder for everybody that if you weren't here early on, I mentioned that the reason why this lady was hired for the movie is she was one of the few actresses that would work around spiders. Many of the actresses turned it down because they were like, no, thank you.
Captain Vinny
says, glad to be wherever I am.
He's on one of the best shows on YouTube right now. That's where you're at.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And Edgar Jill says, hail Lemon Pie and Canadian Spider-Man, Scogly, and Captain Affinity. And Edgar Jill says, wherever you go, there you are. Exactly. And Jill says, no. And Captain Affinity says, yeah, I use insane and clearance synonymously. They're synonymous. And then Edgar Jill says, please continue. Lemon Pie says, banks too heavily invested in eggnog, soon to collapse. Yeah, thanks to PvP. And I derivative
right, because we're going to be coming to PvP for it.
Yeah,
I know we're going to have an eggnog run.
I'm ready to deal.
Nice.
There you go. And Jill says, that's what I'm here for. Exactly. And Captain Vinny says, Buckaroo Bonsai, Jill. And Scogly says, cinematography in the opening sequence stood out as exceptional. I completely agree, Scogly. Scogly says, then I just popped out to work, and that was all I got to see. Got all I got to see. And at the time, good to see you there. They should have sold their pumpkin futures before Halloween. And Captain Vinny says, I mean, $1.20 a pop, that's not exactly normal. No, that's not. Well, at least for here, it sounds extremely cheap.
Well, the thing was, eggnog has a date, right? So it had like maybe 4 days left. So I figured, okay, well, I'll just buy, the stuff and put it in the freezer because that'll keep for months. So, at that price, I couldn't.
Now, when you thaw it out, it's still good. It doesn't like separate.
I did actually thaw one out, and yeah, it was fine. Like it, I had to thaw it out for a while because it was kind of ice, ice crystals at first. But after it thawed out completely, it was perfectly fine.
Very cool.
Yummy. How long did it last for after you unthawed it?
Maybe a couple of days.
I mean, because you drank it all, of course, right?
Well, I don't drink. I'm not going to drink like a liter and a half of eggnog all in one sitting. I mean, that's a bit too rich.
What? Oh man. Oh geez.
What do you mix it with? What do you mix it with?
Dude, I understand.
I think I probably put probably rum. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds good.
Rum and eggnog.
Captain Affinity says, especially that's only Canadian money, which is near worthless. And Captain Affinity says, I'll take some of that eggnog action, says Captain Affinity. And Jill says, I don't like eggnog. I'll take Gorilla's wine coolers. Yeah, those wine coolers look the bomb. You showed us last night.
Yeah, those vodka.
Which one?
God.
Which one?
The one you showed us last night. They look good. The watermelon one, and then you had that second one.
Yeah, that was a screwdriver. Smirnoff makes the best screwdrivers.
And Canadian Spider-Man says, of course it's worthless given the economic policies of the last few years, Captain Kennedy.
No, it was worthless because they had to clear it out before. They had to either clear it out or throw it out. So they
No. We're talking about money, not the eggnog.
Yeah.
No, I thought you were talking about eggnog.
No.
Well, no, we're talking about Captain Affinity was like Canadian money is worthless, and
okay.
PvP, in all fairness, I am talking about eggnog. It is worthless.
What? How dare you speak such blasphemy?
We have somebody who's not a fan of eggnog because they decided to buy. What was it you bought, Gorilla? Eggnog what?
Hey, I did not buy it. It was given to me.
Okay, who forced you to drink it, Gorilla? Who forced you to drink it?
You got the wrong.
They held my mouth open, and then they put a prior, then they poured it down my throat.
Oh,
Wow.
Oh my God, it's a trauma response at this point.
Right.
Poor
Let me ask you,
gorilla.
who held the funnel?
Boy, that sounds like that
man.
scene in North by Northwest by Alfred Hitchcock. I remember that movie.
Oh,
Maybe
Oh,
I've
yes.
seen
dude,
that.
right?
Yeah.
It sounds like poor gorilla almost got I'd say waterboarded, but it would be eggnog boarded.
Eggnog boarded.
Oh my. Oh my goodness.
Dude, it'd be
Scogli
awful because
says,
it'd be really
"Yo,
thick
Canadian."
and like, oh,
Scogli says, "The old
ugh,
Canadian
yeah.
peso, eh?" And JD Spider-Man says, "Eggnog is so darn good. More for us than I guess, Jill. Ha ha." And Nimsavine says, eggnog. Scogli says, "The only reason our dollar goes up is if the American dollar goes down, so suck on that one."
Oh, just wait, because the BRICS alliance is starting to use yen to buy oil.
Captain Finny says, "I'm not much of an eggnog fan myself, but at these prices, those prices, let's go crazy." I agree, Captain. And Jill says, "Yep, that can be for you. You can keep it." Yes, that can be for you. You can keep that.
Well, we all have our own
And
taste, and that's what makes the world
right.
interesting.
Scogli says, "You guys aren't doing very good right now, but by the looks of the Canadian dollar."
Okay.
And Captain Finny says that's what they get for having a fiat currency. Is that right, Captain? Fiat? Captain Finny says, as soon as China breaks the petrodollar monopoly, World War III really gets hot. Well, let's hope not. And then Jill, I think, is correcting herself, and she says, it's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this, she says. And Captain Finny says, snakes, very dangerous. You go first. There's a reference to Indiana Jones, of course, or Raiders of the Lost Ark, I should say. Lemon Pie says, eggnog is delicious and nutritious. Captain Finny says, a sewer rat might taste like pumpkin pie. Yeah. Ooh, no thanks. And Scogli says, I wouldn't know. I won't eat the filthy. Yeah, Scogly's not a fan of that.
Filthy motherfuckers.
Well, the
Good
chat
old
is
Pulp Fiction.
getting interesting now.
And Captain Finity says, I miss our rotary phone. And I miss mine too, the good old landline. Always worked even with power outage. Captain Finity says, click, click, rrr.
Yeah, it was kind of cool when you'd spin it around and it would make that sound. Yeah.
I remember, any of you guys ever played the radio contest they used to have where they say, well, if you're the fourth caller, call this number, and you go in there going click, 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 click.
No, I never did.
Scogli,
no, we had
says,
dial tone, so it was easy for us.
No, we had a dial tone, but what I'm saying is they had the radio would have contests, and they say, like, if you're the 10th caller, you'll win whatever the prize is. But then there you are dialing that thing, so it seemed like it took forever.
Wouldn't you have to?
Oh no! Once again, we had touchpad. Sorry, not dial tone. Jesus Christ, my apologies.
Right, this was before they had the touch tone, right? It was the dials. Sorry, what were you going to say?
I'm a '90s kid, right?
Well, okay, I digress, but I will admit, is when I was young, I used to play a lot of those radio contests, and I used to win. I was good at it because I know some of them were based. I admit, like on trivia, if you can answer a question. But a lot of them were, you're the third caller, you're the fourth caller, whatever, the fifth caller. So I learned what would happen was whenever they played the promo, it'd say, okay, everybody, now we're getting ready to play and you knew because you're listening. They'd say like, okay, once an hour they would have the contest. And the promo would start playing. Okay, everybody. You could tell when they play it. And what you do is you dial all the numbers except the last digit. And then when they say, okay, now be our third caller, then you dial that last digit. And that's how you were able to get in faster than most people. But that really shows my age. I apologize there, guys. Send that one to the trade. Yeah, send me out to pasture. And Scogli says, I think we got our touchtone phones around 1990 or so. And Captain Vinity says, FML, my son gave me my Buck Rogers moment. Dad, what's this? A vinyl record player? Where's the Bluetooth?
Actually, they got vinyl players now that do have Bluetooth on them. They do have vinyl record players that they do have Bluetooth in them.
Wait, hold on. The reason why people are buying a vinyl record player is because you're getting analog music, which is superior to digital. But if you're having a Bluetooth connection, that's converting it to digital, transmit over to Bluetooth line. So you're losing the point of having a vinyl record. So the point is, if you want to hear vinyl for its true analog sound, you've got to have a cable connected to whatever you're. It doesn't matter. I'm old, too old sometimes.
If people want Bluetooth in itself, let them.
Right, go for it. It's just that it's funny because you're defeating the purpose of the vinyl record. And I'd read Jill says, I'm too young to have used a rotary phone for real, but old enough that someone showed me how to do it. So I get the idea in general, pretty easy. Just pick your number and spin, right?
Jill, I'm younger than you and I've used one.
Right. And before they had dials, everybody, they had a crank on the side. And you would like crank it 3 times for the operator, 4 times for the police officer, and so on like that. So what would happen is you would pick it up, the phone off, you take it off the hook, then you would crank, and then that would notify the operator. She'd pick it up and then say, operator, can I help you? And you would say, yeah, operator, give me KO 549, because they had such few numbers at the time. And back then they used to use actually letters. Anyway, back to the modern day century. Okay, so I guess we're ready to continue with the movie. I think we're caught up on chat. So here we have the expert here, the animal expert, explaining to the mayor that he's just a greedy asshole. And of course, he's not going to listen to some city lady or some city folk. And of course, you always got to have the mayor with the sheriff, and the mayor telling the sheriff, I don't care what you say, you're going to, we're going to have our, what is it, a rodeo or whatever they're having?
County fair.
That's it, county fair.
Well, they always got to have a bad mayor in these kind of movies, right?
Well, county,
right.
You do not really, those county fairs bring in thousands of dollars in tax revenue for those cities.
Right, a lot of towns rely on them. But not only that, though, for the horror movie, it works out because then you're thinking, great, then we're going to have a whole bunch of people getting attacked by a swarm of spiders.
Well, so you can understand the mayor wants to, keep the town going. So I guess he's being a good mayor in a way, actually.
Well, it's not only that, though, but if people get word of what's going on, it could scare them off from ever coming back.
Well, yeah, just like Jaws, right? So
it'd kill the town.
Yeah. The lady said at the beginning, she's like, oh, it's $9 a night until like 2 weeks, and then it's gonna go up to like 15 because county fair, and we're a small town, and we need to make money however we can get it.
Right.
She's like, we're not trying to rip people off, but like, we need money.
Right.
So yeah, the county fair is a big draw to everyone.
Makes sense. Yeah.
And here we have the crop duster who seems to be beside himself because he's happy he's going to go up there and kill a bunch of spiders.
And he's happy now.
Now, do you remember which poison it was that they're going to use? That they kept warning how deadly this stuff is.
Starts with a P.
I don't know if I may have missed over it in the slide. Here it is. Parathium.
There we go.
Well, there was a whole controversy with stuff like DDT back then, right, in the 60s.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah.
And, they finally figured out that the what they were using to control, so-called pests were actually more harmful than the pests themselves. So.
Right, exactly. There he is drawing a tarantula there on the side of not a very good one, but on the side of the plane.
Another cool plane.
Oh, I always wish I was able to ride in a biplane. And one time we rented in Nevada, we rented a glider that pulled us up with using a biplane, and then it detached once we were up in the air. It was so fun.
Cool. Wow.
And there we get a little bit of foreshadowing.
Yeah, wouldn't you seriously check out the cockpit of your plane before you crawled into it?
I would.
Normally, out of habit, normally you're used to getting in and out, so you wouldn't think of it. But after hearing about the spider invasion, I'd be very cautious. Yeah,
I was just kind of thinking that when he crawled in.
Assuming that he jumped in and it looked clear, and now that he's fired up the engines and he's flying, they were all in the cracks and whatnot, and the vibrations have stirred them up, and they're crawling out.
Well,
And they're like,
that's
"Oh,
plausible.
dude,
Plausible.
it's
Yeah.
the only thing I can think of." That's a cool shot. I really like that shot where he does the
It is.
loop de loop.
Yeah, I love seeing these old planes. They're so cool.
And there we go. Yeah, that would be me
Uh-oh.
right there. I would say, where's the eject button? Here's the eject. You know, they don't have it on a biplane.
Yeah, I guess he didn't have enough time to land, I suppose, because he was freaking out too much.
Oh yeah, I can understand. Like I said, there's the guy at the gas station. Like, what is he doing?
Right? Like we're led to imagine that these guys are really aggressive and he's being bitten repeatedly and the venom is 5 times as strong. So
Yeah.
we're supposed to use a bit of our imagination to imagine that this dude's in a lot of distress right now.
He's a dead duck, basically.
Like those spiders. Oh yeah. He's like, they're biting his legs, they're on his like face and his, oh yeah, it'd be bad.
Would not be a good time.
Oh, and I want to mention a reminder once again that I mentioned a second ago. There was no stunt people in this, so all the people you see react to this were the actual actors.
So this guy was a real pilot, then, obviously.
Well, I'm sure they had a right, exactly. But that's like this scene here. That's actually William Shatner with the actual actors because they couldn't.
No, I mean the guy in the plane. He had to be like an actual trained pilot to fly that thing.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
So wait, how did they do the scene here with them crashing the plane into there and exploding it?
What do you mean? How'd they do it?
Well, it's behind it. They didn't actually hit the building. The explosion comes out and the debris flies as a distraction. The plane literally just flew behind the building.
Right. I think it just flew in between like two buildings or behind this building, and then they simultaneously had an explosion set off to throw up a bunch of debris.
Yeah, they probably had some kind of explosive force that would send the debris up into the air, I assume, right?
Because you can just see it from the perspective of the plane. You're like, oh no, that didn't actually go in that place, and like, but we're meant to assume that it did because it's just gonna be a quick cut. You wouldn't have seen it if we weren't going at like one frame every 5 seconds. Like
very well done though, especially with the flames they added in here. Like,
and meanwhile,
totally
yeah, it worked out great, and of course, coincidentally,
it was great. It was fantastic.
Of all places, it crashes into a gas station, the last place it needed to land.
Oh, of course.
But see, that's I said, that's the actual actors there.
Well, and they're all sticking around. Like I'm like, do you guys have no idea how gas works? Like I'd be getting I'd be getting out of there personally. Like
me too. Yes.
But they're all just hanging around the burning gas tanks, whatever. I'm sure gas doesn't explode.
No, don't you understand? They're part of the neighborhood watch program. Something happens and everybody watches.
Amazing.
Verde County Sheriff. Verde meaning green in Spanish. Now is where I think they're starting to realize that something is definitely wrong. Those damn spiders are out there anyway. We get a little bit of cussing in this movie. I bet you wish he had Spock now, huh?
I wish he could. He probably wishes he could just beam out of there. By this
yeah, exactly.
I was gonna say, like a transporter. Here's this awesome scene.
Oh yeah.
You're just like, what do you think? What do you think's gonna work with your shot revolver?
Yeah, I think shooting at spiders is kind of a futile maneuver.
Now I got a question.
You might hit one if you're lucky, I guess.
Now I got a question. Everybody's freaking out on spiders, but how come nobody thought of just start stepping and stomping on them?
Well, that's the logical thing to do in real life. However, these are all, they don't want to kill the spiders on set for the movie, obviously, for the most part. Like, so that's like where you see them. They tiptoe around all the spiders. William Shatner gets bit a bunch of times trying to sweep the spiders away.
Up to this point, everybody we've seen were ambushed by the spiders. They didn't have a chance to stomp. She's the first person that has the opportunity to actually stomp. But when you think about it, she may be so afraid of the spiders that she doesn't want to come near them like rats. Some people would say, all right, then you would be brave enough to start
Yeah.
stomping. But I think she's like in total fear because she's
I think
surrounded.
you need a larger target though with a handgun.
Yeah.
Oh, as far as the gun's concerned, absolutely right.
She would have done much better with a basic broom.
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah. Should we
Right,
catch
like
up on
we're meant to imagine that these spiders are literally have chased her up the stairs. They're advancing on her no matter what she's doing. If she goes to stomp on them, they're probably gonna swarm her.
Oh yeah.
Like this little girl, I feel like this is the holy Hannah. You want to talk about a stressful scene? It's just like, oh
Right.
no.
And
I still don't get with what's gone on in this movie so far that they leave the child alone. I still don't get that. That just bugs the hell out of me.
so this is the dress you were talking about, Gorilla, right?
No, that's not even the girl, the little girl. But
No, the girl on the swing. I'm saying she's wearing a dress now.
Okay. Yeah.
And by the way,
But,
everybody, if you didn't catch this earlier, this lady here is William Shatner's wife in real life when this movie was being made. So it's one of his ex-wives.
But she was his current wife then.
Current wife then, right? And on the set, he was making plays for the blonde lady in front of the wife because the blonde lady said in interviews that she felt very awkward about it happening.
Yeah.
Despicable.
Yeah, that's kind of tacky.
Pretty.
Yeah.
Yeah,
really
yeah,
tacky.
it is.
Yeah, Pop, we got quite a few
Hey,
chats
oh.
there.
All right, let's go ahead. Thank you,
Come
Gorilla.
on, hail to the 11 people watching. Thank you so much
Yeah.
for being here. You
Oh yeah, what a
everyone.
great
Like,
turnout!
this is-
Thank you guys.
Yeah, another great
Yeah.
turnout. Wow.
Let's see.
Go ahead, Gorilla.
Lemon Pie grew up on rotary phones. Captain Skogley says, "Yep, you stick your finger in the number hole you want, and then crank it around to the right until you hit the finger rest, and then let her whirl."
That's
Captain
right.
City said, "Son, imagine an MP3, but in physical form and with infinity warmer, superior sound quality." Nemesis said, "We had dial tone, but I grew up knowing how the rotary worked as a kid." Captain Finney says, "Eggnog is valuable. Canadian dollars are Weimar Dutch marks. That's
Dutch
Germany.
marks,
Yeah,
I
that's
don't-
Germany's
I don't-
1930s currency."
I don't think we're quite that bad. I haven't had to take a wheelbarrow to the grocery store lately.
For
Oh, we're
a
nowhere near that.
for
bad.
a loaf of bread. For a loaf of bread.
No, the bread here I paid like I guess it was I got it on sale.
That sounds dirty.
$1.50.
Yeah, no, our money is not that bad. It's
My bread
anyways,
gets I get bread for 79 cents. But
Well, lucky you.
Well, yeah, but wait, hold on. It depends on the type of bread. Like, there's probably that cheap sliced white bread. Like, I get bread that's like $2.99 a loaf because it's like the hearty, thick wheat bread. So it depends on what kind
Well,
of
I
bread.
can
Yeah,
get
this
wheat-
was
I can get wheat
100%
bread
whole wheat,
too.
and it was like
No, I
baked in
know,
the flour.
I know what you're talking about. That big skinny loaf it's not as dense as what I'm talking about. Like my loaf, it probably weighs 3 times as much as the loaf you buy because it's more dense with grain and nutrients
Yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah,
Well-
it depends on the quality of the bread too.
Well,
Yeah.
Quick
Yeah, when
Trip,
I was a kid, that's all I
has
used
their
to eat was a 99-cent bread when we were kids. Yeah.
Quick Trip has their own thing there, but anyhow, Skogler says, "Oh, dude, it was nothing for me to sit down and drink a 40,
Wow.
a Captain Morgan spice rub, and
Right.
4 liters of eggnog to myself in one sitting."
I'm impressed. I
Yeah,
don't
how
think
good
will you
even,
feel
I
in the
don't
next
think even
morning,
I would
though?
do that very
Jesus.
often.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would black out and wake up the next day probably.
I might be able to kill a 26 or at Christmas or something, but a 40, wow, that's a lot, man. That's ambitious.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Captain
Oh,
Morgan,
dude, I'm
right?
a super lightweight when it comes to booze. In the cannabis, I'm a whole nother level. Like, I could probably outsmoke any
Yeah,
of you
for me,
boys.
a hard
Maybe.
liquor, it kicks my butt. I'm a lightweight too.
Well, the thing
You
is,
and I'm down.
you got to kind of pace yourself if you're going to do that stuff, right? Because otherwise, you could get seriously screwed up.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, right? Like my family standard was like 3 fingers of rye and 2 fingers of water in your glass, and that was the standard drink size. You're just like,
Oh wow,
"Whoa."
that sounds pretty strong.
All right.
Oh, dude, it would. I have hair in my chest for a reason, sir.
Yeah, that's pretty strong stuff. I usually like a little more mix than that. Yeah.
Yeah. Alrighty. Lemon Pie's asking if Captain Morgan rum is good. Jack Black
It's not
approves
bad.
of it. Jack
It's
Black.
okay.
I
haven't bought it in years, but
I've had rum before, but not that brand.
Yeah. Captain
I'm a
Finney
Kraken guy
says,
myself.
Captain Finney says I cannot smoke Snoop Dogg. I would love to see that.
I want a video of
Let's
that.
make this happen. I highly doubt that. Let's see.
I want a
let's make this
video.
happen.
I want a video.
Oh, dude, like I consider myself a hardcore stoner, and I would not be able to compete with Snoop. So yeah, sure. Let's see the video, Cap. We're holding you to it now.
The thing is,
Allegedly.
the stuff's a lot stronger now too, so I'd be very careful if I was going to partake, which I haven't in many years. But
yeah, and apparently,
we got stuff that's super low THC to super high. It's crazy. We'd find you the right stuff, PvP, if you were going to smoke again. Don't worry, we take care of you.
Okay. Yeah, Nemesis prefers Kraken for rum.
I do. I prefer Kraken rum if I'm going to drink.
That's a popular brand. Yeah, definitely.
Then,
it's sweeter than normal, so be careful with that. It's I haven't drank it for years, but the last time I had it, it was very tasty. So
there's one rum that comes to mind that my cousin recommended that I had maybe 3 or 4 years ago. I haven't bought it since because it's a bit pricier than the cheaper stuff. But it was I think called Havana Club, and it was actually
I haven't heard of that one.
It was damn good. The one time I bought it for Christmas.
I've never heard of it either.
Yeah,
so my question is, can Martha Stewart smoke Snoop Dogg under the table, and do they sleep together? I mean, what are those two?
She probably could.
Right, well, she's a convicted felon, so she probably got her hands on some really good stuff while she was behind bars.
Yeah. All right. Scogley says it gets you drunk. Captain Fee says, "Give me all the heavy indica, knock me out."
At nighttime for sure, but for the daytime, give me a sativa, definitely, or a hybrid.
I agree.
At the very least.
Yes, I agree. Yes.
We'll get you some Pineapple Express.
That's a nice hybrid.
Yeah. Captain 50 says everyone is correct. Vinyl Bluetooth does exist, but that does kind of defeat the point. Get wired speakers, maybe an amplifier.
Yeah,
thank you. Yes,
a nice.
And by the way, right, and that amplifier needs to be vacuum tube, not digital. So yeah, even less chance of finding one of those anymore.
I actually have an amplifier that I still had from the 70s when I was a teenager that still sounds pretty damn good, actually.
Yeah, that would work. Oh, nice. Back in the days, I have my speakers are as big as the dressers you guys see in this movie. It's like, oh my God, the good old days. Big old speakers.
I got a pair of smaller speakers that I got from my friend years ago, and those little suckers sound amazing. So if it's really a well-made speaker, you don't need the biggest speakers, but yeah, I guess generally larger speakers probably do put out more sound.
Well, this was before they had subwoofers, right? It was they were all built into one. They'd have the woofer, then the mid-range, and then the tweeter.
Yeah.
And then now with surround sound, they have an actual subwoofer that is almost silent, but it'll shake your house. I've had one of those.
Well, that wouldn't be good here since I'm in an apartment. I'd probably get have the police knocking on my door.
Right? Yeah, it's not good for an apartment.
We got a noise complaint, sir.
Yeah, that's more for the country there. But Lemon says Kraken. Okay, I'll keep it in mind. I want to get into rum. I haven't really had it. See, what you got to do is go to one of those bigger liquor stores. And then every once in a while they'll have, like the one I go up to in the cities there, they actually have a sample bar. Go, hey, I want to try this stuff out here, blah, blah, blah. And they'll have a bottle behind you. And they'll pour you a little shot glass of the different stuff you want to try. Oh, man, I got freaking hammered inside a liquor store one time.
You might want to call it
inside a liquor store?
Yeah, inside the liquor store because
we don't have that luxury here.
Well, I had like 9 different shots of different stuff I said I wanted to try.
Oh my God.
This was a huge
samples?
Wow. Yeah. Well, to tell you how big this liquor store is, it has 8,000 different kinds of wine. That's just wine.
You guys heard that some towns have drive-through liquor stores, right? I've seen a couple of those.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a really bad idea.
It is, but they do it.
That I gotta ask Gorilla, like, was the size of your liquor store like a football field or something? Like, I'm just guessing.
This was up in the cities, and their advertisement is that they have 8,000 different wines.
That's a lot of wines. Wow.
Yeah,
That's a ton of wine.
It's in the
crazy.
metro area that has 4 million people in it, though. So
Yeah, still.
Then again, that doesn't like. Dude, I have
ahead,
so
man.
many different kinds of cannabis at my fucking store. Sorry, thank you, PvP. I keep stepping.
No
on.
worries, man.
Anyways,
No
we're thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can see seeing 8,000
yeah,
different things of cannabis.
That's a
Yeah.
lot. Boy, 8,000. Wow.
yeah. And Lemon Pie says, "What liquor will be the easiest to get if World War III breaks out? It may be rum. No, the easiest would be bathtub gin because you can make it in your bathtub. That's why it's called
True.
bathtub gin, and that's how your cocktails all came about during Prohibition there, because it tasted like shit, so they had to start putting stuff in it to make it taste better. That's how.
Yeah.
That's how.
I remember.
Drinks
I remember
started,
that. Yeah.
Was
yeah,
because of bathtub gin.
I remember reading about that. Yeah.
Right. Even people in prison permit raisins and stuff like that, so they're very crafty.
Or you got your toilet wine in prison.
Yeah, if you're
Life,
desperate.
finds a
I
way.
take it that's not one of the 8,000 varieties at your liquor store.
No.
And you better make sure it's wine before you take a swig.
I should make some like dandelion wine there, and I could probably sell it and call it toilet wine. People would buy.
Wait. Gorilla, you've seen dandelion wine?
I got a friend who can make it if
I have.
Have you ever tasted it?
No.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I would love
It's
to get
not
my
good.
hands on some.
What's it like? Never
I,
seen-
It's not. Well, the stuff I had wasn't good.
yeah, I would think dandelion might be kind of bitter tasting.
It was. That's a very good call.
It's interesting because I read a book by Ray Bradbury called Dandelion Wine, and he talked about it. And that's what I
I
always
remember
thought
that
about it.
story.
Yeah,
Gosh,
I'll talk
can't
to my friend
remember
and
it,
see what I can do. No promises though.
Dandelion wine.
I remember having Everclear moonshine one time from a friend that lived up north for a while, and he brought a bottle back, and we had a New Year's
I
party.
tried that. In fact, in the
Yeah.
American South, they can sell it in the liquor stores. They have different flavors.
Well, this stuff's it's made up north, and it's called Everclear. And
Yes,
man,
Oh yeah.
he gave us like a 1 ounce shot glass for every one of us at the party, and you throw that sucker back, and you can just feel your whole throat just burning like you drank gasoline. It was like, and I tell you, he said like one shot's probably enough, and man, like after a couple of minutes, I could feel the buzz. That's for sure. It's pretty strong stuff. I think it was like close to 100% or something. though. It's crazy.
80 to 90%.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, it was high.
Okay.
Very
So
high.
Which shot are we on now, Gorilla?
We should probably at least go a
Captivinities.
couple slides ahead, Top.
All right, go
All
ahead,
right.
Gorilla.
All right, Captain Finney says, kind of like beaming down to a planet's surface, collecting vegetables and making a big salad, and chucking it into the replicator.
All right. So we're talking about Bluetooth on the record player, right?
Yeah. Then Lemon Pie says it won't be vodka, that's for sure. Jill says, I think they did that on Voyager to Captain Finity. Lemon says there is a big salad in that nebula. Did Janeway have vinyl Bluetooth too? Says Captain Finity. Captain Finity says probably just plugged your Walkman directly into 7 of 9.
Nice.
No, I think that was Chakotay there, Finity.
All I can think of is Archer and his robot girlfriend.
Which robot one was that?
Oh, the one who had the vibrating vagina that was like that she could take out, and he found in the sink and freaked out about. Because
You guys talking about that show on the Disney Channel?
Now.
All right.
what was that?
I have not
Anyways,
seen that.
yeah,
show.
anyways,
That
yeah.
sounds interesting.
Yeah, anyhow, Captain Finney
Oh,
says
dude. Go ahead.
Captain Finney says, actually, how does Peter Quill interface his 1970 Walkman into a modern intergalactic starship? Other Greg says definitely rum lemon. I'm still going with bathtub gin. Other Greg says Cheerfinity. Captain Finity says that's why the best format is actually mini disc.
Yeah, but try and find an album on mini disc. That's pretty rare. That was obsolete by the end of the 80s, I think, actually, mini disc was.
Are you talking about a 45?
No, mini disc. It was a little tiny disc. You put it in the mini disc player, and
so it's like so you're talking about digital.
Yeah, it's like
Okay.
Well, I think it was kind of maybe like a cross between digital and analog. It was, when those weird days when they were crossing everything over.
Yeah, there was a lot of different formats they were experimenting.
Yeah,
sorry about
just type in mini disc into your Google search, and you'll probably find something. But it's obsolete, yeah.
Okay, so where are we at on the chat, Gorilla?
Alrighty. Captain Face says, Greg, Houston Oilers. Goller Greg says, yes, cheers. Oiler Greg says, perhaps my plan to have a spider army for home defense is not feasible. Lemon Pie says, release the Kraken Nemesis. Captain 50 says, is there a scene where a woman character says, don't kill it, put it in a glass and take it outside?
There was earlier, yes, actually.
Yeah. Well, Greg says, Kraken released by rotary phone only. Modern people are unable to release it. Lemon Pie says, you have unlocked rotary phone. Oiler Greg says, I sent my German friend a 2,000 mark coin from 1922 last Christmas. Cool.
Whoa, wow.
Oiler Greg says, LOL Lemon. Captain says, but stupid drinking games are such fun. Captain Fizzy says, like, Fizz Buzz best. All right, Stoop is more canvas out than bad. Okay, Captain Face says, okay, we are both in appropriate legal locations. Nemesis, let's have a smoke off.
There you go.
And Lemon's Captain Finney's laughing at Lemon. And Oiler Greg says, legal hell, puff puff. Oh shit, there's even more. All right, Skogly says, hey Nemesis, I made it onto the beta test list of Spectre Digital, whatever the hell that means.
Fuck yeah, dude. Congrats.
Wait, now I've seen where it says something about puff puff. What was that? You're saying something that was different than what it showed on screen.
This? I said legal. Hell, puff puff.
Okay, I pasted something else. Sorry.
I forgot to click it. Captain Morgan is good rum. Captain Finity, I'm negging my government daily. Oiler says, I believe that, Captain. Nemesis says, fuck yeah, dude. That's awesome, Skogly. Nemesis says, challenge accepted at Captain Finity.
Yeah.
Okay, as soon as I get my new prime minister into line.
Yeah, you better get him to decriminalize it there.
Hey, Captain, I got a Cal prod you can borrow. Captain Finity says, or see you in Gouda or Goda or Gouda.
It sounds like a cheese.
Yeah.
That's where the cheese comes from.
Greg says, drive through daiquiri drinks in Cajun country. Is toilet ride really better? Hey, Lemon, you're okay. Let's see. I bought some stuff just for the name. I got some what was it, Doomsday Lemonade. I got some unicorn yak over there. I got some stuff called bar soda, and if you just look at my timeline, I made shorts of all these different drinks I bought just because of the name. It's from a company. It's from a company called Avery, so he does it best. And their advertisement is, "It's so disgusting." They're different sodas.
Wow.
All right, PBB was there, dude. I'm telling you right now, Dandelion wine has some unexpected. Now I'm definitely gonna get it.
Psychotropic.
Yeah, properties. I'm definitely getting it. All right, Lemon Pie had Ouzo, whatever. It's
Ouzo. It's like a liqueur. I think it's a Greek liqueur that tastes like licorice. Because I had it once.
Interesting.
I had it once at a restaurant, and it's actually not bad.
Well, when you say licorice, do you mean black licorice?
Yeah, it's like a licorice kind
gotcha.
of flavored drink, but it's it's a liqueur, and it's actually not bad.
Yeah, And Scully says,
I don't like lobsters, so I don't think it's gross. But
Well, you
we
could
should
try it
probably
once.
hurry on, guys. We went from
Yeah,
13
yeah,
to
Yeah,
8.
maybe we should get back to the movie some one of these
Yeah.
years.
all right, two chats left, and then we'll be caught up. Scully says,
right.
dude, I've blacked out on Dandelion Wine so many times, it's fucking a monster.
Wow.
And Limit Pie says, those don't sound like drinks, they sound like Garbage Pail Kids. All right, rock on that. All right, let's get.
I think Scully should make some of his supply available to the rest of us. Sounds intriguing. I'd like to try Dandelion Wine just for the hell of it.
So I think
Anyway.
here's where the mother
digress.
runs out to get the daughter out the swing, and I'm guessing those are spiders on the fence.
Yeah, they
And
look like
because
it.
of-
There's spider on
I
the
think-
fence. There's spiders crawling down the strings towards her. There's spiders
on
underneath
the
her.
tree. Yeah, on the tree everywhere.
Yeah.
The only reason why they're not on her is because she's on that swing. Ooh, yeah, look at that. Even on
But
her
they're
legs,
crawling
she's
down
trying
the
to get-
strings, which is
Right,
terrifying.
here she is. Here she is with the daughter laughing and enjoying herself. Just kidding.
Yeah, this is a harsh scene.
Yeah,
Is that what
dude,
you're
this
talking
was
about,
hard to
Gorilla?
watch.
That's part of it right there.
Okay.
I still don't get why this point, what's gone on before, that they still haven't quite grasped the situation.
Yeah,
I'm
I don't know if
probably-
well, because
maybe I'm
nothing's on the
into it,
radio, right? Like there's
Ooh, no, I didn't want that. Hold on, guys.
there's nothing on the radio. They think there's just the one. Well, I don't know,
Yeah.
because they were spraying for it. The mayor knows,
Well,
but I don't
know,
know if she would know.
The thing was in
Go ahead.
Jaws, like you had the mayor, versus the police chief, or chief police chief, and they were kind of at odds, right? You think the chief, of police would have tried to warn people eventually, because isn't
Yeah.
his duty like public safety?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that what it's all about?
Yeah, keyword eventually, though.
Well, a little too late.
Exactly.
Oh well,
Yeah,
the
so
movie
the
had
spiders
to
have
happen.
killed the mom here,
Yeah, that's
and here's William Shatner, and he gets bit once. Because you can hear the genuine when he swipes one of these poor tarantulas out.
it's good though. They had all
There he
those
is, right there. Ah!
Yeah, I
He
think
got bit.
he was bit in that scene there. It looks like.
He had all his
He got bit
Federation
at least
inoculations
3 times.
that kept him safe.
No, gosh.
Yeah. But here's like you can see it when they're getting in the truck too. You can still see it a little bit, like
Right, and like we missed the scene earlier where she's screaming. She's like, "I don't understand what's going on." There were no spiders around, and all of a sudden they just swarmed the house, and like they're crawling up her legs and biting her legs, and it only took a couple bites for her to go down. Whereas
Well,
we see later on,
right? You said that there's supposed to be the venom is a lot more powerful now, right? 5 times.
it is 5 times more potent.
So here they are, head back to the diner or the inn. There's the old crank phone that I was talking about.
Yeah, well, I'm not even quite that old. I haven't seen one of those in real life, actually.
I have in a museum.
Really?
Right. I knew this old couple that collected antiques. It was not hooked up, but when I was a kid, I'd go over there and play with it, and I've seen it in old movies.
Actually,
we had a magnet.
I don't
That's
think even
it.
my grandparents had one of those suckers.
I think my grandpa had one that was disconnected out at the farm there, and us kids used to play with it also. I think if I remember.
By the way, a little word of note is when you crank that, it would put off a big electrical charge. So people were known. They would take those old phones, and the wires coming out of them. They would take them out to a lake or a pond and crank it, and it would knock the fish out, and they would float to the surface.
Oh, jeez.
So she's saying here, she's like, "Hey, anyone on the phone lines?" She's like, "No, the phone lines are dead. That's giving me the jitters." Oh, speaking of the jitters, one thing that we haven't been able to touch on because we can't hear anything is the music in this film. There's so many staccato notes to represent, obviously, the creepy crawlers of the spiders, right?
Great point, Nemesis. That's actually something I forgot to bring up because I really found it interesting like I wanted to ask Pop, was there some what do they call it? The kind it's like library music. It's like
Stock music. Yeah.
stock
Thank you,
music.
guys. Yeah, because I was going to bring that up. In fact, I have it right here. The bulk of the score was film library music, which was largely made up of music cues by Jerry Goldsmith from various episodes of The Twilight Zone.
Yes, I knew I recognized it. Yes, I totally recognized a lot of those cues, right? And I thought I've heard this before.
Yep.
That's excellent. Wow, cool.
So your ears did not disappoint you.
No, I was like, I've heard this before. This is not original music. This is like, stock music as soon as I heard it. So that's cool. Wow. Yeah, Twilight Zone, totally.
And The Twilight Zone had really, really good music, too.
Oh, it had great music.
And here we have the couple there with. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
Nemesis.
It's all good, buddy. Yeah, I was just gonna say I've only seen a few episodes of The Twilight Zone, and they were all really good.
Hey,
Yeah, I highly recommend it. The original, the black and white. Oh my God, it's the best show on television.
Yeah. Bird of Prey 5 hosted on Sundays.
Well, yeah, but he's on the '80s version now. But yeah, you
He's
need to
on
go
the
back
80s,
if you
yeah.
can. If you can, watch the original from the '60s because
I
it
just
is
wanna-
still to this day is the best television series ever produced.
Yeah, the original series, Nemesis, 1959 through 1964, 5 seasons. One of them was an hour-long episodes. The other 4 were half-hour ones. Great series. It is somewhat inconsistent. There are some episodes that are better than others. But if you're talking about the good ones, the really good ones, there's a lot that are really, really great classic
Well, yeah,
TV.
I would say there was only a few that were stinkers.
Every series has 156 episodes,
right?
right?
But
So
yeah,
some of them were
but
bound to
Twilight
be bad.
Zone. Yeah, but if I had to give it a percentage, I'd say at least 85 to 90% were good because
There were a lot of
Twilight
great
Zone,
episodes.
it was rare that they missed the mark.
It's definitely a series that everybody, in my opinion, should see because it really is a great classic TV series for sure.
Well, and in syndication, it's still one of the most valuable. Twilight Zone and Star Trek TOS are still 2 of the most valuable syndicated shows. So when the stations show them, they have to pay a lot of money. Even doesn't matter how old they are; they're still very expensive to have.
Nemesis, there's the original series for you.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah,
Nemesis.
and I'll have to check it out
Very
because
good.
I remember going on. Yeah, thank you, BBP. I will check it out.
Yeah, it's really.
I remember
it's really
going on the
great,
ride
great
at
fun.
Disneyland. So it'll be interesting to see if any of because there's a bunch of references that obviously.
Oh no! There's no connection with Twilight Zone the ride.
Nope.
No,
okay.
they play a little bit of music and then they have a stand-in actor who kind of looks like the host, but that's the limit of it. It has really no connection with the series.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
Well, I just want
okay.
Another thing I'd like to bring up too is the writing is what really makes the show. Because I think Serling, I don't know how much of the episodes he wrote, but he wrote a big majority of them, I believe.
Right. Well, it's just like Star Trek TOS. Is back then they used to hire professional writers, and they were hiring professional sci-fi and horror writers at the time. People that were actually publishing novels.
They had great.
They don't do any of that anymore, right?
Like, was it Richard Matheson wrote?
Charles Beaumont, Ray Bradbury.
Yeah, they had a selection of probably the best sci-fi fantasy horror writers that ever lived. So yeah, it's a very well written series, especially the better episodes, and mostly they're really good episodes. So it's really worth seeing.
Well, it's pop culture history, right? Like this is something that's been referenced in so many different types of media. So I'm sure as soon as I see the episodes, I'll be like, oh, I remember that. Oh, I recognize that. It's always good to go back to see where it comes from.
Right. Not only that, but you'll recognize a lot of people who went on to be famous stars.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Actually, since also exceptional.
Since we're watching Shatner tonight, one I would recommend with Shatner would be Nightmare at 20,000 Feet.
Yep.
That's pretty much one of the classic ones. Right. Yeah, that's one of the classic episodes, and Shatner's really good in that.
Okay, so where are we on the chat?
No, we just got 2 of them.
Okay.
Well, Edge of Time says I don't like Mondays, and Captain Fed says Uzo Destructo Greek. What the heck is that?
Okay, that's Garfield.
Okay, so here we go. So we have them inside the restaurant, the inn, or the diner, however you want to put it. And we have this couple here who come in panicking.
Oh, I can't stand that lady. She's awful.
And this trope, this scenario where people are in the public diner and they're being surrounded by some sort of threat of monsters or something, it's so old. It would take me forever to count how many movies have had the same exact trope.
Yeah,
Which reminds me, I want to cover the Blob one of these days.
There were plenty of tropes in this film for sure. Yeah.
Definitely look forward to the Blob, especially the 80s version, because it is brutal and awesome.
Right. Frank Darabont.
Yeah, man.
Bird's
So
going
then
down
Buddy's
to
trying to comfort
Capistrano.
his wife. And like,
What was that?
it's a
BBB?
trance.
Okay. Here's where they notice that they're being
Here's
surrounded
where
by
Shatner tap dances to try and avoid crushing spiders.
right.
That
And
was
those boots
funny,
he's
that
wearing
thing.
those boots look just like the ones he wore on the Enterprise. They got that same heel.
Oh, jeez. This is hilarious.
Oh, those such a semi-style boot.
Right. So
Right, like
so,
it's
so
it's
let me ask you
great.
guys: if this was you, would you just be stepping on the spiders?
If it was me, this spider infestation would have never gotten this bad because as soon as I see a spider, I'd be stepping on them. They know that they're not to get close to me.
Well, you know what I thought all through
Probably
the film
not.
is they just need to call in the National Guard and get some flamethrowers in here. Like that would have taken care of it pretty fast.
Nah. You're
A couple
this
steamrollers.
this is the 70s. There, they will just
Ooh,
screw it.
nice.
Nuke the town.
There's a cool scene.
They will nuke the town. Just nuke it. Oh, so then we can have radioactive spiders that grow to be like the 8-legged freaks.
Yeah, it has some good effects. I love this. It
Now,
looks great.
is this webbing effect? I've heard like they make webbing in shows sometimes with like what is it? It's like adhesive glue, and they
They spray it.
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because it's very effective.
Yeah, it looks great. And considering how low budget the movie is, I'm wondering if that's the actual actor or not, or could they afford to make a dummy that looked that good? I know the movie didn't have a lot of money.
It's hard to
Well,
say.
I don't think so. No, it's the actor because there's a lot of in a scene coming up. Well, a few scenes coming up. There's going to be more things that happen, and like even the lady earlier who was carrying the little girl and got attacked. That was the actual actress lying down and covered in spiders. The little girl gets covered in spiders. Like it's all these people are the actual actors and actresses.
I give
I
them
hear
credit for that.
tarantulas don't generally bite too often, do they? Unless they really feel threatened, from what I've read over the years.
That is correct.
Yes, but
yeah,
they try to avoid people.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to mention the budget was $1 million on this film, so they probably didn't have
That's
a whole lot of extra money. I mean, just think they must have paid Shatner a good whack of that, right? Like,
I'm sure it was a big chunk of the budget. Yeah, that and the spiders.
The Shatner was really the only known actor. Well, what's his face? Woody Strode, of course.
Woody Strode.
He would have got a few bucks, I'm sure.
There we are. Crank that phone. And he's trying the operator, of course, and the operator seems to be having a nap.
For some sick reason, I actually laughed my ass off when I saw her.
And that is the actress. You can tell, right? That is the actress.
It was like, okay, well, she wasn't that interesting anyway, so. Oh, man. I that guy in the blue hat. He was kind of hilarious and annoying at the same time.
There it is, Miller
Agreed.
High Life. I knew it. They're going to put product placements all over the place. Looks like we got Smirnoff, and we got Beefeater, and I'm not sure what else.
Well, any few dollars helped, I guess, right?
Oh yeah. Well, yeah. How many of them were authorized, though?
They must have got something from the companies that would.
Well, Miller, yeah, Miller, I'm sure is a sponsor because we've seen a lot of Miller, but I don't know about the other bottles. Unless they're all owned by the same distillery, I don't know.
I doubt it. They probably don't even know it was even in the movie.
Right. And now that, of course, you even try that, they'll sue you if you don't give them a cut
Yeah.
of the money. You guys all know the famous story about E.T. the movie, right?
Depends what famous story you're talking about, I guess.
Product placement.
Oh yeah, there was
E.T.
product
Yeah.
placement, you know.
Well, no, well, what happened was Steven Spielberg wanted to use M&Ms, and M&Ms said no. So they use what are the peanut butter? Reese's peanut butter, or
Reese's
Reese's
Pieces. Yeah,
Reese's
Reese's
Pieces,
Pieces.
and E.T. was a huge hit, and it was a big explosion for sales for Reese's, and M&M Mars was extremely upset that it was their loss.
Well, M&M serves them right, I say.
It does, and especially now with their woke ways. Yeah, woke go
Yeah.
broke. Them and
Yeah,
Hershey's.
woke
Bye.
candy. Like woke
Oh.
candy. What kind of world are we actually living in now?
Oh, PvP,
Dude,
I'll have to
I've-
show you the commercial for Jeremy's chocolate.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
like-
put a link to that. I'd like to watch that one.
Yeah, somebody posted on Twitter a candy section of the store, and there were packages of Cracker Jills.
Well, Jill would
well, like
probably
there's
approve.
lots of her for she's bars at my dollar
Wow.
store now, and I refuse to
Yes.
buy it. I'm like, well, I was
bars.
feeling cookies and creams. Her
Well,
for
right.
she's.
Well, did I tell you Cracker Jill's
Wow.
black?
That's crazy.
Cracker Jill is black.
I'll take a picture of it next time PvP. And,
Awesome, yeah.
I'll
Well,
send it to you.
hey, they got rid of Aunt Jemima because she's it was racist, right?
Yeah,
Right.
God forbid you have like an actual black lady who actually existed, who was
Who
a
actually
got
amazing
paid-
spokesperson
got
for the
paid-
customer.
Got paid money to be on the label. Yeah. Exactly.
Well, if you guys know,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
just like this. It was the same with Uncle Ben's rice. If you guys figure it out,
Yeah, they
what's-
banned
what's
that
it-
too, didn't they?
Well, what's going on is not black people that are complaining; it's rich white Democrats that are complaining, and they're doing that to eliminate successful black people in history.
Well, the woke things.
Using black people as an excuse, saying that it's bad towards blacks. That's what they're doing. They're manipulating. They're not telling the truth.
Yeah,
I
always
don't
thought they
understand.
were-
Now,
I always thought there was just
Well, I
food
was just gonna-
products, not politics.
they were
Like,
right, and it wasn't black people complaining. It was only the white liberal Democrats. But anyway, I don't understand how Mr. Clean is still around. And the Quaker Oats guy, I can't believe that they're still around, right?
Well, Mr. Clean's got that earring, so maybe
Well, Mrs. Dash,
maybe he
Yeah.
swings the other way. You never know, right? So
well, Mrs. Dash turned into just Jeremy's Dash, or just into Dash.
oh my, I don't know. This is a crazy world we're living in.
All right, well, Pop Culture muted himself, so something might. Oh, yeah, muted himself. Okay.
Oh, maybe his
Yep.
puppies are going
Open up-
crazy or something.
I opened up my soda. I got a soda.
Okay, I'm
Okay.
gonna step away for a minute. I'll be back in a bit, guys.
Okay,
Okay, I'll read off the chat real quick. We got 4 of them.
thank you.
Edge of Time says sci-fi writing has tanked because the space race tanked. Extinction seems more likely than interstellar travel, or to the average person. Hence the rise of dystopian and post-apocalyptic stories. Nemesis says we need to encourage kids to get into science and space and to think for themselves, not be sheeple.
That's
Yeah,
not going to
that's
happen,
right.
unfortunately. I wish, but no, it's not going to happen.
Edge of Time says if you could travel at the speed of light, you can still travel 100,000 years from landing anywhere. Then I put the link in for the Jeremy's chocolate commercial. It's funny as hell. And yeah, and Scogli says Aunt Jay was a wonderful person and a Elvis showwoman. Yeah, there's a very good story about that. And they did a real disservice to her.
Of course.
All right, that's all the chats.
All right, here we go. So they're in the diner and they're panicking. They're being surrounded by spiders. And of course, the lady the manager of the diner, I guess, is just trying to, in denial, go about her everyday duties. Obviously, she's nervous, but she doesn't want to think about it. But if you take a close look at that bit on the ceiling there behind her, well, I guess it already happens. They're coming through that vent. And the sink.
I feel so bad for this scene. These poor spiders. They get hot soup to death.
Well,
Right, and this scene is real, right?
Yeah.
Right, and this scene
Yeah.
is real. Obviously, they didn't no
They'd never allow
CGI.
it. They'd never allow it now, would they? They'd be go, oh, the spiders have rights. We can't boil the spiders.
Well, Peter
No,
was
the
around
spiders
then,
aren't
but I
aggressive.
don't
They're
know.
not hurting anyone.
Well, yeah, Peter was
Peter
around then,
shouldn't
but
have
I
to
don't know.
Were they really?
Yeah,
Back in
Peter's
the
been around a
70s?
long time, but I don't think they were worried about arachnids and spiders. I think they were mostly into animals.
Yeah, well, insects, I think, were a little different category for most people back
That's
in
what
those
I'm thinking. I don't think they cared about insects. They'll complain about animals. Did you guys
Yeah.
hear? By the way, it just hit the news yesterday. They're filming, unfortunately, the second season of Rings Around the Toilet. You know, that new Amazon series for
Rings
Tolkien
around the
people.
toilet?
Right. A horse
Rank the
died.
power.
A horse died of a heart
Oh.
attack, and now PETA is pushing for 100% CGI animals from now on.
Yeah,
Well,
do it.
how-
Just make the budget even worse for them. Fuck yeah.
The budget even worse,
Amazing.
but they look fake. I mean, even Cocaine Bear, everybody's talking about how fake it looks. They look fake.
They
And
should
now they
just
start
hire.
making all the
course.
animals fake. It's like, oh my god.
Here's an idea. They should
It-
just hire Brian Henson to do some puppet horses, and that would solve everything, right?
Oh, dude, but that would require actual
That
like
was a
talent
joke,
being
by the
on
way.
set. And,
Yeah, 'cause-
oh,
yeah,
we
right,
know.
'cause
We
he-
know, buddy. We
right.
know.
Oh man, it's ridiculous. Like,
Henson no longer owns the Muppets. Disney
of
does.
course,
and they killed them. Yeah,
if an actor had a heart attack on set and died, that'd be perfectly fine, right?
right. Of course.
you guys
Oh,
do know
speaking
the
of
part
something that I never thought of, you guys. Sorry, PvP.
No worries, man.
Did you realize that Disney, who bought Fox, owns the Aliens series now?
Yeah, they're gonna kill
Alien.
it just like everything else. Well, they already had an
Well-
Alien series starring Mary Sue, so of course.
They're going to do a TV series of aliens. Is that what
Already
you-
did. It was a miniseries,
yeah, I
or
missed
it was
that.
something, but it starred a woman who was able to kick their butts.
You know, after the first couple Aliens movies, I kind of lost interest anyway, to be quite honest.
And the third one is
Yeah, I love the concept.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
whatever
like the first two.
whatever you do not Google Alien movie from '92.
Okay.
Whatever you do.
What, Resurrection?
Okay.
That's not what pops up, Nemesis.
Oh, is it Species? I don't know. Oh, is it a porn film?
Oh, Species
I'm gonna
is
have to-
horrible. Species was such a terrible movie. Oh,
Horrible
mistake-
movies, indeed.
yeah. I made the mistake of seeing Species in the theater, and I was so mad when I walked out of there. I hated that movie so much.
Nemesis, you're gonna tell me F you when you do it.
Oh dear.
Oh.
Well, whatever. I enjoy your sense of humor, Gorilla. Oh, dude, you want to
Okay.
talk about like crappy movies that I saw? Anyways, no, we'll talk about it later. Spider
Yeah.
movie. We're at
That's
3
good.
hours. We gotta go.
How are we doing? How are we doing on the chat, Gorilla?
Jim put his link in and he said hi to PvP.
Hey,
All right.
hi, Jim.
Okay, so here we have where the cook threw the soup at the spiders. What a waste of good food, by the way. And here they hear the commotion and they come running in, and we have Rack. Is that his name, Rack? Right?
Rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rack. Because he lost the
Veterinarian?
pool and he had to rack him up.
That is
No,
funny.
No, he's always staring at women's racks. That's how he got his name.
Oh, right.
No, probably.
I think that was kind of the sub joke, actually. That's the way I took it anyway. It was like a bit of a joke on Shatner's character.
Send him down there for the spiders, or for the wood. I mean, yes, there you go.
Yeah. This is
Oh
getting
yeah.
better.
Now this is the scene
Oh,
where I saw the behind the scenes making of where they had the domes over the spiders.
oh, look, another updress shot.
Oh,
Oh well, she's just like
Gorillas.
once again, she doesn't have pants on. She's just in her panties. Like but that's interesting, Pop, because like I personally wouldn't have been able to tell that there were domes there, and I was just like, man, did they like put the little girl on the bed like after they placed all the spiders and were like, okay, quick,
Yep.
get the shot now, because she's just like, ah! Like the
And-
fear is genuine on her, and I'm just like, holy shit, like that's got to be so traumatizing.
yeah, it's interesting because I've seen the movie several times. I even saw it at the theater, but I never focused on the girl's underwear.
Well, she's
Yeah.
trying to center the damn shot.
Maybe that's a modern thing because when I saw
It
this,
is.
like,
It's a modern
back
thing.
in
He
the
was
80s,
yeah,
I never thought about that at all. I just
No,
thought it
same
was like
here.
a
Yeah,
horrifying scene with the spiders. I
yeah.
wasn't
It's
thinking, ooh,
interesting.
upskirt shot.
Yeah, it's interesting
You know,
how
But
modern people they look at older things in a different light, I guess.
I guess we were just much more naive and innocent back in those days or
well,
something.
this
Well,
shot might go
we
by
weren't
too fast. Too
looking for the
fast.
same things.
Well, maybe this shot went by so fast, and this is just where you happen to pause it at, too.
Yeah,
this is-
that's kind of more along the lines. Don't get me wrong. That we could get into a discussion about how this has been in film since like its inception, but we're gonna focus on the spider film and not on the little girl and her panties. So
Yeah,
Right.
that sounds
here
like a
comes
plan.
William Shatner to the rescue, being like, "Quick, jump to me, little girl!" And she's like, "Oh hell yeah! Like, get me out of here!"
Yeah, they would never show
Now,
that these days. Yeah, and
Oh,
they'd all
yeah,
be
no way.
CGI. They'd all look fake and everything else.
They probably wouldn't even put a child in that kind of jeopardy in a modern film.
No, they wouldn't.
well,
That's what I'm
therein lies
saying.
the problem because you guys were talking about Jurassic Park and like how like it's all CGI, so there's no actual danger. Whereas like
Well, no,
these are
it's
real spiders.
no. Jurassic World is different. Jurassic World, they don't even make CGI to appear that a child is in danger. The point is, they won't show a child in danger anymore. That's what I'm trying to say. If you see a child in a movie
Okay.
now, that child will not be in danger. It doesn't matter if it's by something real or fake. They just won't do it anymore. So
Oh,
if you see
dude,
a
I can't
child in
remember
a
what movie
movie,
it is.
if you see a child in a movie, you can automatically know that when you walk out of that theater at the end of that movie, that kid's still alive, that it never died in the movie because they don't die. They just don't put kids in danger anymore.
I know it's too bad. Like that, the Blob stands out to me for like
Right, because that
gratuitous
made you actually.
child death.
That's
Well,
what right. That makes you actually. The movies were more scarier because they weren't manipulated with the same modern cookie cutter plots. But now it's even worse. Okay, first it got to the point where they wouldn't show kids in danger anymore. No threats to kids. No, not even any suspense. And then to even top it off and make it worse, they made the kids have superpowers. They were telekinetically connected with the monsters. And I'm looking at that horrible King Kong movie versus Godzilla, where the kids like and the dinosaur, the Jurassic, where the kid can they have psychic capabilities where they can communicate with the monsters, and the monster doesn't
Which
hurt
one?
them, and they ride the dinosaurs. And the last 2 or 3 of the Jurassic World movies.
Okay, because I was gonna say that didn't
And
happen. King Kong
Yeah.
versus Godzilla. There was a girl
Yeah,
who
King
had
Kong
new
versus
Simon
Godzilla.
with Kong.
There was 2 Mary Sues, and the little one from Stranger Things. Remember how she was mentally connected with Kong or Godzilla? I can't remember. I hated the movie so much. Yeah, that movie had 2, not
No,
one, but
that's
2 Mary
yeah.
Sues. in it.
You're hating the movie too much. Like we'll go into that in our Godzilla when I do my Godzilla series. We can talk
yeah,
about that then.
let's get the spiders done here.
Yes.
we're
Yeah.
going. I don't know how long is this stream gone now? Over 3 hours.
Yeah, I thought I was going to go faster. I apologize, guys.
Yeah.
And this is when the fire extinguishers looked like they were still CO2, which they're not anymore. Now they use halon, by the way. Yeah, let's go stand by the fireplace, right?
Yeah.
This reminds me of the birds.
You know
Too
the
much
thing.
to say.
Also,
I
this
think
movie,
it might be an homage to it.
you know,
It is. I think so.
at this point, with this many spiders, wouldn't you like if there was a vehicle that could get everybody loaded up? Wouldn't you? Just
Well, they
get
did.
the
Remember,
hell
they
out of
tried
there?
to go out. They did. They tried to go out in the truck. Remember that? So they already tried that.
Yeah. Okay, I must have forgotten that.
Yeah.
They did, yeah, they did PvP. There's been because every time they open the door, spiders are getting in. When people are in the vehicles, they seem to be able to get in there if there are any cracks or crevices. Like they're getting in through the air conditioning, they're getting in through the ventilation.
Through the fireplace.
Like they're
yeah,
gonna get in.
yeah,
Yep.
right. But the
Right.
thing is,
And
doesn't even dawn on them by this point they're probably doomed because if they don't get out of there, the spiders are just going to overwhelm them eventually.
They know that. Right.
I think, yeah, that's the moral of the story, right? It's
Right,
inaction.
right.
leads
And you
to
know
their
that,
death.
and because of that, another thing I'll give them credit for is another scene that they always have now that they don't have in this is they play the nice little sweet music and they have the adult look at the little girl and say, "Don't worry, we'll get out of here just fine. You'll be just fine. blah blah, and then of course it's like, and they always do get out. So this movie has an unexpected ending. I'll put it that way, not to try to give it away.
Yeah, no spoilers, but yeah, we're getting there
And,
soon.
Yeah.
And here we have another example of William Shatner wearing sunglasses in between scenes, obviously, because his face is tan and he's got white rings around his eyes. But oh well, that's another story.
Where's the makeup man?
The reverse raccoon. Oh man.
I still really love Shat in this one, though. I thought his performance was really quite fun.
Oh, so do I. And there they are. I would be.
And then there's this one who's just awful.
Right. I would be jumping up much faster than that. I would be thinking that CO2, I mean, that bleep, all that is cold. I mean, that might stun the spiders, but I don't know about killing them. Now, by the way, I would light that fire. Light that fireplace.
Yeah, lighting the fire was the best idea there.
Kill it with fire.
Oh, here we go. Now there's some spiders being squished. This scene is nuts. When I saw this scene, it was like, wow, this is intense.
It's really awesome. For a low budget movie.
See, I'd be running out of town, but everybody's just running around in circles.
Well, he's trying to be a responsible sheriff, I guess.
No, I'm talking about the people,
Big
not
mistake.
the sheriff. I was talking about the people, not the sheriff.
Well, I don't think at this point there's so many spiders everywhere. They could probably run, out of town. They'd still be.
Well, it looks like in their panic they're running in different directions because they don't know where to go.
Well, exactly, but I mean, there's so many spider mounds. There's probably like kilometers of spiders all around the town by now, right? So.
Oh yeah.
Unless you were in a vehicle, you'd have no chance. You'd have no chance.
Well, and even then, the second you stop, the spiders would be crawling on your vehicle. They'd be crawling up underneath, and then you'd be like, "Oh, we're safe," and you stop again, and
I think, by this point, I think nobody's going to survive, basically.
No, because your gas is only going to take you so far.
Yeah,
I have to shout out to this movie. I know this is maybe a little cynical, but I absolutely love crowd panic scenes, stampedes, all that. You just don't see those anymore.
And did you notice the baby carriage there a little bit before? If you want to go back for a second.
I didn't notice that.
I got it because it's every 5 seconds.
There was a mother pushing her baby in a baby carriage, and I thought that was really dark.
Try to see if I can catch it, but like I said, it's not
coming
easy.
Right soon. Oh, it was there.
There's a little boy.
Oh, the dead kid, awesome. Oh, this lady too will stand out to me. The help me lady. Help! I legitimately found man, I hope someone helped her. I know
I guess we missed it. Yeah, it was earlier, I think, but oh well.
Car crash is total
The
panic.
implications, like you said, PvP are super dark.
Yeah, there was a brief glimpse of a baby carriage being wheeled in front of that store, but that's a little ways back now, I guess. But I really felt sorry for the sheriff here.
Spider booty. Oh, and here's the mayor getting his comeuppance.
All right, look at those welts on his hand. Ooh, yeah.
Oh, good makeup effects.
Yes, definitely.
Oh, dude, yeah. Right, and he's all like, blah, blah, and this person's all like, oh no, the spiders, they're in my car. And then the mayor's all like, oh no,
here we go.
look out.
Was this man, I'm having a Death Race 2000 flashback here.
oh, dude, right? Oh, man.
This is a great scene.
Yeah.
And the water tower topples over, of course, because they hear that.
Oh, that's nasty.
I can imagine. I mean, even if I was an actor, okay, how much do you have to pay me to put spiders on my face? I don't know.
Well, first
that'd be a lot of money.
You're going to cover me in fake blood, and then you're going to have arachnids crawl over my face.
But real spiders actually moving, right? It's like, oh,
exactly. Yeah.
There it is. They got that fire finally going. Also, I'm sure everybody's thinking about Tremors too, right? This is similar to Tremors.
Yeah, Tremors, Shaun of the Dead. There's
right,
and it's funny because they're all like, "Oh man, we know the spiders have come through the vents before," and they're like, turn up the AC, and they're like, it is
yeah.
up, and I'm like, I'm just gonna open up this
Okay.
vent.
This is another scene that drove me nuts. It's like you're going to open the air conditioning. Like that's the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Right?
Just leave
And
it the
like
way it is. It's fine. Just leave it. And it's like, and then like, it's like, oh shit,
and then this fucking lady who's like, help me, get him off me, and you're just like, you could do anything to help yourself, lady.
So
And
do you
she
think
just
do you think her
Go
hubby in
ahead,
the
bud.
blue hat in his final moments when the spiders were killing him probably thought, thank you, thank you, thank you.
I do.
I'm not married
I
anymore.
do. Well, it's like, and after watching her, go ahead.
I said it's cheaper than a divorce.
Oh, dude, right?
Yeah, but at least after divorce, you're probably still technically alive, at least.
Right. And plus, with divorce, there's no argument. You get all the money.
Even if not monetarily alive, you're still physically alive, I guess.
Right. By the way, he's not doing a very good
Yeah.
job of that comb over. He's not hiding very much.
He doesn't have much to work with.
Yeah,
though,
much
really.
to comb over. I'm glad
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not one of those. No offense to people who have to do comb overs, but sometimes they can be quite hilarious.
Hey, I'm in my 60s and I got a full head of hair. It might be turning gray, but it's still there.
Yep, I got a full
mine's
head of
turning
hair
gray
too. I'm
too.
lucky.
My sister
Gray's
reminds
fine.
me. Yeah, my sister reminds me every time she cuts my hair how much gray I'm getting.
Well,
But
I think
gray-
gray's a sign. Gray's a sign of survival, as far as I'm concerned. So.
Gray is okay as long as it doesn't go away.
Silverback gorilla.
Yeah.
Still trying that operator. Don't they get the hint?
Yeah. Hey,
yeah, she's gone, man.
well, we got a couple, like 5 chats here I'm going to catch up on.
Go for it. Go for it, Gorilla. Thank you.
At this time says, I've adapted to wait and see the approach of all the transhumanist predictions, immortality, downloading consciousness, death by AI. All those things have already passed their projected arrival dates.
Yeah, they usually
Oh, well,
do.
that's
Don't they?
true. Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We're supposed to have flying cars and jetpacks by now, too. So.
Yeah, Skogley says, I was 12 when Species came out, so Natasha Hedsworth was pivotal in my life. At the time says, there goes my hopes for Escape to Witch Mountain reboot. That was sarcasm.
And I'll shout out for the original Witch Mountain. Kim Fields grew up to be really, really hot.
Yeah. Did they make a reboot of that?
Yeah, unfortunately. And she played a cameo in it as a smoker. No, that's when she was in that movie with Samuel L. Jackson. She was in it, a cameo, and so was Ike Eisenman. He played the sheriff. Yeah, Kim Fields played in that Black something where Samuel L. Jackson kidnapped a white girl. I can't remember what it was called, but Kim Fields
Black
was in it.
Snake
That's it. And Kim Fields from Escape Witch Mountain was in it as a waitress, and they showed her smoking a cigarette. I thought, oh no, she's so beautiful. Nothing against smokers, but it's just not for me.
Okay. Sean Carter says, I didn't have time to see the movie, but I give it 7 out of 8 legs. Then Edge of Time says 16 out of 40 eyes.
That's a good one, too.
Okay. By the way, PvP, I don't know. PvP, I don't know if you were here when I mentioned it earlier, but have you seen the classic movie, The Incredible Shrinking Man?
Oh, I love that movie.
Okay, good. Because I was talking, I was telling these young kids here about it earlier. Yeah.
Yeah, I've seen it 3 or 4 times at least over the years, and I think it's a fantastic film.
It is. The special effects, everything. And I'm going to be showing it on here on the stream because these young kids here have never seen it. They need to be introduced to it.
Oh, it's an incredibly great film, yeah. And it's very, well, I won't give away the ending, but it's quite mind-boggling, really.
And unlike modern-day movies, it was unexpected ending, right?
Oh,
everything
the ending.
These days,
Well,
seriously,
I don't want
everything has to have the same cookie-cutter plot, the same predictable happy ending. I just hate movies now.
Well, it's one of those movies I would never want to give spoilers to the ending because it's very profound. It's a very, very great ending.
And the book is even better, which I read twice.
Is that by Richard Matheson? The book?
Sure is. It's called the book
Huh.
is called
Okay,
the Shrinking Man, and the movie is The Incredible Shrinking Man.
it's a great film. Yeah, very. I mean, for a '50s film, it's one of the better ones as far as I'm concerned.
And there's no boring at all. I mean, the pacing is
No,
fantastic.
well, it's like Forbidden Planet, and some of those classic films,
Yep.
War of the Worlds or whatever. I mean, those
Yep.
films, they just moved from beginning to end. They were great stories, great
But
actors.
there's a big misperception of the younger people that think those old movies were boring when they were actually not. They were actually
They're
paced
not.
well, better than a
I'd
lot
say
of movies now.
well, give me like a 3 hours Avengers film that'll put me to sleep in my popcorn, right? I mean, movies now are way over long, way over
Well,
long. I
it's
mean, I'm
not just the length of the
exaggerating.
movie. It's not just the length, but it's the pacing. I would rather watch The Incredible Shrinking Man over anything from Blumhouse.
Well, the
Any
trouble is
movie from
they'll
Blumhouse.
they'll take a film with
Yeah.
maybe a decent premise and they'll pad it out to the point, just to
Yes.
try to get those extra minutes in. And it's just like, no.
Right. It's like, okay, here's the plot of every Blumhouse movie. Or you got a killer doll, throw in a bunch of nightmare sequences and a bunch of jump scares. Bam, you got a movie. There you go. Sold.
Well,
That's Blumhouse.
so much is formula now, sadly.
Well, if people would stop paying for it, I guess it would stop, huh?
Well, that's the trouble.
Horror movies come out,
There's
unfortunately,
enough
because
people that do pay
15 and
for it, and
16
that's
year old
why
girls don't know better.
we keep
Yeah.
getting the same stuff because people will watch it over and over again for some reason.
Yeah. So are we caught up on the chat, Gorilla?
Yes. Oh, yeah. We're pretty much caught up.
Okay, so here we are back in the diner, and I don't think the operator's going to be answering. And now it's time to get a little bit of few laughs here, I guess, huh? And it looks like they're being startled. What's that? She says. It came from one of the bedrooms. Ooh, look at that window. It could be the bedroom with the little girl in it. Whatever the little girl, by the way, is she there in the room with them?
There's very bad parenting in this film. The little girl's always neglected.
Children had a lot more freedom back then.
Well, I can remember being
leave her alone. She'll be fine, right?
I can remember
Was
like
that
in
BB?
1964 when the Beatles had their big hit, "I Want to Hold Your Hand." I would jump up and down in the back seat of the car when it played on the radio.
That's what
What
right.
happened?
That's when that's when the
Everything
cars.
went black on my screen for a second there. That was weird. I'm still
Are you
here.
okay now?
Yeah, my whole screen here just went black suddenly, and now it's back. But
Okay, maybe the
was really
screensaver
weird.
tried to kick in or something.
no, I don't have a screensaver. Very strange. But I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm still here. But yeah, usually when I start my screen in the morning, it'll do the little doot doot doot, make a noise and wake up. But wow, it went to total black for a second there. But yeah, it's all good. I don't know what
After
happened. It must have been
after the
glitch.
stream, check your connections. Make sure nothing's loose, like your monitor plugs into the computer.
No,
or
I
anything.
haven't touched. I haven't touched anything. I haven't
No,
touched
it
anything.
doesn't matter if you touch it or not. Just it wouldn't hurt to double check the connections.
No, it still
All you
shows
gotta
my
do-
internet connection is still good. So
Believe me, as a former, I used to repair, and it wouldn't hurt just to reach in the back after the stream and just make sure everything's snug.
okay, well, it might be a little difficult because my desk is pretty up against the wall, but I think
Okay.
we're probably good. I think it was just maybe an internet glitch for a second. Maybe my internet
Okay.
dropped out.
And now for the introduction here for those kids out there, that is what's called a fuse box. This was before they had God. Now what's the new term now?
Breakers.
Well,
Breakers. Yes.
they got the breaker switches now, right? So
Right. And I've lived in many houses that had fuse boxes just like this.
yeah, my
Hey,
parents' house used to have one of these.
Yeah, don't pull an Archie Bunker and put a penny in the fuse.
Right. Don't put a penny in those.
No, you better, be careful.
Yeah.
There's a lot of juice going through those things.
Right.
remember
So
that
what happened was
I remember the episode with Archie Bunker there where he put the penny in the fuse and it caused a fire that he had to bribe the insurance guy.
right.
saying
You know
it
what?
was
And Gorilla, I'm glad you watched All in the Family. Most people your age don't watch that kind of stuff. So I'm glad you did.
I watched like a couple episodes. My dad really likes that. So,
All in the
the
Family's a
Family.
really good show.
Yeah, it's in my top favorites. My top sitcoms of all time. Number one is Sanford and Son, and number two is All in the Family.
Well, All in the Family's got to be one of the most gutsy shows ever on TV because,
It
I mean,
was,
it handled topics like racism, the whole left right argument thing, you know.
but it was also consistently funny. So they were able to handle
Well, the
those
thing
heavy
was
topics while still being funny.
Archie might have been a bigot in some ways, but he was relatable as a human being too, right? Because you could understand as a frustrated working
Well, the
class
whole
man.
family was relatable. You had Archie, who
Yeah,
was the hardcore conservative, then you had the kids, which were Democrat liberals. So yeah, it
yeah.
balanced everything out.
And you
You
had
had
poor
Edith.
Edith.
Edith
Edith, the
was in
suffering,
between.
the
Because Edith
suffering
wasn't either one.
housewife.
Yeah, she wasn't either one politically. She was like stuck in the middle of all the
No, but
arguments.
Edith was just like she was just a sweet person that just wanted
Yes.
like everybody to get along, right? And she was a totally beautiful character too. So
Oh
it
yeah,
was a
yeah,
great show.
yeah. Gene Stapleton, the actress, fantastic.
Oh, she was brilliant. She was brilliant. Yeah.
Here's what we
The
have.
thing, a nice balance. Anyway, back to the movie.
So here's where we have the spiders got into the fuse box and caused it to short circuit and blew out the fuses. So now it's dark. There's a little girl asleep on the couch. So that makes sense. They put the girl close to the fire. I don't know if that's going to help. But now they're waking her up because they need to go down and check that fuse box. So that's where Crack. No, what's his name again?
Rack, like he's staring at a woman's
Rack.
rack.
That's it. Rack. Sorry, that's right. I'll keep thinking of billiards or pool. I'll say Rackham.
It's like
There we
instead
go.
of
That's
instead of
the whole
pawn, it's
point
like
of the
rack.
name is the
Right.
fact that he lost at pool so much,
Oh,
and his brother would
no,
say
I like
Rackham.
my version of the origin of the name is he's staring at women's racks because it's Shatner.
I'm sure the writers must have been thinking of Kirk when they wrote that, like just for a joke, right? I get that
This
feeling.
is a cool scene here where it even shows they're even killing the rats. I mean, that's
Yeah, that was
something
a
you
cool
don't usually
scene.
see.
Now, well, how was the? I mean, that was a real rat, was it not?
Yeah, they probably
Yep.
taped it to the rat. Probably taped
But
them.
I mean, it looked like it was actually quivering or something. Were the spiders actually biting it?
That I
Well,
don't know.
maybe.
But you're right. The rat was probably scared, right? Because I'm sure the
Rat
rat
looked
wasn't
really
used to that.
freaked out. Yeah.
And this is, I'm wondering if that's a nod to the movie Willard or Ben, which we'll be covering later on. There we go. There's that old fuse box. Stick your hand in there and fix it.
I gotta give Shatner some props for all this, though.
Yeah, I mentioned earlier before you got here, PvP, he first turned down the role, but the director was so insistent on having him there that the director flew out to his house and personally begged him pretty much, and then finally William Shatner
Cool.
said, "Okay."
That's awesome.
Is that fuse good? Is it? You can always look inside the fuses and see if they busted or burnt. Oh, William Shatner, 92. I can't believe it.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
I gotta give a guy credit for like, yeah, okay, I'm a well-known actor. Just cover me with tarantulas, and I'm cool.
Like I said, that's more than I could do. I don't know if I could bring myself to that. It would take an awful lot of money.
Or Shatner
And
didn't
they're
know he
real.
was going to do the motion picture 2 years from then, so maybe he thought, well, I
Right.
better take the money while I can get it. So
Right, but fortunately, he did have a convention at this point, so that was good that the convention came along and kept everybody fed until the movies came back.
okay. I remember him in the early 70s after Star Trek, and like I remember him doing grocery commercial ads here in Canada.
Groceries. He was on Match Game. Yeah.
Yeah, he would do anything for a buck. I mean, I remember reading, wasn't he living in his car for a
No,
while? Like,
right. Yeah, I mentioned earlier he was living out of a motorhome
yeah,
kind of thing with his kids, because so he always made sure. And not only that, he was also doing plays like in local towns. So he was doing
Yeah,
a lot
but
of
he had
stage
some-
stuff because he originally came from the stage.
he had some. Oh yeah, he did on CBC back when he was young. He did Shakespeare stuff on the TV here, which I don't know if any of that stuff still exists. I would love to see it, but yeah, he did some Shakespeare plays on CBC television back in the '60s,
Right.
like early '60s. But yeah, he was really hard up for money for a few years there. So
Well, I give him credit. Well, the reason why is he was a single father and he had
yeah.
kids, and he would do anything to make sure his kids were fed.
Well, I
So I
respect
do
his
give him credit for that.
tenacity, his never say die attitude, which is why he's become a legend, because he worked so hard all his life, right?
He did. And it's not like fame just suddenly fell into his lap. He worked hard. Everything was not planned. Star Trek was not planning on what did not plan on it being as famous as it turned out.
Shatner's
And
whole
then
life,
after it was,
yeah,
and then after it was
like
canceled,
a series of fortunate events, kind of,
right? And then after it was canceled, they thought it was well behind them. They thought they were stereotyped. They thought they were typecasted. They thought they'd never work again. James Doohan was doing also horrible, crappy Saturday morning shows. I'm sure you remember, like Jason the Star Command and stuff like that. Because I remember as a kid thinking, "Oh no, poor Scotty." Oh well, but fortunately, yeah, the conventions brought him back, fed them every week, and then ultimately convinced Paramount to, as what we all know, bring Star Trek back. And now because we're still talking about
Walter Koenig ended up in an episode of a awful Canadian series made in Ontario called The Star Lost, which I think lasted for maybe like 17 episodes. It's actually all on YouTube if anybody wants to check it out.
Oh, and yeah, poor guy.
Walter was on an episode, I think about 2/3 of the way through the series, and you get this, it was actually, I believe, created by Harlan Ellison. But when Harlan
saw the product, that's the one where he took his name off the credits, right?
Yeah, he said, "This is such crap. I don't want my name associated with it."
So it was officially written by Cordwainer Bird, right?
Something like that. Yeah, Cordwainer. Yeah, his famous pen name. But I remember watching it back in the 70s when it first aired on the CTV network here. I didn't mind it. Like it was like, well, it's passable. Like I can watch it for an hour on a Friday night before I go out and hang out with my friends, right? But it certainly was not a classic, that's for sure.
Right, exactly. Go ahead, Gorilla.
I was gonna say, welcome, Phantom Boomer.
Hello, Phantom Boomer.
For chats here, Kim Fields from Facts of Life and Kim Richards, Escape from Witch Mountain.
Kim Richards from Escape to Witch Mountain. Thank you for correcting me if I got the names mixed up. Right. Kim Fields, no. Kim Richards, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Captain City says, smoking cigarettes steals your youthful looks, but simultaneously looks so damn sexy.
Yes.
Seeing Young in Blade Runner smoking is smoking hot. According to Herc. Captain Fiddy says, you read my mind, Kirk. Captain Fiddy says, I'm sucking on menthol cigarettes right now. so bad, but so good. And hail, Phantom Boomer. Howdy, Herc from Phantom. Captain says, Boomer!
Boomer.
Yeah. Okay, Boomer. But Phantom says,
good to see you, Boomer.
Phantom Boomer says, fingers crossed, expecting a project to MP4 right now. Not as elegant as I wanted, but I got tired of fighting the software crashes.
Oh, that's a pain.
Pop culture, I do not like spiders. Not many people do.
Neither do I. I don't like what I said earlier. I don't even, because I dislike spiders so much, I won't even eat crab or lobster. It's like, no. Anything multi-legged, if it has more than 4 legs, keep it away from me.
Lobsters are actually really tasty.
I know people. I know. I'm not saying they're not, and I'm not saying that there aren't people out there who enjoy that stuff. There are.
No, I haven't eaten them in years, but you crack the lobster tail open with all that good lobster meat and dip it in some butter sauce, and
well, if you have to add anything to it to give it flavor, no thanks.
No,
but that's okay.
Put ketchup on your French fries, don't you?
I know. We spoke about. I ate fries today with no ketchup. I had fries today with no ketchup. But we spent about a half hour talking about seafood earlier.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
You could have poutine here.
Yeah, chili powder to chili.
Yeah, bacon poutine.
You put seasoning on steaks.
Wait. Chili powder to chili.
Yeah, I put salad dressing on my lettuce.
Yeah, but you don't understand. Chili powder is part of the recipe. It's not saying the chili has no flavor without chili powder. It's a restaurant. I'm sorry, it's a recipe, and that is part of the recipe. That's like, has anybody ever had from the South? You ever had greens? And
No.
I've had soul food before. It's like okay, it's like almost like spinach if you have cooked spinach.
Oh, I've
But
had spinach.
you've got to add a lot of salt and bacon fat to it to give it flavor. But a lot of
I don't
people
care
had
for
to eat them.
salt.
But a lot of people had to eat them for years because that's all they could afford.
Oh yeah, that makes sense. But I'm not a big. I try and avoid salt.
A Ford.
All right, let's keep this going here.
Yeah, let's
Herc
go for
says,
it. Let's get this.
hey,
Let's get to the ending here.
let's finish up these. Let's get a couple more chats here. It says,
Okay.
Herc says, looking forward to that. Herc says, aloe. He's waving at Phantom. Phantom says hi. Hi. Herc says, brothers cameras of 1958 was Yul Beimer Shatner. Has been working for a long time.
Hold on. Let me help you. Oh, go back to that one, Gorilla. Let me help you. The brothers Karamazov in 1958 with Yul Brynner. Shatner has been working for a long time. Yes, they worked together on that. And after Star Trek, Shatner did have a short-lived series Western called The Barbary Coast. Go ahead.
Yeah, I remember that show. Yeah.
All right, Sean.
Wasn't that the one where Shatner went Cash is King?
I can't remember the name of it. There was only a few episodes, but I know he was like a gambler in San Francisco, I think.
Yeah, I thought that was his phrase in the series, though. Cash is King.
It's possible. I don't remember.
All right. Sean saying, "Hail the Phantom Boomer." Phantom says the Star Lost was bad. It was a show where he made them use his FU pen name.
It wasn't
yes.
great, that's for sure. But it's worth checking out for one watch.
Yeah, Phantom says hello. I was chain smoking a pipe when I gave up smoking. Phantom says I gave up smoking for good. Now I smoke for evil.
There you go.
I like that one.
Well,
that's a good one.
Well, I don't smoke anymore. I don't smoke any less either.
So, Gorilla, what do you smoke?
Cheapos. Called Montego.
Yeah, but like 100s. Are they regulars? Are they menthol? What brand?
Menthol 100s. Menthol 100s.
Menthol one. Ooh, yeah, those crystallize your lungs. Let me put it this way: my mom kicked the bucket at age 60 because of menthol cigarettes.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Okay, Lemon says lobster and crab are delish. PVV is gourmand.
Maybe gourmet, but I'm definitely not.
Gourmand. Is it gourmand?
Yeah.
Gourmand.
I had to zoom in.
As a bachelor, I can do basic cooking, but nothing too fancy.
Yeah, and Sean says, "Yeah, I had to give up my salt." Like,
I actually had to start eating more salt because when I go to the doctor and they did blood tests, they made me take salt pills because I was so low on salt. So I had to actually start adding it to my recipe, or to my food or whatever.
Yeah, well, when I got diagnosed with my high blood pressure like 6 months ago, it's like try and stay away from the salt, right? So that's what I try to do. So.
Oh yeah,
everybody's
you got to do that.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, look at that! And so we have William Shatner with bites on his face, and an actual spider. Man, I give him credit for that scene. Right by his mouth.
Ouch, man.
And here we have scene fade to black, and it looks like we have the next day. Or that night.
Luckily, he has main character immunity, and he's fine.
Not in this movie. I don't want to give away.
Well, he did though. He crawled all the way up the stairs, like he got swarmed by him. Whereas, like other people, like that lady got bit by like.
Oh.
And like, luckily here, they're like, "Oh, get the anti-venom, blah blah blah." So yeah, he's got main character immunity, whereas no one else has that. Thank goodness.
They have anti-venom or anti with them. Anti-venom. I didn't know. I didn't notice that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I kind of wonder why they didn't use that on everybody else, but oh well.
Limited dose, because she milked that one spider earlier.
Yes, she did.
I still.
But I wasn't sure how long it takes.
I still think it was the Kirk effect. He had all those vaccinations in Starfleet, so that saved him.
There you go. Yeah, good old bones.
Exactly.
So I did like the makeup where you see the bites in his face. That was cool.
Yeah, the makeup was really well done in this film.
Yes, it was.
Oh, that wife is still around. What do you know?
Oh, well.
Time to take a peek outside.
This This was the scene that freaked me. This freaked me the hell out. This ending.
This was awesome. I remember seeing this as a kid and being like, "Oh my god, yes!"
You know the thing I found really disturbing watching this last night, because I hadn't probably seen this since like the '80s. You know, it's been years since I saw it,
Uh-huh.
and my memory, of course, was totally foggy and fuzzy. And I always thought there was like a happy ending where they kind of managed to escape somehow. And when I watched this last night, I was like, "Oh my god."
That's why I love the ending so much. I was talking about how
Oh,
much better this is in modern movies.
oh, it was so depressing though. I was just like, oh crap, they're all dead. They're all dead, right? They have no hope.
Yep,
There's nowhere to go, right?
100%.
That's the town we're looking at.
Well, they got two choices basically. Well, three choices. They can eat the rest of the food in the lodge, which I imagine it's got at least a month's supply. They can eat and survive, or they can
Yeah,
just all
but you gotta
commit
remember that the
suicide.
spiders are still right. But, there might be a little bit of food, but the spiders are still gonna find ways to get in.
Yeah, they can, or they can try and escape somehow, which they won't have a chance with all those webs because they'll just get
Nope.
stuck.
Yep.
So it's like they're
Well,
doomed.
the
And what really bugged me? It's like that little girl. She's gonna die. Like that was just like
Oh
horrific for me to
yeah,
think about.
I love it.
she's gonna die like that little kid in the street.
It was horrible.
Right.
It was just like horrible. But that's probably what makes it such a classic, really.
It is. That's what makes all the new movies so forgettable.
Yeah. Oh, you don't forget this one. That's for sure. Yeah.
And I think this is a pretty good
Yeah.
matte painting. I love it.
Yeah. It's
Yeah, for
pretty
sure, right?
wild.
Like it's great because like
I mean,
not only are
basically,
they trapped with the webs, like, but it's gonna signal anytime that web movement triggers, it's gonna trigger a response from all the spiders to go to that one spot.
Exactly.
oh,
Just like a used
exactly.
car dealer. Just like a used car
Exactly.
dealer. As soon as you step on the lot of a used car dealer, they come swarming.
Right, and tarantulas are natural. Like they burrow is what they do normally, right? So they're gonna dig underneath the ground. They're gonna come up from underneath. It's gonna be like tremors. Like
Man, this is scary. This is such a scary film, really. The thing was early, the early part of the film when Shatner's flirting, it's kind of playful and there's a lot of fun scenes where it's not totally serious yet. And then it gets so bloody dark, like, by the last half, it's like, wow, this is a really tough film to watch, really.
I love it. Yes. The older the movies get, the better they get. I mean, they weren't predictable, and it's great. And I don't know. Like I said, I've said it 1,000 times just tonight. It's just I hate the tropes of the new movie. Has anybody? Okay, here's a good perfect example. Here's a perfect example. I want to point out really quick. Did anybody see the Steven Spielberg directed War of the Worlds remake with Tom Cruise?
I did.
Okay,
no,
here's my point. Even back then, here's a perfect example. On the movie poster, because I'm a big fan of H.G. Wells, I read the book, I've seen the original movies, so big fan. But I do not like Tom Cruise. So I had to convince myself, okay, I hate Tom Cruise, but I like Steven Spielberg, but I guess I'll go see that movie because I like War of the Worlds. It was like a big tug of war. So anyway, and then I saw the movie poster, and what it showed Tom Cruise holding Dakota Fanning, his daughter. I'm like, oh no. Immediately, okay, happy ending right there. By looking at the movie poster, even before stepping into the theater, happy ending. You really think they're going to show a kid in danger, let alone die? And was I right or was I wrong? I was right, of course. And it's like that is every modern Hollywood movie. All you got to look at the poster. And if there's a kid on that poster or even in the credits, don't worry, they'll come out safely, people. Don't worry, they'll never be in danger, people. They won't even try to depict them in danger with fake CGI. They won't even do it. It's like, oh man, I hate modern movies. I can't stand them.
speaking of Steven Spielberg, you remember that movie, The Mist? God damn, was that a good movie with an awesome ending?
Well, that was Frank Darabont. And I did like the ending of The Mist. So yeah, thank you for shouting that out. I love the ending of the Mist because that's the kind of ending I want to see more of. Well, no offense against the family, but the fact that it was unpredictable, I liked it. Even though I'm not a fan.
Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, whatever. Like, for sure, to each their own.
It was a
But
good,
like
it was a harken back to the
I saw it as a
1950
kid.
movies.
Yeah, and I saw it unspoiled as a kid. through the whole thing and like got that reaction at the end that you want. I don't want to spoil it for anyone who hasn't actually seen the mess.
But and I'm sure the audience probably complained and bitched, but you know, we all know. In fact, that's what they do now is they'll show the movie to advanced audiences, and they'll complain, "Oh, I didn't like that little girl being in danger," so they always cut it out and reshoot it. So you know, screw them now. I mean, they're horrible movies now. But that's my opinion. That is, I don't think I want to see kids in danger. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying is I want to be surprised. I want some suspense. I don't want every movie to end up the same. I don't want to be able to watch a movie and be able to connect the dots 5 scenes before it happens. That's my problem. And I know I'm never going to see that again. I'll never see a movie that's original, good, with suspense where the people are actually in danger. It's just not going to happen. The only people that are in danger now are usually a white man or a crook or a thief or somebody who's a womanizer. They've always got to be somebody who is over the top bad and stupid to where you know they're going to get their comeuppance. And then, like most of the movies now, a bunch of idiot teenagers, and all you're doing is wishing to see who's going to get killed first. Who's going to get killed first? It's like, oh, horrible movies now. It's just, but I'm old. It's just not my thing. I prefer older movies where it was suspense, where you care about the characters. You don't know honestly who's going to die. You don't want any of them to die. When they do, it's impactful to the script and to the movie, and they just don't do that anymore. It's sad, but enough about that. So I put a poll in the chat, everybody. If you're still with us, if you haven't left yet, please feel free to vote on what you think about this movie. And I will close that poll here pretty quick. So while I'm at it, Gorilla, why don't you give us your grade of this movie? What do you think?
I already issued my gripes, but I did have quite a few. I had a few good laughs there, and this would have probably been an F if it wasn't for Shatner being a good. So I'm gonna be generous here, and give it a low B- to an upper C+.
Well, very cool. Well, I'm glad you watched it because I know you don't like a lot of horror movies, and as you can see, there was pretty much no gore in this. So I'm glad you watched it.
It's not through the horror aspect; it's the gore aspect.
Gotcha. I don't think we've covered really any gory movies yet in our streams.
Yeah, you did your first one.
Nothing like gory. Let me think.
Well, you've had gory movies in your polls, have you not, though, Pop?
Yeah, but what movies have we watched that were gory? I'm trying to think.
I don't think
I had to cut out
Dawn of the Dead or something.
No, I haven't shown any of the Dead movies
Evil
yet.
Dead 2. I think
Evil Dead.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
Evil Dead is a bit gory, but not.
Well,
gory.
it's a matter of perspective, and Gorilla doesn't like a lot of blood.
Well, I mean, like I guess Death Race had some, heads getting run over too, but it wasn't too bad. So I don't think
Hello.
If I can,
Hello.
Can you hear me?
You there, bud?
Well, it was cutting. It was cutting out, but I don't know if that was me or if it was you, PvP.
Oh crap! I hope not, because sometimes my cable gets tangled up. Hopefully
it was Pop.
Hopefully it hasn't got damaged.
It was me.
Anyway,
Okay, gotcha.
I just want to say, in my opinion, it's not really about the gore. It's about the quality of the film. If the film is great, I don't think it matters if it has gore or if it has less gore. It's like, if it's a great movie that we all want to talk about because we love it, that's the main thing, I think, to keep, the chat coming back.
Then that's my opinion too. I completely agree. Me too. I like gore if it services the story. There's been a lot of really gory movies just for the gore that I didn't like because it was a bad movie.
Well, the thing is, if you want to include gore, like maybe you put 4 films in your community page, maybe just every week or whenever put one gory film and 3 other put a variety on. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, that's what I've been trying to do so far.
You know what I'd love to suggest, since we just had a Killer Spiders movie tonight. How about a movie like Them with the killer ants? That might be kind of fun.
Hey, if I could put it up in the poll.
Yeah, it'd be kind of like a theme, right?
In the 1950s.
If people vote for it, that is.
Well, remember we had Invasion of the Body Snatchers not too long ago.
I
Yeah.
knew that one.
So yeah, I'm not against black and white movies, but Gorilla, would you? What's that?
What?
Gorilla, I didn't hear what you said, Gorilla. I said,
I
what
seen it.
would you watch a black and white? Well, then what did you think about it?
Vision of Body Snatchers was pretty good. Though I was laughing at some of the special effects, like the one I could tell was dish soap.
You're talking about them with the giant tarantula, right?
Oh no, I was talking.
Them
I
is
thought
with
you
the
were talking.
ants.
I think it was Invasion of the Body Snatchers, wasn't it?
Yeah, that's the one you
Yeah,
watched.
the pod scene.
Oh, I'm confused. That's right. I thought we were talking about them.
No, you said.
No, we haven't watched them yet.
You asked me what I thought of Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Right, but then PvP brought up them, and then that's when I asked you, would you be willing to watch that? It's the black and white movie. I guess you would.
Oh yeah. I watch Mr. Londale's channel all the time.
Okay, we're gonna
Well,
always
them's a
put it in
great
the
fun
poll.
movie. Thing with them, it's got a great cast. It's got a great story. It's very atmospheric.
Well, I know. I've seen it.
Special effects are great.
Yeah, there's a lot of movies I want to show from that era. Like I said,
I think it's a classic film.
The Amazing Colossal Man, War of the Colossal Beasts. A lot of them.
Incredible Shrinking Man would be
era.
awesome. Like put that one in a poll. I mean, I'd vote for that one. Yeah.
Yeah, so would I. And usually I let people vote. I do want to apologize for that. That this week there was no vote because I wanted to put Kingdom of the Spiders up in honor of William Shatner's 92nd birthday. I hope that's okay.
I don't think any of us had a problem with that. I was fine with that.
Okay, and it looks like in our votes here, we had 18 votes, and it looks like we've got 22% voting A plus to A minus, 61%, which is that's a good vote. B plus to B minus, 6% said C plus to C minus, and we got a hefty vote of 11% for D plus to F minus.
Hey! Don't not be blaming me for that one.
Hey, I didn't do that in names, Gorilla.
Yeah, I'm getting ahead of that. Because I've always played from. There's one F vote. Everybody points to me.
You know, another that made me think about those old black and white movies is Attack of the 50-Foot Woman. That's a classic. It's got a lot of slow scenes in it, though, but it's got a lot of slow scenes, but it's interesting.
I've actually not seen that one.
So, all right. So, Gorilla. So, what grade did you give us a grade already? Would you think of this?
Yeah,
movie?
I already gave my grade. Grade is at a lower B minus to an upper C plus, somewhere in there.
Okay, and thank you. And tell us about your channel while we're at it.
Well, I do a lot of shorts there. I'm gonna be doing a couple more here through the week of my barf soda and my unicorn yak there. And but right now we're in the middle of Time Cops. I learned a little trick on thumbnails there thanks to Pickles. So you're gonna see some interesting thumbnails there. Like my one, because I learned it's just special for him on Matrix 4 when I had my avatar going, why the F are we watching this? And then it had German Pickles logo going, we told you not to effing watch it.
Very cool.
So I got a special one already made for Beetlejuice there. That's coming up next Sunday. Babylon 5 on Saturdays. Walton's Reviews on Fridays and Time Cop on Wednesdays. Then after Time Cop, we'll be going to End of the Effing World.
Wait, say it again. I didn't. It was my thing was cutting out. What was that?
Wednesdays after Time Cop, we're going to End of the Effing World.
Effing?
Well, fucking End of the Fucking World. I was trying to
be the movie or
it's a TV show.
No, I know, but okay, go ahead.
It's a TV show that was started a few years ago. That was on Netflix.
Okay. Really, I'm looking at the links you sent me in the private chat. Soap Today and 123 Movies. Are those the only ones you know of?
Yeah, the rest, if you want any more, you'd have to talk to Pickles.
Why?
Because I don't know anymore.
Well, didn't you have archive.org? Wasn't that one of the ones you said?
Oh, yeah, that's another one. Archive.org.
All right, let me put that in.
Yeah, that's why I watched Spiders last night. It was on Archive.
Okay. I just want to make sure I have as many as possible because it'll give people more selection to choose from in case the movies are hard to find.
Archive.org is more for your older stuff,
which we are going to be covering, so that's good. Thank you. All right, perfect. Now I was sending an email to myself with those links. That way I won't forget. And I will post. I'm going to post up a link, by the way, everybody. I'll get a poll up for the next week's horror stream. And in that, I will include those links, so it'll give people options if they're not able to find these movies. And I think I'm going to go ahead and add the Incredible Shrinking Man in there. And
yeah, I
by
would
the
love
way,
to watch that one.
Right. And a note to everybody, if you're listening, if I put up movies in the poll, and I want you guys, and I will put links where you can look for those movies. But if you're not able to find the movies anywhere, please let me know, because I don't want to start covering a movie that people are not able to find.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
as soon as I post
in 20 years, so I'd love to see it again. Actually,
as soon as I post links of what movies that we're going to be voting for, please look to see if you can find them. Like I said, I'll post links to where you can look. But if you're unable to find some of these movies, let me know so that I know either A, not to cover them, or B, to find a link where you can view them, or do it like a C party. So A, B, or C.
Yeah, watch party would be fun.
Okay, is there any chats I need to get? Are we behind on chats, Gorilla? Do you know?
There's a couple of them.
I just want to. Okay, well, let's finish our reviews. PvP. Tell us about the grade. What grade would you give this movie? And then tell us about your channel.
I voted. I gave it a B. I thought it was a solid. Not to make a joke, but a B movie. It was good. I didn't think it was nearly as great as Death Race 2000, which we watched last week. So,
well, that's kind of hard to top. So I understand that. Yes.
Yeah, it was still good though. I mean, Shatner added a lot to it, of course. I kind of like it. His cheesy romantic, interactions with the ladies. That's always fun. It brought me back to his, Captain Kirk days, and the spiders, of course, were horrific. And then, as it progressed through the film, it got more and more horrific. And, the little girl, being endangered, and, people dying. And then, of course, that crazy scene at the end where everybody in the town is basically getting slaughtered by the spiders. And then when the captain, the sheriff gets, smashed by the water tower, that was a classic scene. That was like,
oh yeah.
And then, of course, the end when Shatner pulls the boards off the window, and at that point, they're all going to die, and it's like, wow, this is really dark. So, yeah, I give it a solid B. And I'm still doing my music playlists, and hopefully soon there'll be a live stream. I'm not sure what it'll be.
Right. Hopefully
one of these days.
Well, hopefully soon. And as the old term says, maybe I'll have to light a fire under your butt to help you.
Sure. I would appreciate any help.
And Nemesis, what say you? What's your grade of this movie? And tell us about your channel.
Well, I gave this one. I got to be more critical of movies. I don't think I've given anything less than an
absolutely
A, to be honest, especially for movies that kind of didn't deserve it, to be honest. So that being said, being more critical in the future, this one's a solid B- to C+. Cool. I struggled hard with William Shatner scenes. I thought he was a creep. I didn't like a lot of the stuff that I had to deal with him. That being said, any scenes without him was fantastic. Like the spider attack scenes were great. The desiccated corpses were great. Like watching that, we skipped over it. The black lady, I can't remember her name, the character's name, but she has the gun, and there's a spider crawling on her hand, and she shoots her freaking fingers off.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, that was nuts. That was
Now I'm
totally
wondering,
nuts.
right, because we were watching a YouTube copy. I'm wondering if they cut it out because it was on YouTube, or did we miss it because it was in between 5 frames? Because I was going every 5 frames. I should
It
have went
might have
back
just
and
been
tried
the.
to. Yeah, I should have went back
That's
and tried to highlight that scene. I guess.
that scene totally freaked me out. I gotta say.
It took me off guard. I didn't remember it as a kid being like the lady blowing
Yeah.
her freaking fingers
Well,
off.
then
I was like, holy
it's
Oh, me
shit.
possible.
neither. Me
Well,
neither.
that's the
Yeah.
point. That's the point, guys. It's possible if you saw it on television, they probably cut that scene out. That would be too much for TV.
Could be.
I forgot to
Totally.
mention it. I seen it.
What's that?
Oh, good. At least you saw it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
what
if
a
you see it
freaky
uncut,
scene.
it's going to have it, but there's a very good chance of a scene like that would be edited out for television.
Oh, it was a very, very freaky moment. Yeah, for sure.
So, Nemesis, tell us
Totally.
about your channel. What say you, sir?
Oh, well, thank you so much. I'm primarily a gaming channel. I've been doing a lot of Elden Ring. I've been doing Cuphead. I've been doing some fighting games like Dead or Alive. I have plans on doing some Elden Ring DLC coming up in the future when it comes out. I'll talk to Scogly. We might be doing some Hitman gameplay coming up. Yeah, so if you're into long plays and just want to come and hang out, I respond to the chat as much as I possibly can. For games like Elden Ring, I can't pause it. That's just part of the mechanics. But anytime I can, I do try to interact with the chat. And I'd
Very
love
cool.
to have
Yeah.
you there.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to second that, everybody. Nemesis is a very cool channel. And I just realized I'm sorry, but what I forgot to do from the beginning is remind everybody, please put links in the channel, links in the chat to your channels. I forgot to do that. I need to set up that timer on my stream element bot like Jill does. So I apologize. That's on me, and I promise I will correct that. In fact, if you guys are on Twitter and I'm on Twitter, well, I'll get all your links together. I just want to make sure I cover everybody. I want to make sure everybody that has been in the chat. I want to make sure that I can that does have a YouTube channel. I want to make sure I add those to all my stream elements so that pre-programmed on a regular basis, like Jill's channel, where it'll cycle through as we're having our stream. Because that's a really nice feature that I saw she's doing.
Yeah, I threw mine in just now, so I don't think I did earlier, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, and I forgot, and I feel terrible. Now I want to catch up.
Don't worry,
really
man.
quick.
Don't worry. I'm just happy to be here and have such fun with everybody.
Yeah, same here. But I don't want to disappoint. So, and I do appreciate the work and the effort, everybody, and the fact that you guys do spend your valuable time with me. It does mean a lot to me.
I do appreciate every sub I get. I gotta say.
Absolutely, yeah, exactly. Phantom Boomer says my dad quit smoking around 66. It killed him in 2001. You know, you're right. Like Leonard Nimoy, he quit smoking in the 80s, but it still killed him in the late 90s. It's still. Even though you quit, your body does not heal, and it can still catch up to you. Some people it does, some people it doesn't.
Yeah, I quit smoking in the early 90s, and yeah, I wish I had quit sooner because my lungs aren't. I mean, I'm okay, but my lungs are not happy a lot of the days.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, I should have not done it, but yeah, I should quit.
Wish
sooner.
I never had, actually. Yeah, it's a bad.
Canadian Spider-Man
bad
says
habit.
good day. Canadian Spider-Man says good day to you, Captain. And Phantom Boomer says, hola, Canadian Spider-Man. And Spidey says, spoiler alert to those of us who haven't seen The Mist. That's right. That's why I didn't want to give away too much. That's why I didn't want to say the end or exactly what happened.
I need to watch The Mist. I have not seen that one yet.
Well, I will put it in my
it's so good. You got to watch it.
Yeah, we will cover it soon. It's a good movie. Herc 130 says, don't forget cars that defy physics like XXX Part X, right? I'm not a fan of those movies because they're all CGI and green screen. It's like puke. It's like barf on the screen. But kids eat it up. My goodness, those movies are successful. Sadly, that's why, guess what, guys? Because of that, just like we were talking about the horror movies, this is why we're never going to get good cinema again. Because the young people are just eating up and throwing money at this bad garbage now. If that's all the studio cares about. That's why Star Trek is dead, Star Wars is dead, and so on. Lemon Pie says, we are all here. And Captain Fitty says, wait, there's combo grades? Well, if you want to give a combo grade, you're absolutely allowed to. It's not completely against the rules. And Captain Fitty says, computer, double the amount of fields in the database. On demand, that is. Sean Carter says, I would vote for Attack of the 50-foot whale pit. Oh, well. I don't know if that was a movie. Captain
Probably.
Infinity is laughing. And Captain Infinity says William Shatner's 90 seconds.
That's a good one.
I meant 9-2.
That's funny.
Maybe that's what she said.
Yeah,
Right?
if you had 90-second birthday, that would be rushed.
Make it quick, everybody. Come on, get in and get out. And there's a link to Nemesis' channel. Everybody, please check that out. And
I
Jim
tried to
says,
link everyone's channel.
Yeah,
Oh, thank you. And
You're
Jim
welcome.
drops a link there for that Star Trek fan film video he made. Everybody, I recognize. There's the title of it. There's who's talking about it. And here's the actual link, everybody. So please check out
All right.
Jim's channel.
All right, since we're wrapping up, I'm about out. I'll see you all there.
Okay.
Bye, Gorilla.
Thank you, Gorilla, and I'll see you tomorrow for Gilligan's Island.
Yep.
Night,
we'll see
Gorilla.
ya.
Have a good one, man.
Wait,
Good
I
night.
gotta watch episodes 1 and 2 of season 2, right?
Exactly. 1 and 2 of
No,
season 2.
actually, Pop, can you put all of us back on the screen?
What? You don't like
Sorry.
looking at me? What? My pretty mug?
You're lovely, man. But I just
No,
thought since
thank
Grill's
you.
gonna say good night, we should feature his beautiful image there for a second.
Dude, of course.
I was thinking of
100%.
switching to a
Gorilla's
different
amazing.
avatar, though. But all right, we'll see y'all.
Night,
Good night,
Gorilla.
Gorilla.
Have a good one, man.
And PPP dropped a link in the chat there to his channel. Please check that out. Nemesis of Eden, there it is again. Nemesis of Eden puts Gorilla's Random Thought. There's his link. And good old Canadian Spider-Man, there's a link dropped by Nemesis of Eden. Thank you, Nemesis. And of course, the wonderful anti-derivative Jill. Check out her channel, especially on Tuesdays when she does her Star Trek TOS reviews. Jill is very insightful and very smart. It's so rare to find somebody like her who likes sci-fi. So I appreciate everything she does. And I
Jill is
appreciate
a
everybody. She is. And I appreciate everybody in the chat for being here. There's a long list of you. And I believe we shouted out to everybody. I try to cover every single chat. And most of all, I want to thank the panel. You guys did a great job tonight. And thank you. Nemesis, you had a lot of knowledge on spiders, so it was a lot you were able to bring to the movie. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you so much. It's good to be a wildlife nerd sometimes.
Well, if you're going to be able to make the streams on a regular basis, I'm going to work on an opening so that every time we start our stream on a horror stream, I'm going to have an opening, and I'll highlight the people that come on the panels. And if you're going to be a regular, then I want to be able to include you in that if I can.
Oh, definitely. I've booked time off from work from it. They all know not to book me on Tuesdays. I've let them know that this is a thing.
Okay, then I'm gonna. Are you on Twitter? Do I have you on? Yes, we do. Yes, you're in the stream. Okay,
Yep.
So we'll talk about that within the next couple of days, and I'll get with you on what I need. Like I'll need you to send me a copy of your avatar so I can include it in the video and stuff like that.
Sure.
I would love to do that too, but unfortunately, I just can't get off.
Well, no, PvP.
Earlier.
No, you don't have to be here at the beginning, PvP, to be part of the introduction.
Okay, well, if you want to Twitter me, something, if there's anything you need, let me know.
Well, what'll happen is we'll get together in a couple of days. But this is where I was telling you a couple of weeks ago that if you want to,
weekend, it would be good.
Right, but if you want to, I'm not sure what you mean. No. What I'm talking about.
No, if you need some avatar stuff or something to.
Well, right. That's what I was going to. Never mind. Disregard it. Okay. All right. Thank you guys. Have a great night. And goodbye, everybody in the chat. I really appreciate it.
Too.
Thanks,
You too. Night, guys. Night.
Sorry, my dog's about ready to eat me alive. I gotta let him out.
Okay.
See everybody. Later, and I will see you. Please try to join my Gilligan's Island stream tomorrow at 7 p.m. Pacific time if you're able to. We're going to be doing our first 2 episodes of season 2.
Okay. Good night,
Thank you to everyone for being here, you guys.